has all the private info, but they just showed that. They showed that, yeah, Sean bought this, and we got the price. This house was only $1 million, well, $1.1, or a little less than $1.1 million. It's listed for more, but that was the buying price of it. Whereas they bought for $3.5 million, $2.7 million. It said that he sold his house because he just needed more land, not going broke at all. But this is the new house, and we got some pictures to go through because it's downgrade for Papa. And this is 3 miles away from the house he just sold. And like I said, less land. So, look at that closet. Yeah, he's got a nice tub in the bathtub here. Hey, look at that bedroom. Oh, you can come right down the stairs. And by the way, this is 5 bedrooms, 4 bathrooms house. But he's also going to have his in-laws living there too. So, the bedroom, another room. The outside, oh yeah, no pool. Papa is going to be poolless. Did that make Papa poor in that world? We're going to house this big and no pool. What's this feel? It's a pool now. They have to go buy that, what is it, $250 pool from Jow Block. Set it up. I think it's kind of cool, I guess. And the floors. A lot less room here, yeah. And they got like that outside thing. The house looks a lot fancier than it actually just is now, which is weird, but you got more stuff. Look at the face there. Look at those couches. They got many nicotine pouches stuffed in there. My God. We're doing 8 pictures in the same room because this house is not that big. There's like no room for a solo cars and trucks. Not really going to have to worry about that. Is this where the work is going to get done? Is that where all the thick whiskey is going to be? That Panther thick whiskey, the computer screen that never gets used? Another picture of the office. And then the hallway over here. This is the house that now is going to live in with his in-laws. This is much bigger downgrade. $3 mansion, yes, for $2.7 million. He still spent $1 million in the house. Which I wonder now what his new excuse is going to be next year when he has to sell this one. You think he calls up his dad and goes, "Look, Dad, I only spent $1 million this time. Just help me out with the down payment. And, no more trucks, no more cars. I even got a smaller storage unit to do my podcast out of. Shop's dad. I was like, I just get a real job, but, yeah. Overall, it's still a nice house. Yeah. More land, he said. This is far less land than the last house, people. Oh, how is he going to lie about this when we eventually have to talk about this house? How they get us not more land? Is it literally not more land than another house? And so, in the world, this man went from a mansion in Calabasas, California, to this in Austin, Texas. All because he wasted all of his money. Because he went broke. That's guys. The problem when you get that much money, look, I get it. You got millions of dollars in the bank account. And him and Callan did make a lot of money for a long time. Like I've always said, you just have to be like, I got millions of dollars. I got live in a huge mansion and have expensive stuff. The problem is, when the money stops coming in like that, the money stopped coming in. And W lost pretty much almost probably only got $1 million in that last house. He bought it for 3.5, so it was 2.7, but God knows all the extra little costs that are associated with that. This house he just bought for $1 million. But like, and he's gonna have the in-laws in there, it's gonna be cramped. This guy is such a dummy, such an idiot. Such a baba. I think the wife is already in here going, his kids must be like, what's happening? We went from amazing place, even less amazing place. How do you, by the time these kids hit high school, they're going to be living in the projects or something like, God damn. No wonder why he's so invested in them doing good at sports. He's like, you kids gotta help dad out here. Grandpa's done giving me money. These kids, they have a weird child. They're gonna be like, we used to live in really amazing houses, and then they keep getting downgraded. What's happening? What are we doing here, B? And Chop's like, shut up and just go play T-ball. This house stinks. And it's in Texas, too. You'd be walking down the street, a rattlesnake's gonna bite you or something. I don't know how Texas will. But this is the new house. Let me know what you think in the comments.
As you guys are watching this, I'm probably at the baseball field. My 6-year-old is in the All-Stars out here in Austin, and they play all June. So those little critters can be hot, but hopefully he's balling. As you guys are watching this, he's hitting dingers, making some plays. That's the plan. Shout out to all the travel ball dads out there, All-Star dads. If you're playing in June, you're doing something right, boys, or you're just crazy. Let's get to it. Before we start, don't forget, brand new to the channel, Tuesdays and Fridays, we're live. We are live streaming for members only. Join the Big Breakdown Club on my YouTube. It's on Thinking with YouTube. You can see it on there. We'll do a live Q&A discussion. Have a grand old time every Tuesday and Friday at 11 a.m. Central for you guys. So go subscribe right now. It's for members only. And we're kicking off this Tuesday and Friday, leading up to the UFC White House card, the Freedom 250. So get you some, man. We're new at this, so please show up, show out. Let's see how it goes. All right, let's get to the fan questions. This is all YouTube questions, by the way. And if you're watching this, like how do I submit questions? Well, you can become a member and ask me live on Tuesdays and Fridays, or just submit your question below in the comment section of any video on YouTube. And just put fan question, ask your question, and Chen and Nick see it. Boom, we're off to the races. Easiest way to get the answer, all right? Let's do it. This is at Pete Pop Bear. Fan question. In regards to more content, can we do a show or a segment where the theme is for the hardcores? We do a deeper dive into organizations like Cage Wars, CFFC, and upcomers. Do a contender series. And also dive a little deeper into BKFC, Karate Combat, Game Red, boxing, kickboxing. I think it'd be sick for the hardcore fans, and it might also be appealing to the casual that want to get a little deeper into combat sports as a whole. There's a lot more going on in the fight world than UFC. It's a fucking great idea. It's a great idea. I'm not mad at that at all. Cage Warriors, love CFFC, A1 Contender Series, BKFC. I love all of it. It's not a bad idea. Yeah, I think for that, let's see how the membership fan question on Tuesday, Friday, but those get morphed into even some more, right? I'm trying to feel my way out here, especially the live stream stuff. That's new. Chin's old as fuck. I'm not young, so we're trying to figure out that live streaming side of things, especially with members only, right? Because you don't want just to open it up to the fucking world, because you can get all this weird toxic shit, especially in MMA. So that's why we're doing members. Because for you guys, I'm sure you guys, like, you go through my comments, you guys don't want to deal with that horrible toxic shit, so that's why we do it. So let's see how it goes. We'll go from there. It's a great idea. Well, thank you for the idea. That's it. All right, kids. Again, speaking of live, and Friday, it's our first live stream, LBMM Club Release Baby. So come on down Tuesday and Friday this week, leading up to the UFC White House card. My hopes for this is you guys can ask live questions, get answers right away, but then also create a dialogue. Hopefully you can go back and forth. This is one thing I do miss. I just ranked in the guys, so hopefully you guys bring it. Hopefully there's support. It's this Tuesday at 11 a.m. Central Time. Well, you never know, man, but it's worth a shot. Let's see how it goes. Please subscribe so we can get this rolling. Love you guys. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you for making the show what it is, man. It's my absolute favorite thing to do. And for you dads out there, kick ass this weekend. If you hit the baseball fields, I will be out there for the Lake Travis All-Stars. So hopefully Boston lights it up, my man. That's it. Love you guys. I'm Big Brown. See you Tuesday. Join the Big Brown Breakdown Club on YouTube. Members only. Love you guys.
Brendan Schaub begs for money for his scam as his Patreon numbers leak. So I'm going to show you the numbers, but first let me explain how this is absolutely a scam. If you listen to Schaub there in his own video, and how he was like, you can't open up the chat to just anybody, and we're trying to figure it out now. Remember, Chin complained about this on his God Awful After Hours podcast, saying what the host wants isn't feasible. And I was trying to figure out what Chin was talking about, because it's just setting up a live stream on YouTube and making it members only. Now, obviously, Brendan Schaub is going to ban a bunch of accounts on there because they're going to ask the typical questions. But if you ban those accounts, that takes away the membership. So he'll lose out on money. So this is where the scam is going to come in. Why Chin is saying it's not feasible is because while running this live stream, Brendan Schaub to have Chin and Fake Landau asking fake questions as members, so he only has to answer those questions and not the real questions to the 10 people who actually do become members and just want to ask him, about the Trump walk and all that stuff. So that's going to be the scam, and that's why Chin is saying this isn't feasible, because Chin is going to be like, you're going to want me to be running this live stream and asking you questions in the live chat in real time. That's 100% what's going to be happening here. But let's get into these numbers. So, he made his thing private. Brendan Schaub did the Patreon thing, although there is sites that can track it. Now, before he even made it available to buy a membership to the Fighter and the Kid Patreon, they had already had 17 members, Chin and Nick and them. So, the numbers are 83 members at $5 a piece, basically. So, they had 83 people on Patreon, and like I said, 7 of those were there. And that number is probably upped. Schaub said, my mom watches on Patreon, so is his mom, probably his dad or something. Like I've always said, about 60, maybe 65 or 70 actual members such a percentage of that money. I used Patreon one time and I shot the user dead. They hit you with so many fees, especially when you try to take out the money at the end. Because I think like at the end of the month or around this. But there's this thing where it takes days to process. Now you can rip your money immediately, but then they'll hit you with another processing fee. So on that $415 every month for Patreon, you probably end up with like $300 or something if he's lucky. That's why he's trying to go to the YouTube members live streams now and completely cutting out Calvin. And he's not going to be on the golden hour anymore because he's doing this because this man is completely and utterly broke at this point. This is his last ditch effort. He can no longer do truck scams. I mean, did those ever really work out? So like stupid hats. I know they were Chuck Anthony probably gave away the thing to his buddies, but would he get $50 for all this stuff? He's losing everything, had to sell his house. But I mean, wow, this is sad. This truly is pathetic. I mean, Bob, what are you gonna do? But this live stream is gonna be interesting. I know for a fact probably that it's going to be general trying to do as many questions. This is a great live stream. I'm glad to be a member. How are you so awesome, Brendan? And then Sean's going to ignore all the questions. Be like, well, hey, do you hate Cal? And why'd you sell your house? And be like, let me read that one there from John 2:6. So, but let me know your thoughts in the comments.
JG Adventures. Yes, fake question. You say Till is one of the biggest stories. How about Ben's comeback to compete in RAF? Both stories are so inspiring from two different perspectives, but how do you think Ben will do in RAF? Even if he loses, he's still wins. Just keep it up and have fun with it like that. Dude, you're smart. Yeah. Way less stress since I got to Austin. I got the rat race, man, and I'm cool with hitting singles and living my life. Bills are paid, mortgage Weather's good. Kids are happy. I would say I'm doing more content, right? Like I've taken a step back from Golden Hour. I'll still be part of it, but I've taken a step back so I can do my thing of the live streams on Tuesday and Friday. I've had more content. This is just what I love to do. Yeah, they're been happy with it. And it gives me the freedom to knock out all my work, right? Drop the kids off at school, drop them off at summer camp, whatever the hell they're doing, and then knock my work out, and then pick them up from school, coach the baseball, coach the football. Like, dude, it's freaking living for me, man. Couldn't be better. Couldn't be better. No. So, thanks for noticing. Appreciate you with the support. When it comes to Ben's story is different, right? And then story is different. You're talking about newer to the UFC, like, and his career in the UFC wasn't great. I hear you. He came over too late. Right? He was the trade from Mighty Mouse. One championship, definitely won that trade. But when Ben came over, he compromised. He older. But if you knew Ben in Bellator days or championship days too, he was such a motherfucking savage. So he's had his career.
Mr. Shah, I'm sorry for your loss. Hello, guys. What is up? This is Into the Bobbleverse. I am Hector, and welcome back to the show. Let's just jump right into it, like always.
Oh, dude, don't make it go over the side like that.
I'm little
Because of the reason how bad it looks.
You don't like fit?
That looks horrid. Put it back or put the hat on.
With one eye open, ripping your bellow time. Exit this. You don't like fit? Mr. Shop. So let's talk about Masvidal being on the Fight on the Kid podcast. Quite a surprise. Didn't expect for him to be there. I know he was there for the UFC 291 when Dustin Poirier fought Justin Gaethje for the second time for the BMF belt. Remember, Masvidal was the previous BMF champion, and he was there to pretty much, I guess, to relinquish the belt because he retired already. And so he was going to give it to the next winner, and the next winner was going to be in lightweight. And so he was there to pretty much put the belt or wrap the belt around somebody. Usually that's Dana White or one of the guys, the matchmakers. But this time it's Masvidal kind of like passing the torch kind of way with that belt. Also, it's more like a trophy belt. You can't really defend, so a lot of people are iffy about it. But regardless, Masvidal was there, so I assume this is why he's there in LA. He's here in LA. I don't remember, it was probably in Vegas or somewhere that the fight happened. So he must have went down to LA and done maybe a couple of podcasts. And this is the Fight of the Kid not the Fight of the Kid subreddit. This is the UFC subreddit. And they put this, posted by Dana White's mom. It says what rock bottom looks like. And it's got Masvidal, Brendan Schaub, and it seems like the comment section is giving Jorge kind of roasting Masvidal for his style of choice of an outfit here. It's funny because they were trying to like rizz up Jorge, saying, "Hey man, you look good," you know.
What's funny about a fighter of his stature is every major movie star knows who you are. So if you walk into a Hollywood party, everybody from Will Smith to whoever it might be,
You're not going to confuse it though. You're not going to. Is
Yeah.
that Jorge?
Yeah,
Like,
there's
you know,
a lot of people that,
You know, we won't be able to wear that. You know, we just can't wear that. We will look ridiculous. Like he's like, not even Brendan can wear that, but you can wear that.
a few people can pull that off. Not even you can pull that off.
No, I can't pull that off.
too.
But it's funny because like everybody in the comment section is like, "What is he wearing?" And they're saying they're referencing somebody says Nandor the Relentless. I guess Nandor is a guy from the show from What We Do in the Shadows on the sub, and that's like a show about vampires. So I can kind of see it, I guess. Are they performing in a circus? That's hilarious because their podcast set looks like a circus, which makes no sense. Doesn't look good. A lot of people don't like the set. I think a lot of people like the old like diner look, but they that was with the Fighter and the Kids with the Z when he had all these black dudes with him when Callan was kind of in the cancel stage of his career.
Oh no, she's dating a girl now. She's dating Miley Cyrus.
She used to date Madeline Thorne.
Mr. Shop, Cosby Dog goes to the Fighter the Kid podcast. Talk about Cosby Dog kind of says that, hey, it seems like you'll be down to fight, and he offers him a fight, kind of jokingly, right? I don't think they were serious. I think they were just kind of messing around with the idea of it. He tells them, oh, because Masvidal has his own sort of like promotion. He has like boxing, like just pure boxing, and then he has bare knuckle MMA, which is also kind of a new kind of thing. And I think and just regular MMA. And he offers Brendan a proposal, right? He offers him a fight in his promotion. I think it wasn't as serious as it seems like, but they kind of joke around with it. And let's watch this clip. So this clip is called "Nothing a Double Leg Can't Figure Out."
Yeah, but I heard you're making your debut on my promotion. Who you want, bro? Who you want? Who you want? Bro, fair enough. Who do you want, man?
Bro, come on.
I don't know if bare knuckles for me.
You would hate that slag.
Like just based off that reaction that he does, that crackling laugh, it's just like, you're serious, bro? Hell no, I'm not gonna do it. Right off the bat, it just seems like it's just a joke.
Who you want?
Yes.
I got my matchmaker right here. Who you want? Bro, fair enough. Who do you want, man?
Bro, come on.
I don't know if bare knuckles for me.
You would hate that so much. I could just see you being like, I gotta fight.
You know what it is for me? Money.
It's money.
Yeah.
Now,
I don't know.
You know what? Listen to me. This is
I hear that Brandon is like a Golden Gloves boxer. I don't know how true that is. I don't know what kind of level that is in Golden Gloves or whatever. But it seems like, where he thrived more was in MMA because he wasn't a strong boxer, but, and also very much of a mid wrestler as well in his jiu-jitsu too.
real thing.
What's the real thing?
I'll be in your corner. I'm there for you.
That's gonna help. That's gonna help me. Wait.
It'll help. Listen, with my fucking silver tongue in your ear, and you're like, I can't do it. I'm like, you got this, bro. You got
Well,
this.
you need to the free agents. I'm sure it's like that thing for doing with JD.
No.
That's
a free agent too.
Oh, that's right.
Let's find
Well,
somebody.
but you allow grappling and everything.
Yeah, it's MMA.
Come on, bro.
Imagine Derek Lewis fighting Brandon Schaub. That fight will be finished within a minute. Same thing that happened to Curtis Blades will happen to Schabi when he tries to go for a double hook or a double leg, as it says. Nothing a double leg can't fix. These guys are getting on each other's
I would say no to Derek Lewis if I can grapple.
Woo! Wait, what? Derek Lewis debuting my promotion versus Brandon Schaub.
Come on, man.
Bro,
You
understand that people's heads are just
are you
exploding?
bro?
Hey, hold on.
Yeah, but I heard you're making your debut.
Derek Lewis is so anti-wrestling. He's like the living embodiment of just get up. Just get up, bro, if you get taken down. So yeah, it's quite. I think they're joking. I think this is just a kind of fun, kind of little banter kind of thing. And I don't think Brandon is gonna step in there with Derek Lewis. It's just too much of a risk for him to go in there and then get knocked out. Derek fought a guy recently. What's his name? His name is Marcos Rogerio de Limas, and this is what he said after the fight. He lost as well, so this is what his statement was to the media. My teeth are all loose. I can't eat properly. It's a hard moment. Marco Rogerio de Limas details injury after loss to Derek Lewis at UFC 291. So that will be your outcome. Derek Lewis delivering a Masvidal 5-second knockout to you, Brandon, and hopefully that double leg, you can do it in time where he doesn't break all your teeth or make your teeth all loose. So it's dicey, Papa.
Who's playing your life?
Now let's go to the comments here. Let's see what they say. Wooden Journalist 41 says Derek Lewis would kill him with almost 400 upvotes. Kid Broccoli says, I love how overconfident he is in his ability against an active top heavyweight. I think he's just messing around. It's just, I don't think he's serious. I think this is a joke. This just can't be real.
Who's playing your life?
So now let's talk about Brian Callen going to the Joe Rogan Experience. He's gonna do some show there, but I guess since he wasn't gonna make it to the Fight Companion, Joe Rogan invited him to the show, and they talked for like 3 hours. I did not watch that. I'm not watching anymore. 3 hours Joe Rogan podcast, man. I'm not. So let's watch this clip. This one's called Bapa versus Black Beast, and he tells Joe Rogan that Masvidal offered him a sum of money to do it. So let's watch that.
By the way, I don't know if you heard the rumor, but Masvidal looked at Brendan yesterday on Fighter Kid and said, "Hey man, you can always step in the old cage again." And with the numbers, there's some numbers thrown around there, and I was like, I heard those numbers, and I kind of went, "Hey, he's in." Brendan was like, "Hey, what? You talk to him?" I go, "Shut the fuck up." And I was like, "Maybe I'll do it. It's some numbers."
Yeah, Brendan does not need it.
Just. Hey, wrestler!
Yours, friend. Like Joe is just getting flashed with him and Brandon talking about the time when he had to tell Brandon, "Hey man, you gotta quit it, man. You're gonna get some brain damage, you know." And when he's like, "You think you can out wrestle Cain Velasquez?" He's like, "I think it could." And he's like, Brendan said, and then Joe's like, "I think he's surprised."
If you had a wrestling match with Cain Velasquez, how would it do?
Straight up,
Yeah, I think people would be surprised. Really? You think so? I think you'd be surprised. I really do. I think he'd fuck you up. I say that as a friend and a guy who loves you.
Wrestle him if you can. He was throwing Derek Lewis out there with gloves.
Good.
But wait, hold on. Just hear me out.
Do you want to die?
Sir, hear me out. I'm just talking about a glass double. Take ground. Shut that. I'm just low peasant.
Yeah, it's a little funny. Edit from Lacha B. So yeah, I mean, he's right. Like, what kind of friend are you, man? Look at this man. He needs like 10 nicotine packs to like somewhat speak properly and be coherent, you know. And Joe already saved his friend like a long time ago, right? From getting even more CTE or maybe getting some CTA. So yeah, like a lot of people in the comment section here, let's see what they say. Kiko CFC says Slav must be seriously down bad if he's actually giving it a second thought. Black Beast would OG almost with 100 votes. So yeah, there's and Automatic Ad 572 says, and Brian must know too with the mention of the numbers being thrown around. I think though the way that right now, like people are talking, shit about how fighters are being paid. I think Masvidal will try to give him a fairly good number. Like I think he'll try to work with him. Maybe he might give him 100. Who knows? Like we don't know. Like we just assume. Like why would you give Brendan $100,000 unless people buy it so they can see Brendan lose. I think that will be the appeal for people to buy the pay-per-view and see how he does in another promotion. But even Brendan said, like, I can't even fight yet because I still have like 2 fights or 1 fight with the UFC, so I have to fight 2 fights in the UFC so I can get out of my contract. And then Masvidal also said too, he's like, yeah, 1 more left. So that one's also iffy too there, because the only way Brendan can really actually fight is if he goes back to the UFC and completes his contract. This kind of thing, this offer's kind of off the table. I think maybe if it's Jay, I think he just do it, or and Baranoko, maybe he could. Who knows?
We're both athletes in the UFC. You know how it is. I'm just retired, not like
It's
it's not like you don't get.
They freeze your contract.
Yeah.
So even like when I retired, I still had, I think, maybe 1 fight with my deal. Like, cool, but if you ever decide to do anything, you still owe us 1 more fight.
Yeah.
Even though you're done.
Damn. How about you? Not like you get out of free jail or like, new contract.
Going back to the 100,000 or whatever he might get, I just don't know. Maybe he could. Maybe Masvidal will be able to give him that much money, and either in cash or in sponsorships. Who knows how we'll work that out? So that one's, I don't know. That one's kind of dicey too. Here's another clip with Joe Rogan talking about Bapa here, called another L dealt by Papa Toe to Bapa. Let's look at that one.
You know what? Okay, right. We're gonna have Brendan Sharp get more breakdowns. Well, that's talking. So you're not talking to me. We're talking. What the? There might be a check. I might be
This is one of the most traumatic moments in the history of us doing podcasts together. Is convincing him to stop fighting.
I know. And I'm going back in. Now listen. If there's a number on that,
You're like the colonel in the Elvis movie.
I don't know, bad guy.
Piece of shit.
But how about this? Mighty Mouse. Bradley
You
Martin.
got a gambling problem or something?
Yes. I'm putting all my money on Derek Lewis. And so is Brendan.
Bro, I would too. I can't bet on the UFC, but I'll bet on that.
Brendan.
Damn, both of his friends are going against him. But they're being honest. It's for his own. Joe doesn't want to give Brendan another speech on, hey man, can't do this. You can't do this fight. You're gonna get hurt. You have to go back to training and stuff. Others, they have training already. Just don't do it. And let's look at the comments for this one. It says, Unfair Bird 4592 says, this was a highlight of the 3-hour podcast. Jesus, Callan is boring as F. All I do is lie to you, says the obligatory animal videos, inner bitch conquering, who would win with unrealistic fight scenarios, political conspiracy, and aliens. That was the parts I took giant leaps through. Same. This guy says, Meek Gill says, let me guess, fantasy fight scenario, and the great McGee and Little Toy winning each battle. So they're just, I guess these people are talking about the 3-hour podcast, and it seems like a Joe Rogan podcast with them talking about aliens and conspiracy theories. That's just almost every Joe Rogan podcast now. It's just rehashing old stuff and recent culture and whatnot. Mr. Shop! Okay, now we got Brendan's perspective on what happened, or his narrative on what happened during that conversation between Jorge Masvidal and Brian Callen. Let's watch this.
It started off as a joke. When Jorge came on, somebody said, "We were not feel fun." It's not happening. We were just joking around. I was like, "I thought you were another comedian." I thought I'm joking around. And he's like, "No." He's like, "You're not going to your any fucking mind." Tony, I do the free agents. I'm sure it's fucked up. I'm doing with JD. You can keep that, dude. Who's the free agent too? Oh, that's right. Let's find somebody. You allow grappling and everything.
Yeah, it's MMA.
Come on, bro.
It's MMA.
I wouldn't say no to Derek Lewis if I can grapple.
Woo! Hey, what? Lewis, they doing my promotion.
versus Brandon.
Come on, man. How many people would
Brandon, people's heads are just fucking
are you
explode.
bro?
Hey, hold on. Then they threw another name like I could beat that guy tonight. My shit.
Yeah, I mean, look, this the thing he said about beating up other comedians is just being overly dramatic or dramatizing the story. You know, people caught that and said, you did not say that. But I think for Brandon, he's trying to be funny to his idol, to his North Star, right? He's trying to be funny around him, making jokes, trying to make the conversation that he had with Masvidal more interesting and more funny. But, you know, people are always like, you know, on top of Brandon's behind on this, and they'll clip everything that he says or that he says wrong or like as it said here, history has been rewritten. I've experienced this with other people too, like in real life. It's not that serious in nature. It's like he's just trying to be funny with Joe. He's trying to make his dad laugh. You know, he did get him there with Tim Dillon and Louis C.K. He got the job done.
I was just joking around. I was like, I'll fight another comedian. I'll fight Louis C.K. or Tim Dillon. Like joking around on it. And joking around on it.
Oh, you don't like emo football? But let's look at the comments regardless, right? This clip is called "History Has Been Rewritten." In case I forgot to say that. Let's look at the first comment. It says from Pharaoh80. It says he's 100% back on the Addies for the fight companion. Shotgun 516 says breaking out the Addies for his career resurgence show. I think the part where Masvidal said it'll make people's heads blow is kind of a true thing, but like it'll make their heads explode because it's a dumb move for Brandon to do. It's like it's not worth it for him to get hit again, especially against Derek Lewis, who's got the most knockouts in UFC history in the heavyweight division. Oh, really, dude? So now we get to Joe, Brandon, and Eddie Bravo doing the fight companion, and in this clip, Joe Rogan pulls out the smelling salts, which is like ammonium powder in a powder or crystal form, I think. What they are used for is weightlifting for gym bros to like smell it, and it gives them kind of like an upperness or like.
It's gonna be rough.
Those like use it as
Oh yeah, no, they use it. They use it like powerlifters for they attempt to lift. Anyway, this hurts from here.
oh man, Joe.
Oh.
And so I think they also use it in case somebody like faints too. I think they're also used for that because they're so strong. So this one, Joe gives it around everybody to try it, and Brendan kind of. It seems like they're saying that Brandon is being overly dramatic here. So this clip is called "Does Barndor Even Use His Own Blinks and Sneezes?" I don't know what that means, but yeah, let's watch that.
But Brian Simpson did throw his headphones off and ran out of the room when he did. Because it burned? Yes. Yes. I told you, bro. It's no joke. Something extraordinary about whatever the fuck those smelling salts freaked out.
So yeah, I think they're trying to say that Brandon is from Brian Simpson, another comedian. He's overreacted, right? You know.
It can't be that bad.
Look at this.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
You know, Brandon heard that and boom, light bulb came up and hey, maybe I should get a viral moment here. You know, kind of like how Link laughs and shit. So Brandon hears that and he's like, hey, I'm gonna make this thing go. Maybe I'm gonna go viral by doing this thing. You know, maybe if Joe shouldn't have said that, like, hey, Brian Simpson acted that way, maybe he wouldn't just be all dramatic and stuff. Let's look at the comments here. Rabbit023 says, zero originality. If so would have said Brian Simpson ran to the bathroom and put his head in the toilet, Brendan would have done the same thing. Yeah, I think like I said, yes, like if he shouldn't have said anything about anybody's reaction towards it, he would have probably just had a normal ass reaction. You know, generally those smelling salts, if you do them a lot, they're not really good for you in the long run because they mess up your nerves in your nose. So you should not be doing it all the time. And I've heard that too. I'm not a doctor, right? But I'm not a doctor. I'm a moron. I've heard like you should not be doing it all the time. It's not really that good for you because you are smelling ammonia, and ammonia is not a good thing to smell. Regardless of how good it makes you in the gym. Mr. Shop. So then after the Fight Companion, he does the shop show, right? I think on Mondays or something. And so Brandon talks about the smelling salts, and here's the clip. It's called "If There's One Thing Bob Advises." Let's watch that.
I'd watch it all day. But so the salts, I saw you doing. You take it, Juju Mufus. I don't know. He sent me a bunch. I love it. But I mean, so does it affect? Because remember we did the chip challenge where it affects you like crazy and it's hardcore. No, this is it hits you like a fucking ton of bricks, and then it's just your weight. And my sinuses were cleared. I could breathe. He sent some to the crib. You should bring it here. Juju said to me, "I'll bring some to the crib," because I was like, "Oh, I want more." I did 2 or 3 times. I wrote. He's like, "You shouldn't do it too many times." I'm like, shit. I loved it. That'd be awesome. That's all. Yeah, I loved it. It's so intense. It burned like.
So wait. So does he have just all of it? He doesn't use it, or he just recently started using it because he has a box of it?
Like a wasabi, like when it's intense wasabi, it's just like boom. Yeah, it's like that. It goes away quick. I like that. That it goes away quick. I was so bored during shade on Corey Sandy. I was so bored during that fight, and I was, I didn't sleep much, and then we were drinking. I was tired. I'm like, give me some of that smelling salt to wake me up for this Jake Paul fight, and I was crunk. And it doesn't affect you for the rest of the day. Just it's a quick hit, like 10 seconds. Dude, let's do it. And then you're awake. I've never breathed better in my life. That's even
Chin is fiending, man. He's like, hey, bring that stuff over here, man. Let me try it. Is it better than Kratom? It's gotta be better than Kratom, bro. Right then for sure is like, oh, forget the Addies. This smelling salt, bro, wakes you up.
I was like focused. I loved it. Loved it. All right, you gotta bring it in. Yeah, absolutely loved it.
Look at the top comment here. It says, from a handsome black man, of course he's going to be balls deep in smelling salts now of effing. This one, there's another comment. $2 Scholar says, bikes out, Tough Mudder out, dogs out, so out. Fish down the effing drain. We're going full throttle on the Calabas Steak Boy Smelling Salts Club, baby. Try and keep up. Just another thing to add. Nicotine check. Whiskey check. What else you do? Those macadamia nuts? Check. Electric bike? Check. The baddies and the baddies? They're out. Who's playing your life? Last one, guys. This one was a funny clip from the Find the Kid subreddit. I mean, and it has Brian and Joe just having a pee break. Let's watch this. This one's called Two Alpha Males Handle a Bathroom Break.
So the only reality that exists is this unbelievably something else too. Yeah, it's you too. Yeah, come back. We'll come back. I'll secure your hips.
I mean, to be prejudiced against myself, I look like a violent person.
Oh, donkey, donkey, donkey,
Still going.
donkey, donkey, donkey.
Like Joe throughout the years has changed, right? He was the guy from radio. What's that show called? News Radio or something, sitcom, and then he became the Fear Factor, and also the UFC in between that too, and that's where Joe really started to become buff and get more stronger and bulkier. And this is early Joe, right? This is like the soy boy Joe. Joe talks about taking. I think he might have said that he takes HGH.
So you've juiced. I take testosterone replacement therapy, and I've done it for almost 10 years. What, 49? Yeah, 39. I started when I was 39, 37, 38.
And now that's why he looks like the way he does, right? And he's got that bubble gut and stuff. For a long time, Joe didn't look like now, the Joe that we have. He was just soy boy Joe. Bill Burr, when he made fun of him, it's geez, long time to like get people first, and where you're like your silly little rascals had finally calmed down because you're just so aggressive, and also smoke weed and stuff to chill out and stuff.
You had to be kind of people for like 3 decades before you could like chill, smoke a little weed, put on your little rascal's hat, and just chill out.
Let's get to the comments here. Kimbo Slices Chicken says, before he was a genetic freak made of pure violence, he was a pretty little lady. He does look like Ezra Miller a little bit there, I'll be honest. It's like he was this little lady, this little petite lady, and then he became a freaking, he looked like the guy from Breaking Bad, the guy that loves rocks. Hank Schrader, whatever his name is.
Let's show the boys in your body collection.
Yellow Rock collection. It's a mineral collection. They're minerals.
Mr. Shop. All right, guys, that is it. Give this a like and subscribe. You made it all the way through. You have to. And see you guys next time for another show. Goodbye and good night. Bye-bye.
Sleep with one eye open.
Mr. Shop, sorry for your loss. Alrighty, guys, welcome back to the show. Welcome back to Into the Bobverse. I'm Hectic, and let's just jump right into it. As always, let's get in there. Did I send you anything that I wanted to Brandon Chop texted me?
I'm hurt, man. If you want hurt me, you got me, brother. You definitely got me.
Hey, quit bragging.
Who's made your life? So UFC 291 happened last week. The main event was Poirier versus Gaethje for the second time for the vacant BMF title in the lightweight division. And for the co-main event, we have Blachowicz versus Pereira. Pereira making his light heavyweight debut. And so, as maybe some of you guys already saw from that recent event, Gaethje won Poirier via head kick. So now they're like 1-1. Poirier beat him the first time like 4 years ago, I think. And now this relates to the fight companion that happened also same night. So Brendan Schaub invited Brett Martin and Ben Carson. Apparently, Chito Vera was supposed to be there but couldn't make it. Supposedly, Chito Vera had an emergency.
I didn't get acknowledged. Cheeto's not here. Cheeto had an emergency at the crib. I don't give too much away, but it was an issue. We got here late. I'm like,
so here's what's interesting is that Brady and Schaub made a bet for the main event. And first it was like 5K, but Bradley was like, you know what? Let's do it 10K.
I think we did 5, so
10G.
yeah. Well, I mean, listen. I know you're a guy.
You can kind of see Schaub here get a little bit nervous. If you guys know a little bit of what I've been covering or recently covering, is that it seems like the company that owns the Fight and the Kid podcast, Cast Media, is seemingly going bankrupt. According to Jim Cornette, he's been hit very recently, and he also names a couple of other people that are under the Cast Media banner.
And is expected to include more than 25 weekly podcasts and 33 million monthly downloads. Assets expected to include top Cast Media shows, Brandon Schaub's Fighter and the Kid. I don't know who these people are. I'm sorry.
I don't mean to be disrespectful, but I've never heard it.
Whitney Cummings.
It seems like there's some bad business going on, and they're getting a lawsuit prepped, and they have not been paying their creators their fair share.
Once again, they're putting out this press release for the market.
They say that they are acquiring certain assets of a company that owes everyone money and is going to go bankrupt by the owner's own words and admission unless this deal goes through.
By the way, the owner's attorney wrote that to us. So we have that in writing. It's basically take this bad deal with Podcast One, or he's going bankrupt and you get nothing.
So you kind of see Brendan here kind of get a little worried because, you know, from what we've gotten from before, it's like, damn, where am I going to get the money? You know, where am I going to get the money? All right, so let's watch Brendan and Bradley bet. Here's the clip. It's called Here's the Entire 10K Grand Bet Scenario. Let's play that.
It's all good. Speaking of money, I thought about it.
With main event, or are you talking about main event coming in? G.
I'm saying Gaethje.
Okay, I'll take Poirier.
And
Nice hot sauce in there.
dude, it's good hot sauce. I feel like last time we, I think we did 5, so we got
10 G.
Yeah, well, I mean, listen, I know you're a car guy.
No, look at that.
I know you're a car guy. You got some nice
Look at that face that Brendan makes right there.
car guy.
Look at that.
Listen, I know you're a 5, so we got 10 G. Yeah, so I mean, listen, I know you're a car guy. 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 You got some nice.
Jumped in the whip the other day.
Yes.
Didn't think you'd fit.
I had no idea that I would.
That's
That's
why I bought
260,
it.
man. So,
All right.
I'm confident.
All right. Shoot your shot.
You really believe Poirier?
Yes.
Why do you believe Gaethje? Tell me how he beats Poirier.
Look, I'm gonna be honest here, guys. I also, with my buddies, thought that Dustin was gonna win. Another one of my buddies, they were betting each other, and one of them bet Gaethje, another one bet Dustin, and we thought collectively that Dustin seemed like the smarter, the better chance of beating him, and was also more experienced with beating people that he already beaten. Conor McGregor, he lost the first time but beat him twice, even though arguably the third fight was him besting his leg. But we also seen it from, you know, Max Holloway. So, you know, we thought that, you know, I think this was like his third fight, rematch with another person that he was going to get like an edge, maybe win by decision, or maybe also finish him again. But surprisingly, Gaethje pulled out an amazing kick. You know, we don't see Gaethje throw kicks like that, and that's what caught everybody off guard. Usually we see him throw those leg kicks, and that's what we think that happened with Dustin. He thought that he was going to get leg kicked, but Dustin went high and he wrapped his foot around his neck and finished him like that.
If you look at the last fight,
Poirier was killing him.
now Poirier's losing on the cards a little bit, and also with the leg
It literally was not. I watched that fight with the scorecards. It was heavily in Poirier's. The only thing Gaethje had was the leg kicks. He was getting countered. He was getting ripped to the head.
momentum was on side going to that fourth.
Okay, the fourth round, it was Gaethje was kind of taking over.
Yes.
Into the round, and they got clocked. Poirier timed that leg kick in round 1. He was launching that left straight round 1. Well, I saw a clip. Poirier was talking about like, you know, beat bigger guys is easy, and that just kind of pissed me off worse.
That's fair. That's a 260 mindset.
That's a 260 mindset. 260 brother. Listen, I know it's
Gaethje's also changed his fighting style, going to him and Trevor Whitman since last time. He's fighting smarter, which I think it's his strength of schedule allows him to fight smarter. I don't know.
James Vick, Edson Barboza, Donald Trump.
When you fight smarter, when Justin Gaethje fights smarter, he beats the hell out of people. That's just honest truth.
All fights after.
All
Exactly. And he got first round KOs in all of them. Again, it's easier competition.
What do you want, Brad? What do you want? Shoot, dog. The 10?
Yeah, just flat.
Cash.
Or like whatever. Cash.
That's what. Come on. Look like Steve Jobs, dog. Cash.
No going back on that.
No. Yeah. I'll be stressed out.
I'm gonna make this so much more fun.
He's gonna send him small payments like how he did in Callum that one time. He's like, hey man,
I was wondering how you want to get that $5,000.
I sent you to the Cash App. The night when you text me, I said,
I didn't get it. I didn't get it on the cash app.
Yeah,
I didn't see that.
Yes, I got it.
Send it to me.
I sent it.
we're keep them coming, He's like, chill, Cash App only makes me send you like $250 or something like that, right?
Now there's a limit on it, so it's going to come in.
That's what I mean. Now here's the problem. Do it. I need. Listen, mate.
Now,
What did you send me? Because I don't like getting paid in increments.
We'll jump to the fight reaction to the end of the fight. Let's go to that.
Mr. Shop.
So here's the clip. Bradley is getting pizza, and Papa is talking about Bud Light as the 10th grand fight bet. Fight is on. No shock. The Schwab curse continues. The Schwab curse means like anybody that he bets on loses. It's kind of also like Chael Sonnen curse or the Drake curse. Any of those guys who pick a fighter to win are gonna lose. So I suggest you do the opposite. It's kind of what everybody says. If they pick a fighter they want, they think they're gonna win.
Yeah,
Fuck no, baby.
I think Bud Light owns Modelo. They're stock through the roof. Everyone's like, yeah, take that Bud Light. And Bud Light's like, we own him too, dumbass.
You want to do 6-pack live with those?
Yeah, Bud Light. One of those. Oh yeah, you drink Bud Light.
Here's the thing. I like
People start sucking.
people like to attribute political meanings to shit. Here's the thing.
Yeah, I agree.
Like, come on, real, they drink.
But not Bud Light.
BLs.
Little BLs.
Little BL action.
I'll drink you.
He just said it earlier. He said Bud Light owns Modelo. So what? Shouldn't you not be drinking Modelo too? It's the whole company.
Cup. You know, let me give a day. Like, I went to Padres here, right? My brother and my.
Oh, no.
Head kick. Boy, they knocked out the head kick.
Yes!
I mean, engaging on your mouth.
Yes! Let's go! Run me my money! I missed that shit trying to get pizza.
I know, bro.
I'm so mad right now.
Man, Bradley missed that. I think another friend of mine too. He went to the restroom and came back, and we did the same thing. We're like, oh, God. And he was like, what? It's damn, you won the bet, dude. You won.
You know you like pizza,
Bro.
I didn't even see it. We're talking about Bud Lights, man. We're talking about BLs.
Bud Light,
Dustin Poirier died.
Bradley keen on getting back to his. There's a rumor around town that Bradley will shake you down for that money. All right, let's get to the comments here. The first one says from King Demo. It says, "The look of disbelief on his face is priceless. He's definitely panicking, knowing he doesn't have 10K to pay him. LOL." Here's a big one that I read. Okay, Big Swagger 123 says the Nug Boy said that Bradley is shockingly cheap, stingy about his money, like co-host a podcast with him, but has yet to offer to pay for or even split the bill on a single meal. He told a story about throwing 2K in ones in a limo and then leaving it there as a tip to the driver, and then later going to Bradley's house and realizing that he scooped up every single bill, stuffed it back into bags, and brought it home with him to keep. This sounds so dumb. Makes me wonder if it's a true story. I'm not gonna look up the clip. It sounds kind of funny though. I say all this to speculate that Bradley will be extremely unchill about this bet and absolutely demand that Shaw pay. Here's a reply from Danny. Finally made a bet where the other party doesn't let him weasel out of it. And that's going with a lot of people that have bets with Shop, like Dio Vaughn, Chappelle Lacey, Callan a whole bunch of times. Who knows if he paid his, who knows if he paid all that money that he owes them, but I doubt it. But Bradley will for sure want to be asking for that money. And it seems like the way that going with Cast Media, it's a little dicey. Who's paying your life? Let's go to another clip. Bradley adding on the damage to Schaub. Here's a clip called "Effing Loser." Schaub looking dejected, coming to terms with losing the 10K grand to Bradley.
That's, yeah,
You're like,
it feels so good.
You do it in the kitchen. You can't do mock chest outside. Mock chest is shit up in dark.
Great. You owe me $5, bitch.
God, dog.
wow, folded. Fold that is fucked.
You would have predicted about a head kick.
Oh, I'd love to get a commentary. Wow. This is the look of how every gambler looks after they lose their bets. And, even regardless, still, they had a great night with their homies. But still, losing that money puts you down. And it makes you sad.
Who's paying your life?
Continuing with the same thing, talking about betting. Brendan has a bad luck with betting. People say that he's cursed, kind of like Chael or Drake. They make their bets, whatever he says, do the opposite. And Eric tells him, hey man, there's videos out there saying that, or criticizing you for making your bets. And he's like, oh yeah, I know, man. Whatever you do, don't get my bets. Don't rely on my bets. You're going to lose some money. And, I appreciate his honesty. Let's watch this clip. This clip is called Baba Tells People Don't Take His UFC Bets.
I was at the Laugh Factory last Thursday, and I walked in, there's a bunch of Fargos, biker gang guys, like the legit hats, all the guys. So I get on stage, I walk out, 4 of them fall down. So I walk out, I was like, oh, we're such big fans. And I'm like, oh, cool. Like, listen, we bet on your picks. Yeah. That's not good. Don't bet.
Yeah, there's a lot of videos about your picks.
no one's, I'm sure, no one's good at betting fights. It's tough. It's fucking, and I'm biased as shit. I don't bet on things. I'm biased. If I know a guy,
I don't mind. I don't know. Whoever's supposed to win, that's the
fighting's tough to win. There's too many ways to lose.
Yeah, they don't eat enough carbs and shit.
For real.
I know.
They have a bad weight cut, something wrong in their personal life. It's not like Patrick Mahomes.
I almost went to the gym yesterday and
Yeah, that is true from Shaw. UFC betting is tough. You're betting on an individual to win. Football games, team games are different. The fight game is also very risky. Like even Chris D'Elia said, you don't know what they ate. You don't know how they feel. Maybe they're coming in from an injury. That's also true. But here's the thing too, though. Has a thing about lying about making bets. And that's what people get a little bit pissed off. It's like this one. This is a good example of when Brendan picks a fighter to win, he's heavily confident on them winning, and it turns out to be the exact opposite. This clip is called the best MMA analysis in the game.
It's just a bad fight for our boy. It is. I love Dan Hooker. Dan Hooker's one to get. I love Dan Hooker. Just sucks, dude. Out of all the matches, Jim Turner. They're supposed to fight before, got rescheduled. I just don't like it. Dan Hooker. There's a lot of miles on him. Jim Turner is a mother trucker. Could not be a worse matchup for Nick Lucy's.
Now going to the Turner and Hooker fight, you can see that Hooker was I think had 2 losses in a row. Turner had 5 wins in a row. Looked very dominant in lightweight. Hooker going down, I think, and then going up, and then going even more down. Going down to the featherweight, he was not doing so good there, and Hooker, wound up being the winner. I understand that, Brendan is saying yeah, he's got no chance, but you just never know in the fight game how it's gonna happen.
There's a lot of miles on him. Jim Turner is a mother trucker. Could not be a worse matchup for Nick Lucy's in the middleweight division. 1 through 50, there could be a worse matchup for him. Robert Whittaker, just go, hey, Duplessis, you'll get to Izzy, but you got to get through Robert Whittaker first. Might as well just. It's never happened. It's just a nightmare for him. I don't see any facet gets it done. It's not that I dislike Duplessis.
No, with that fight, Duplessis and Whitaker. Duplessis online was getting a lot of shit, a lot of hate from the online community, the MMA community, that Whitaker was gonna dominate him, he was gonna beat him up or knock him out, and then he goes in there and finishes him for the first time in 6 days and completely surprises Whitaker, surprises even Schaub, surprises the whole internet. Brett's not the only one here alone with this predicament. Everybody online thought that Whitaker was going to beat Duplessis easily, but that just didn't turn out to be the case. Now, here's where it gets to the lying part of it, or trying to cover up your mistakes on being super confident on your picks. Here's a clip called Barn Doors Fight Pick Challenge Redux.
The Volkanovski, Rodriguez. It was funny, some guy was talking shit to me because I was like, Volkanovski, there's no way I'm 45%. I'm not going to Rodriguez. It's just never going to happen. The guy's like, oh, definitely taking Rodriguez. Cool. Put all your money on Rodriguez. Let me know how it goes for you.
Oh, really, dude? So in context, he obviously knew that Volkanovski was going to win that fight. So here's where the line starts from Brendan, and he knew this, so that's why he kind of flipped this fight backwards, or whatever you want to call it, because Mr. Twitterwink said, if Brendan is picking Whitaker, you better bet the goddamn house on TV. And then Brendan replied, do it, let me know how it works out for you. So he mixed that thing up, right? He put, in place of Whitaker and DDP, he put Yair Rodriguez with Volkanovski to kind of cover his behind. But everybody was like, dude, you're on Twitter all the time, or X, or whatever it's called. And we can see that you're lying. And, like, why? Why you do that? Why you do that?
For me, because I really don't fuck with it at all. I post, I get out. I post what I need.
That's good. That's amazing.
I don't see any. So I have no idea what you've been up to. I have no idea if they post something, announcements, Starbucks, and a fan, like, Jeremy Misha's back. That's how I found Starbucks.
Why did you find out about all this?
What do you mean?
You're like, she's like, have you heard about this story? We were all like, no, and you're like, I did.
World Star.
How did you find
No,
out?
not World Star. I read news. Like if I'm on my phone, I'm reading.
Right.
I'm not on social.
Well, that's the thing. It's like, it just, I don't know. It just still, like, I feel like it just sucks me in. I don't know.
No, it doesn't. Dude, I was like that forever. It took.
And then you just.
Yeah, had to.
You had to be disciplined.
Yeah.
I admit, I'm a.
Leah's back on it. And Leah is out there killing. We talk about all of the Leah stuff. We talk about Schaub, how he deals with social media, which, point blank, I think he's an absolute liar.
You'll say that.
I'm telling you on that social. You're not telling me that you just have somebody run your social media 24/7. You just gotta be a tough little deal. I got a hard time with social media. It's hard for me to tweet all the time. It's hard for me to do it.
I'm a dumbass.
Oh, really, dude? Let's stay on the whole lying thing. A lot of people know that Brendan lies. Like, a lot of people know that. And here's Dylan saying that, hey, Brendan lies a lot. And that's just one of his things that he does. He lies constantly.
Just to give Josh, like, I was asked, I had a guy who's no longer here, but he's like, hey, will you do Theo Vaughn's podcast? I was like, sure, I'll do it. I showed up, it wasn't his podcast. It came on, I was like, where's Theo? And they're like, well, he's not here. It's like, that's weird, it's his. But it was a totally different podcast, so I didn't care. I was just confused.
Right. No, it's funny because I just thought Brendan Schaub was lying because Brendan lies a lot. So I thought Brendan just made something up because Brendan's like, oh, yeah, Portnoy out, it's be great. I'm like, he knows it's us. He goes, yeah, he's really excited about it. So I was just making things up. So that's all I was talking about on my show. It's how hilarious because you were like, what the f is going on? You're like, why am I talking to these two idiots? But it was fun. It was a good conversation, but you seemed like you're pissed up front. Like you were like, wait a minute, hold on.
Yeah, Brendan does lie a lot for no reason. That's just something he does. It's just like little white lies. And that's something that a lot of people don't like in the real life, right? If somebody lies to you for like the small things, it's annoying, you know. And then you kind of wonder later on when you hang out with him or so on that, man, this dude could be lying to me right now, and I'm just, you know, trying to take his word for it. I trust him. Well, this is lies about everything. And, you know, that's what some of the things that they criticize him about is just like his blatant lies, his overconfidence, and sometimes his lack of knowledge on certain subjects. You know, that's just a couple of things that annoy people about Brandon.
Schaub, I can go both ways. Sometimes I've seen him be a flip flopper on things. And even to me personally, some days he'll give me mad love. Talk about one of the toughest guys in the UFC. When I was gonna fight Sage Northcutt, he was like, "Oh, that's a different level because he gets asked to like almost like shit on my parade, like right after the CM Punk fight." I was kind of like, "All right, let's do whatever." And he's talking all shit. He thinks he'll lose to Sage. Then he's on Rogan, and Rogan's like, "I think Mickey's gonna need titties."
Yeah. Well, that's
like let's be a little thorough in our fucking opinions. I don't see that's the thing. I'll sit the fence before I go talking out both sides of my mouth. And that's one of the only things. And sometimes it seems like a little like an LA dick ride.
It's very
You know what I mean? And that's just like kind of like that's not thorough.
You know, and I can understand that. You know, but you know, what we're gonna do? All we can do is just this. Do this. Mr. Schaub, put all in this, guys, right here. Let me know what you guys think about this. And I'll see you guys next time. Like and subscribe. And I'll see you guys some other day. Bye-bye.
Mr. Schaub, sorry for your loss.
All right, guys, welcome back to Into the Bopperverse with me, Hectic. Now let's just jump right into it, as always.
Headphones fell off. Who's playing your life? First thing we got is Luis J. Gomez, apparently defending Brendan Schaub from a troll. What it seems like a homeless cat from the subreddit posted it. Desert Pelican 5 days ago posted this. Luis J. Gomez saying LOL, referencing Brendan Schaub. Look at where you are in life. Be enjoying the Fight in the Kid subreddit. That's all you have. Truly sad. LOL. You made your profile pic Luke Thomas because he's a manager at PF Chang's. What an actual. Now the guy Eggy, he's replying to Eggy's comment. Now I wanted to see the whole thing, and I did a little bit of like research. Right, I did a little bit of searching, and I found the thread. So here's the whole thing. Eggy at Wendy's Chili G says, he said to Lewis this, you're a lame ass social media influencer that is trying to be funny, and that's all you got, the basics? Come on, bro. I gotta be at least honest. The shop might be funnier than you, and he is the worst. At least what he says is unintentionally funny. He is, I'll give credit where credit is due. He is unintentionally funny. I mean, doing like almost 5 shows a week, podcast and MMA stuff and the Fight Companion and stuff. Like the only day he does miss is like on a Wednesday or on a Sunday. So he does like have a lot of content, and of course, like you make enough content, you're gonna slip up with some, a couple of funny things, intentional or unintentional, whatever it may be.
That on it.
kick this off with a sad note, but respect. Respect. Name a Sinead O'Connor song. Go.
Can't do it.
Ben, you're 23?
23. Can't do it's also my favorite Sinead O'Connor song.
Yeah.
Oh!
Can't do it's banger.
You don't know Zombie,
That was your name.
right?
I thought that was the Cranberries.
Did she not?
Yes, you're good.
No, I think he's right, though. Did she not say Zombie?
It's Cranberries, though. It's Cranberries.
This event this week, the Oscar.
What's your favorite Sinead song, dog?
She has that sad song. Come on, look at my brother. You don't know Sinead O'Connor?
You know Sinead. You're a big Sinead guy.
And now you see this whole thread, like this whole thread is just basically like, yeah, like you messed up, you know, like you gotta watch out, like don't get on the subreddit's bad side, like cut it off. It's like not a good idea, don't do it. You know what's funny? Somebody posted this total package, posted this meme of the Fighting the Kids subreddit. Here's the Fighting the Kids subreddit starter pack, and it's kind of funny. Let's look at that. The Fighting the Kids subreddit on Spotify, I guess. Watching all the shows, watching everything. Post on the Fighting the Kids subreddit, talking about his alcoholism. This was a long time, 48.9K members. Now it's like 100 or something members. Homeless cat users getting rewards from, I guess, from other people. Claims to hate Shot, watches all his content. Flexing his head, I don't know what that is. Comments, soy boy, so this shows up on Google Images. Yeah, another one is like if you Google Brendan Schaub soy boy, just basically just soy boy. First thing that comes out on Google is Brendan Schaub. Or he doesn't come out no more. Maybe it's maybe they removed it. This is the photo that comes out. But it used to pop out when you just put on soy boy on Google Images, I guess. Brendan got that resolved. Here's another one I forgot to read. B, but he's a hypocrite. I've never rated to this Showtime special. Also complains about Joe Rogan. I mean, like, they're not wrong. This kind of, in a nutshell, me describing a fellow homeless cat. It's like, yes, in a way, yeah, it's like some of it, it's like hate watch. Some of it, it's like, I referenced this before, it's like Brendan and all these other people that are online constantly doing shows weekly, they're going to have plenty of content for people to just criticize, talk about. Brendan's going to have his slip-ups and people are going to just make fun of that.
I think he's right, though. Did she not say Zombie?
It's Cranberries, though. It's Cranberries.
This event this week, the Oscar.
What's your favorite Sinead song, dog?
What's it saying? Where they say that they hate him, but the hate watch thing. I don't think they hate him. I think that they don't like certain things about him. But I think hate is a strong word. I'm sure that some people do really hate him. It doesn't make sense for most people. Like, why do you hate this person and still, you know, interact with whatever they do? For me, in my opinion, like the reason why I do this is because it's entertaining. Brendan is living like the Truman Show, basically. His life is the Truman Show right now because he's online. He's online every day, almost every week. So there's plenty of content to take out from there.
Why do you think people like to talk shit about you?
Yeah, about me?
Yeah.
I do a lot of shows. A lot of the audience was introduced for me on Ultimate Fighter, where I was a cocky fighter, which you got to really fight. So for them, it's tough. If you're put in a box, it's tough for them to separate that. So if they've been following me since the Ultimate Fighter UFC days, I thought I was going to win every fight, knock everybody out. That's how you got to be as a fighter. Yeah. So, he's arrogant. No, it's a job. And then you transition when most fighters stop, once they stop fighting, they go on to open the gym or do it. There's nothing wrong with that. I went to something completely different. Started doing comedy podcasts. Now I get to stand up. It's just not natural. So and I do a lot of content for people to hate on. Yeah. And I have a lot of opinions. That's why I have a successful podcast. I have a lot of opinions. So a lot of people don't. But either way, you're talking about it.
But also, comedians always talk about getting made fun of or quote unquote. That's not the case. I mean, Joe Rogan, his subreddit, they talk about him. Your Mom's House, Bert's also his subreddit. Even Kalila and Tiger Belly. Some people don't like certain things what they say. Bobby too, Bobby Lee, Andrew Santino, Schultz, all those guys, they're not immune to criticism, especially Brendan. All these guys criticize everybody else in the world, all the different celebrity types, and when it comes to them, they're like, hey, we're untouchable. So, I think that's just kind of not supposed to be the case. Live and let be. Don't let this kind of annoy you. I do this because I kind of like to inform you, and it's also very entertaining, and, makes me a little bit of YouTube money as well. Not going to lie about that. Recently, have not because of the whole profanity thing, so you're going to be hearing a bunch of bleeps, certain language that is not allowed anymore. It's just quite strict right now with all that stuff. Anyways, let's go back to the tweet here because it seems like, everybody's like kind of criticizing Lewis. I mean, you're kind of like in the same level here too, bro. Like, you're like talking to a troll who is a troll, and you're getting trolled because, hey, they don't matter. As Brendan was saying, we don't matter, B. You're just some bum in the street, criticizing my work. You ain't nothing. Who are you to tell them?
I view those people the same I view a homeless guy critiquing my art, critiquing my set, or critiquing a podcast. They do not matter.
Right. Like, we can criticize them all we want, but ultimately it's Brandon's decision to change if he so desires. So after he gets this kind of backlash from people all over, I guess he didn't like it. He didn't expect that to happen, and so he goes on his podcast and kind of backpedals some of the things that he said because people are like, oh, all of a sudden now you're defending him because he might be going to Skankfest.
No, I'm doing Skankfest there.
Oh, you're gonna do it?
Yes. Talking to Gomez.
You're trying to kiss ass, so now you're just trying to be nice, like a fake nice guy. And, all these years you've been mean to Brendan, and all of a sudden now that he's going to your show, you're being nice to him. Gomez is not as popular as Brendan, is what I noticed. Like, he's got a way smaller following than Brendan. So maybe in a way, Brendan does help out Gomez. You might not see it that way, but I think even Brendan sees it as a cross benefit because he's gonna basically go against his quote unquote haters, right? Going to that Skankfest event and showing them that you can't take the heat and the jokes. He does go to Skankfest. I think we get to Louis J. Gomez talking about the troll and the whole backlash that he received. Here's the post. Real ass dude has backed down and pleads for forgiveness from the homeless cats. Let's watch this.
And then people know on a flight that they start debating. So then I start to have it, but it's the same guys every time. So we go back and forth and we start arguing.
You have regulars that you argue with, sparring partners.
But yeah, see, this is all turned into, this whole thing has now.
So look, you hear that? He argues with random people that he knows that hate certain people, especially or make fun of certain people. So this is kind of like he knows this person and he knows it's an obvious gimme for that guy who's quote unquote trolling Gomez here.
Start arguing with people, and then people know on a flight that they start debating. So then I start to have it, but it's the same guys every time. So we go back and forth and we start arguing.
You have regulars that you argue with, sparring partners.
But yeah, see, this is all turned into, this whole thing has now spawned into the homeless cats fighter in the kids subreddit. They're fucking furious at me. One of the guys that trolled me had Luke Thomas as his profile, right? And Luke Thomas is another major. And the guy said something to me at one point. He was like, "You're fucking like Brendan Sharp." When somebody says that to me, I'm like, "You're just showing your ass." It reminds me back in the day when somebody would be like, "You're Opie." Like, dude, like, how are you not more embarrassed that that is like your frame of reference? That's your thing. Like, that's you have a picture of Luke Thomas as your profile picture.
Luke Thomas?
Because he had a beef with Brendan Shaw. So
no, he did not. So it seems like Gomez doesn't really know what's happening. We're kind of just talking bull there. That's not what happened. Brendan loves Luke.
I love Luke Thomas.
The person that Luke has beef with is Jesse on Fire. And it's more Brian Campbell getting that response from Jesse on Fire rather than Luke getting the response, because even Jesse on Fire realizes that it's not Luke that's doing most of the the jokes and the skits and the bits. It's more BC than Luke.
Are you getting lip injections, Luke, like some comedians these days?
Yeah, once again, you're Brendan Schaub's #1 fan. Luke Thomas never partakes in this, by the way, that I can tell. It's all his co-host.
But BC knows that they don't matter, so I don't think he ever responds to them.
They called him the CEO of PF Chang's or
that's wrong again. That's Ariel from BC.
The top chief homeless cat or whatever else it is. So it's like, and so I made the point. I was like, dude, you're a fucking loser. You're using another man's profile picture as your thing. I was like, just because your entire life is the Fighter of the Kid Supper, right? So I tweet that at him. They picked up on it now and they're fucking on it. They think that I'm attacking them. I'm not attacking. Let me make something very clear because they're going to see this. This will be up in a minute. Ready? I'm not. I think
the obvious part is that you know that the guy is a troll. Like, that's his thing. He's like another guy that makes an Elon Musk troll account, Joe Rogan troll account, Bert Kreischer troll account, and he's fighting with a joke account, which people are like, you just hook yourself in.
They don't care about you at all. I love that, and they picked up on it now and they're fucking up. They think that I'm attacking. I'm not attacking. Let me make something very clear because they're going to see this. This will be up in a minute. Ready? I'm not. I don't care about you at all. I love the fight. I lurk the Fighter of the Kid subreddit. I think it's kind of funny. However, if your entire identity is that subreddit, you're a fucking loser. You should actually read a book. That is crazy. If you are making your profile picture other men because they made fun of Brendan Schaub, you are as bottom of the fucking barrel as it gets. That is way more of a fucking loser than Brendan Schaub, right? Nope.
Well, he is attacking them, and he's sort of right. Like, making your whole personality around Brendan is borderline loser. But you're also just making fun of him. And I guess you can take that as, like, what is it called? Like, obsessed with him, maybe.
No comedians think Brendan Schaub's funny. It's boring to say that at this point. Why do we need...
But, look, Lewis got hurt because he said that Brendan is more funny than Lewis is. Unintentionally funny, which makes it, like, even worse because, like, you're trying to be funny, but it's not working. And that's where I guess Lewis got really upset about.
You can fucking much if you don't trash this guy. And I think they got the Legion of Skanks stuff.
Oh, no.
It was banned.
Well, I don't know about that. I don't know how that subreddit was getting moderated because I assume some of the fans from Gas Digital are a little bit more unhinged than the Fighting the Kid subreddit because, the Fighting the Kid subreddit has been on for a long time, right? And all of those detectives of that subreddit.
No, I'm on Reddit. I have the app, and I will post as well. I post on all the subreddits. No, I post on the Puerto Rican Rattlesnake, or Pure Rattlesnake, or the Pure Rattlesnake, or whatever else it is. Yeah, and I think trolling is funny. The guy that was trolling me, we're literally going back and forth now being like, yeah, that was pretty funny yesterday, right? But yeah, so now the homeless cats are mad at me, so now I have to spend today taking shots at Brendan Schaub in order to get them back on my side. So guys, at any point, please just throw them out.
So he submits. I love you guys, please, not me.
Are you gonna fight him at Skankfest?
Hell, punch that Priscilla. Kellen, you want to go? Tell Rogan? I don't think these people will ever like Brendan Schaub. Brendan Schaub, I think he literally saved the child's life, and they were like, dude, you should have let that child die.
Hell yeah.
I think that's a story that happened, if I'm not mistaken. Wasn't there a thing where you fucking stopped on the side of the road and the car on fire? They got out and helped, and people were like, dude, what a piece of shit.
I don't know the lore, but
he actually did save a child. I'm gonna jump to that clip there.
Brendan Schaub rescues children in a deadly car crash.
The driver in last week's deadly crash on the 101 freeway in Encino is now facing charge. CHP says Cesar Torres drove in the opposite direction on the southbound 101 and hit a big rig near the Haskell Avenue exit last Thursday. His girlfriend, 26-year-old Amy Garcia, died. Their 4 kids suffered minor injuries. The GoFundMe account has been set up. Torres is expected to be arraigned tomorrow on the murder charge, as well as 4 counts of attempted.
It's quite a spectacular story, and even though, regardless if he saved children, they're still picking on him. So it doesn't seem like you're not gonna be able to quickly change their minds about Brandon and who he is, because it's not about. I think for some people they don't care that he saved kids. I think where Brendan gets criticized is that he's hanging around with potential like Aaliyah and Callan. That's still alleged, but people have a strong feeling about those guys, and that's what gives Brendan the negative clout.
They hated him for it.
Hell yeah.
There's nothing this guy could do. There's no going back. He needs to.
In all fairness, the driver of the car did veer off the road because they were watching Ringo Papa. So I call that one a wash.
What do we do? How do I get a fight?
They also did not hate him because of that. That's kind of ridiculous. You'd be like, you really hate Brendan for for saving children? Nah, it's too crazy. Too crazy. I think that's kind of a joke, but yeah.
How do I get the Fighting on the Kids subreddit back on my side? Can we review Gringo Poppy in its entirety? Do I have to smack button Shaw when I see him? What do I do?
Bring Brian Callen to justice.
I'm the only one who posts on the goddamn subreddit. There's no other comment that does it, it's just me.
Some of the things that he said about, like, him having a beef with Luke Thomas and who's the CEO of PF Chang's, he got them all wrong. It seems like he's faking it so the subreddit can like him and favor him and maybe, get some people to subscribe to him. Or I think he's lying about being on the subreddit. I'm sure he sees it once in a while, but I don't think he's fully knowledgeable of the lore behind Brendan. So I think he is faking it, and a lot of people see that. In the comments down below, it's like, yeah, I don't like Lewis. Lewis and Brendan kind of seem alike. And they're like, yeah, Lewis is right about some people making it their identity, making fun of him. Some people taking the shopping outside, I guess doing it in the real life. But also, going back to the Louis J. Gomez thing, it's like, some people are like, yeah, he's dumb. Like, he knew that it was a troll. Regardless, he interacted with him, got mad over nothing. I guess, Lewis, maybe he was having a bad day. And the troll saying that his comedy is worse than Brendan really got to him. It was making life. All right, guys, last thing. I thought this was kind of interesting. This post is called How Showtime Go? And it's pretty much Brendan and Martin Bradley talking about Nate Diaz. The time that Nate Diaz and Brendan started a little bit of a tussle or there was a little altercation, basically.
The hard way, I didn't mean to. Me and Nate got into it one time when I was working for Showtime after the Floyd Mayweather-Conor fight. I said Conor's not going to win the fight because he's going to land punches.
Oh, I should also say that if you're wondering what happened between Nate Diaz and Martin Bradley is this. I'll show you this clip that kind of explains it. This one kind of went viral all over because Bradley's very confident in beating up MMA fighters or boxers, right?
One of these days we should fuck around.
Tomorrow, tonight.
Bro, I would love that. Go after this.
Oh my God, I would love that. I would love that. But I don't want to I don't want to hurt you for the fight.
So, the internet took that, and there was also a video previously. So he had Devin Haney on his podcast, and Bradley discussed, him having a chance, or he has a higher chance of beating him up in the street fight, but not in the boxing match, of course. But let's hear that from them.
You're way bigger than me, right? Like, yeah, say you weigh 260. Yeah, if I could jump on you, then maybe. If I could hold you on the floor, sure. But in boxing, no. But even in the street, I'll beat them. No, I would kill you.
Bro, I love it.
No, like, you think at your weight. What's your weight? Okay.
You know what's funny about it is that MMA, people that are preferred MMA fans honestly believe he's got a better chance with a boxer, beating up a boxer because of the lack of wrestling they have, right? I mean, it's kind of obvious they don't train that because their number one thing to train is their hands, right? Head movement. You know, wrestling is not needed in boxing, maybe except for like doing the dirty boxing and the clenching. That's when it's like kind of necessary. But other than that, that's like, you know, kind of basics and whatnot. But MMA versus boxing, MMA is like, yeah, he's got a better chance with Devin Haney if he grabs him. And, you know, Schaub says, yeah, he kind of does have a better chance with a boxer. You know, he's still going to get lit up, you know. Get lit up. I think he's faster and gets hit with a guy that really knows how to punch. And that's what Devin Haney talks about. He's like, you've only fought like, Joe Schmo was like people that just don't know how to fight, don't know how to throw a punch, but I do.
Okay, so like around my walking around weight, I would. What's your weight?
Damn, I want his fucking weight.
No, what's the weight? 150. 100%. As confident as you are. Okay, so let me tell you something. 150. Let me tell you something. You cannot take a punch. So like you're not used to getting hit. So I bet. No. But you've been not by you. But you've been hit.
Colin Bradley, glass jaw, Bradley.
By regular guys who don't even know how to punch. No. I'm talking about a guy that can hit you and really knows how to hit, and somebody that can hit again and again the same way. It will be hard. By the time that you like, I know everybody thinks like, oh, he's gonna grab me, but you have to get to the point where you have to grab me. So it's gonna take. But you have to get to me. So in the process of you getting to me, you think you're easing up that fast. I'm gonna hit you so many times. I'm gonna hit you so many times. This is so bad. I'm gonna hit you so many times.
Oh, what you guys think? This is a good debate though, like to kind of discuss. It's like, what do you think is gonna win? Bradley, if he grabs him, and it's like how Schaub said, it's like, you know, if you think you grab him like the mountain from Game of Thrones, and the mountain when he grabs Pedro Pascal's character and he like crushes his head, right? Like that's what's gonna happen. I mean, possibly. I mean, that's what I'm saying. For like MMA guys, they know how to stand up, they know how to wrestle. Boxing is like, what would happen to you if you get mounted by Bradley? And Bradley is right, he weighs like 265 and you weigh 150. I mean, you're gonna have to run and punch and shit like that, because if you get grabbed by Bradley, he would just, I guess, he'll try to toss you, right? But I guess, you know, boxers, like, I mean, they have cardio, they're probably like more comfortable just not cutting during the fights, and they weigh, you know, they're probably more stronger as well, you know. So who knows? Let me know what do you guys think about it. Like, does Devin Haney got a chance to knock him out real quick? 30 seconds, a minute, how long will it take?
No. I'm gonna hit you so many times that by the time that you do get to me, I'm asleep. No. You may not, even if you're not asleep, you might just, you're not gonna want to fight anymore. Damn. But I've been in street fights, so I damn, really believe that. No, but
it's about confidence, baby.
Yeah, beat me in wrestling. No, exactly. So you think
that is making up the street fight. It's like, you can't wrestle me, bro. So I'll just stand up.
I don't need it, bro. Because I've done a little bit of Muay Thai, I've done a little bit of wrestling. I wish I could figure out a way to make this happen. I just 150. There's no way. Well, there's no way at 150. I'm athletic as fuck. I'll jump on you. It's that process.
Oh man! All right, let's just go back to the Nate Diaz thing. You guys can watch this on your own time.
So you think you beat up an MMA fighter?
That I will leave him alone.
Because I've done a little bit of Muay Thai, I've done a little bit of wrestling, I've done a little bit of.
Let's go back to Shab here.
I learned the hard way. I didn't mean to. Showtime after the Floyd Mayweather Conor fight. I said Conor's not going to win the fight because he's laying punches. So Conor lands punches, one Mayweather or something. I'm walking.
And he did get it right. I mean, he got like more than right. Like he underestimated. I mean, his expectations were kind of low. I can confirm he was confident because I looked at it to see if like that's what actually happened, and it is because I saw this. Here's this article. Brendan Schaub. So here's Brendan Schaub's prediction of the Floyd Mayweather fight versus Conor. This is Schaub talking about the fight. McGregor will win at least one round. I wouldn't be surprised if he wins 2 or 3 rounds early on. That's correct. I think he won like 6 or 7, right? But Mayweather finished him in the 9th or 8th round. I will send you guys a pick if it doesn't go all 12 rounds. I immediately regret saying that. Labs, it's going to be a good pick though. I'm going to hire Glamour Shots. Still remembers what he said about that fight. So that's true.
Walking off like fight, walking off like seeing names. That whole arena is all rods. So I see names like, oh, UFC alumni. Yeah, oh, thank God. It's like when I see another comedy in the room, thank God. So I see names like, oh, fuck, yo, what's up? I'm going to say what's up. Spicy dude. He's supposed to fight Conor next. Yeah. So he didn't like that I was pro Conor the whole time. That was my job. My sole job is to be an expert and sell people on Conor Floyd. That was my job. Because do I believe all of it? That was my job. He thought it was real. So I was like, oh, what's up, bro? That was crazy.
So, yeah, that's also true. He did go around like almost every MMA show or boxing show talking about his side of MMA and saying he's got a good chance of beating him, and also answering questions about Conor.
My sole job is to be an expert and sell people on Conor Floyd. That was my job. Do I believe all of it? That was my job. He thought it was real. So I was like, oh, what's up, bro? That was crazy. How did you get that fight? You don't know shit about boxing. Whoa!
I
and then me and we're about to fight. Yo, and I'm in skinny jeans and Gucci. I look like such a tool. He's like nice. He's like something like nice shoes, bitch. I was like, he's a Gucci bitch. And we're like arguing about it, and then it was about to go down. And then Stephen Esposito.
That's not true. They got into a little battle, a little bit of a scuffle, a verbal showdown.
My boss Brian did. If you get in any altercation, you're fine.
And it's also 2 dudes that kind of talk the same, in a way.
All right, man. Just one. That like is a big story.
Yo, so that's hilarious.
So let's get to the actual video because I was like, let's just revisit it because I think, like remembering back, I feel like it's a classic little like captured in the back. Funny little altercation between them. Let's watch that. So, a little disclaimer here, guys. It's kind of hard to listen to them, and I guess the person that edited this or somebody kind of figure out what they were talking about. So I'm gonna try to slow that down and see what they're talking about because they kind of go a little bit too fast for me. Okay, Nate. Mayweather didn't even try. Brenda, I disagree. Floyd didn't even try. Talking about Conor, didn't win 4 rounds. I think what Brendan is talking about is his prediction being correct. He's like, I predicted 1 or 2 rounds he's gonna win, and he's not gonna win the rest of the fight. But like that's what I said. I mean, that was my prediction. Conor got the rounds that Mayweather didn't even try. That wasn't even trying. Okay, so he's like trashing Conor because he's like, obviously Mayweather's gonna win in the end. So he was just like, even try. So he just let Conor win. So it's just like, yeah, like, you know, obviously Nate at that time didn't like Conor. They were having, you know, that beef. That was also too after. Well, that was before. The Mayweather fight was after their fight. Like, so when Nate beat Conor, it was like in 2016, around there. And then they had the rematch, and then Conor beat him, right? But it was by decision. Nate's win was by submission, so it was like Nate had the better bragging rights because he actually finished Conor. Until he decided to turn it, and then he won. It's all good though. It's just the lack of knowledge though. Damn. Yes, but I didn't see it. He said something. Oh. I'm gonna let this video go.
It was at this moment that he knew he fucked up.
Look at that, like Shaw defending himself. He's like, do something about it. And then I guess that's where they like, hey, don't fight him. Obviously Nate like got really offended by that, like teed off on you, bro. That's why you lost your second fight. Got your ass beat.
Did you see it? No. I see it.
So let's watch that again.
Did you hear him a minute ago?
Didn't even try. See, that's where like everything changes. It's like, yeah, I was talking shit to you, bro. You gotta take it. But then when Shop was like, oh yeah, watch this.
It was at this moment that he knew he fucked up.
I think you're a fucking ass. Remember your career?
He said, remember your career. Wow. So yeah, that's it, guys. This show right here. So let me know what you guys think. Like and subscribe. See you guys next time.
Look at I-70 way in Athens, where the pavement remains damp under a thick overcast. Traffic is light and moving well. Highlight thanks to my round trip legends keeping us with water droplet on the lens turns recently. The ocean is unreversed. Drop a pace by the otherwise apps nearby at our 25 mark. So toggle that y'all mode. Let me know if the wind is picking up at your place.
Mr. Shop, sorry for your loss. Alright guys, welcome back to the show. Welcome back to the Bobble Verse.
Lines, set up elevated size, stage with county animation, and it has to play your network. Where is NWS now delivers direction. They're still tracking 60 miles per hour with a slow-moving network regenerated where they treat 40 corridor. This morning remains in effect for another 17 minutes. So please stay in a safe spot and wait how that goes for this core flow of
his co-host, whatever his name is, over and over referencing that he is one of these like Brendan Schaub hater group guys. We just play a little
Sky is regardless taking the title for the luckiest space in the region today. New points sitting at a heavy 75 points as they reach our storm structure. While light rains on the way to Memphis Metro limitation, that's 78% humidity. Heat of the air is feeling like sweltering 93 degrees. Watch the months.
I just want to show you like how much this guy does.
Correction, they do know Brendan Schaub
Also, shout out to my boys, Luke Thomas and Brian Campbell.
Just issued the Marshall and Lion in Southeastern Living.
I know you're the fan. You can give me that Thick Boy Award there. Look at that prize there. The Thick
We
Boy
have a
Award.
few severe thunderstorm warning for the Jaguars to
I mean, it looks so
This affects
golden and shiny. Right?
The severe storm is moving east. The Interstate 24 over the land near Denton Lakes area, carrying 60 miles per hour wind gusts and temperature summer-size damaging winds. If you are in the landing lakes area, Dalvin City, Eddyville, these are also indoors now. Protect yourself from wind damage, stale and trees, and be ready to move. National Weather Service radar indicates a tornado change is also possible with this cell. So stay alert and be ready to move to the lowest floor of the sturdy building. This storm is tracking through an area with over 34,000 people. So please check in on your neighbors and check out Kentucky as this moves 970 and we've got a dramatic storm base with a ragged lowering right over those grain sites. The pavement is currently dry and the traffic is limited. But this cell is producing the Jacksonville side scale and we can set back most of the clouds just sort of across the field to engage. Quiet it down through the phone network like a growing news.
Okay, so that's 54 seconds. This goes on for another 3 minutes of just, his co-host just ripping on.
Decade I-76, Logan County, where it's a wide stretch of highway under heavy
It's not
hazy skies.
relevant.
But pavement
The
is
guy
just
that's
on the
been on
lens,
the Fight
firm
Companion
recently.
and also got a little award from Brendan. Just because Luke Thomas and Brian Campbell had already won an award in previously, Brendan said, hey, we already won an award. I'm just going to give this to Jesse and Fire for being the second best. Here's Brendan saying that.
So my MMA career, also shout out to my boys, Luke Thomas and Brian Campbell. They did win the MMA award, the official award. This is
We're seeing a slight drop in the wire section.
they won. So now those guys, Luke Thomas goes way back.
Baseball side,
There's no one got closer to in MMA than Luke
we're
Thomas.
up the sides of the
I absolutely adore the guy. He's so goddamn smart. His knowledge on MMA, when he breaks it down, there's none better.
You're still
So
fair
good.
talent
I
like
love
that
Luke Thomas.
and if you're out on the midway, you definitely need to like something at the heart. Well, the thermometer is pointing
As far as hardware
for another
goes,
27 minutes. So making
right
feel
there with
like
the guys.
80 degree or near the rise.
My boy
And stay
Jesse
away from
Fire.
the very gradual design of the 60 years for your late night hours. So it stays clean.
When I was in high school, there were always these rando people who ended up being the butt of every joke. Everyone. It was
Scanning with the rise of good lit
bottom of the
so
show.
it shouldn't interfere with your plans. That's a textbook survival snapshot cell. Radar is quiet and unexpected core of this non-clear window sun just like the games and the highway remains dry for now. But travelers heading east are pushing directly toward a cell worn like tennis ball size.
And they want to hang out all the time. I'm like, dude, relax. Man.
Heading down the
I just want you to know I'm not on board with this shit.
Twilight view.
When I was in Fraternity, I never missed it. Just never.
Quiet and dry water maker now, but don't get too comfortable. NWS Huntsville is a flood watch active. Tropical fish Carson down. Ice sun moving still to get across 7 inches of rain like traffic.
Did he just call Brendan inferior? Because, I mean, I get he's saying I'm no book. We should give Brendan a definition of what's both.
All they doing is nice air cell related to the Jackson origins
Maybe
and the
just
Kentucky Lake Corridor.
whole theory. Maybe this is kind of bullying. Maybe this is online bullying. I don't think it's bullying. I think it's just a little bit of hazing.
Safe from flying debris or shredded 60 mile per hour wind gusts. These threats are right to exercise. Radar shows a notification that a tornado is with your
It's not like you
so
can
stay
watch
alert about threatening conditions change quickly, threats prevented,
definitely does
radar
that.
shows enough
But
rotation that a
apparently,
tornado
we can't make fun of comedians. Only they can make fun of us.
stay inside until this clears.
You want conflict with me? Send me someone who doesn't need to work the adversary. And all this shit
Fans
looks like
heading to
to
the
me are
races for
sensible
Yellow
guys.
Card New South Florida can expect very warm southern highs under 70 now should kick sky over I-70. The actual air temperature is now
looking forward to that.
black storm structures are right over the Great Silence.
You're telling me this guy was
Despite
like,
the ominous horizon, pavement remains dry.
he's
Traffic is
top of
flowing
his
shaping for the
socially,
time.
growing up, whatever. Because all this looks like is this anonymous, bully crew. That's all it looks like. It's like we're going to jump on this guy any chance we get. It's like, and let's do fucking legal. It's kind of funny.
Is it anonymous or unanimous? Because it's not anonymous, you know who it is.
Is possibly jet to sky as the smoke flows away.
One is making fun of
It
him.
looks peaceful
Any other
now.
podcast are making fun of him. They point a couple of
Flash flood
references
one
here and there.
remains active. Local roads like Cigar into Wood Creek burned underwater nearby.
You're a fucking nerd, bro. Okay? Let me just break this to you. You making fun of him? Dude, you're not like in the cool crew now because you're making memes about a dude who would beat the fucking shit out of you in 1 second. You're a fucking
10
nerd.
minutes of rain.
Ooh, a nerd.
Thunderstorm lifts
This
down
is the
a large
guy
section of the
with a plastic golden chain and the cartoon of yourself looking all buff and jacked and way better looking than you actually look like right now. And with more hair. So yeah, other people, BC's a nerd, Luke's a nerd because they like to make fun of Brendan. Yeah, sure. Label them nerds. But what are you? Some tough guy, some real tough guy. Yeah, I have a purple belt of jiu-jitsu. People love. That means you cannot make fun of me because I will crush you.
Droplets on the left, visibly wet pavement on-ramp confirm the rain has arrived. Semis are going through at a steady clip.
I like troll defense. I wish I had troll defense.
Multi-vortex tornadoes reported
I like troll defense. I wish I had.
travelers may
Guys, you're not cool. You're not on the bully team. Okay, the guys who could really bully people don't. Okay,
quick look at
guys who really
I-70.
bully people don't do it.
We've got some intense submarine heading to a hazy horizon.
Why?
The
Why would
pavement is
they have
fully
to?
dry.
What the
The tanker
fuck?
truck is
What do I
moving the
get out of?
scene with light traffic
Bullying
behind it.
someone that a bunch of other people
It's
are bullying.
fairly
What do I get out of that?
The severe
I
setup
need that
across the
to feel
place.
like I'm fucking tough. I don't. I don't. I'll bully you because you look like a chubby fucking sorry ass.
So today is the day he's gonna finally start bullying. Never did it in elementary, middle school, high school, college.
63.
Today's the day.
Reporting live
I'll
from
bully you.
otherwise active.
Speak
Heavy
for
hitters
no
holding
fucking
down
reason.
Tucker,
Has
Tennessee.
Shop ever said anything about you? Does he fucking know
Most
who you are? I
critically,
mean, sure.
11 of you are pinned inside
I
active
love Rick Thomas. But like,
Please drop what you're doing.
he's never
Into
done
your
a
safe spot.
single fucking thing. Nothing. He's never said a word about you. Not one word.
Let's zoom in
You think
on
about it that
Western
much, you
Kentucky,
fucking bring it
where
in.
one of our
Oh my God,
otherwise
this
just
shot
checked
me.
in Been under the gun,
You
severe
look fucking
thunderstorm.
pathetic to me.
Have a dangerous cell 5
I'd
miles
be
to
a
your
good adversary.
northwest.
Why don't you try that shit
Strong
on me,
rotation.
motherfucker?
And another to your southwest. After
Now,
1 inch
every
hail.
single
Move to the
day.
interior right from
You
the
know, look,
windows.
I could be a much more worthy adversary. I
Mayfield
don't have a
and
million people
a
coming at me.
direct
You
path.
come at me, I'll just
60 mile per hour
we can
gusts.
do this.
So stay
Like
hunkered
nobody
down.
was even talking about you, Jesse. But you put yourself in that target.
Now let's
Yeah.
fly over to Salem
The
County,
whole
Kansas,
subreddit
where you were just checked
coming
in.
after you. Sort of. They don't care much about you. They don't really
You
care
were under a
much.
severe
More
thunderstorm
about
watch.
Brendan. But you are now in the Bopaverse,
Potential for
which
80 mile per
will
hour wind gusts.
somewhat give you
Make sure your vehicles are under cover
spotlight
and
here
your
and there.
devices are charged.
And this one was
Radar
definitely
shows a storm just
a funny
5
one.
miles
I
to
mean,
your
even
south
at the end,
southeast.
when he said he was
And
gonna
your way.
F
Flood
them
watch
out,
also
it's just
in
kind of crazy.
And to stay off the roads,
Yeah,
stay
it's
weather
kind of,
aware.
yeah, it's very unhinged, very
Finally,
in the end
let's
there
fly
with
over
that.
to Martin to Marshall County, where it's working in 52 dangerous rotating
The
zones
subreddit
right
gave
now.
their
One storm
response
is just
to
9 miles to your
Jesse on
northwest,
fire from
and
making
another
fun
is
of
11
their
miles to your southwest.
CEO or
Both having
co-CEO.
1 inch hail,
Here's
60
this
mile
post,
per hour
EC
gusts as they
CEO
close in on their
chat.
position.
Here's
You are under a
Jesse on
severe
fire.
thunderstorm
I want to
warning
read
to the
Jesse on fire's list of
and flood watch.
things
Get to
that
an
they
interior
kind
room
of put
Stay
it
off
in
the
a
roads
nutshell,
and free
kind of
to
describe.
Western.
Allegedly married a 15-year-old. I've seen a clip of that one. That one's kind of hard.
Big thanks to the 63 reporting line. This 37 to hit our goal of 100. So keep sharing those locations, whether WhatsApp, who are watching from Kentucky or Tennessee, if you want to share your local focus on yourselves, head over to the Belmont Gym.
You grilled her.
Belmont Street. Hashtag KYT.
Good point.
Brandon, can you please mute yourself?
Winner. It's going the long way.
Thank you, Big Dog.
It's kind of funny. You think he matters, and that one was kind of like
Lining up the I-76
foreshadowing for
corridor
later
at
because
Logan
Luke responds to
clearly see the
Jesse on
reflections
fire and
of
basically
pavement
tells him the
templates
same
from
thing.
events
You don't
from
matter.
recent
You're not
activities.
in my
Traffic
orbit.
sparse.
I need them to
Tornado
understand
watch
something.
and
And I'm
giant
honestly
hail
not even
threats
trying to
still active on certain
care
make
about
sure you stay weather
Do not matter. You can't be the same as a cat profile.
Here's the CEO, Brian Campbell's list. CEO of a successful dining establishment. Homeless. Mostly does not matter. But with beast of a dad, he just goes. Exactly right.
Scanning the horizon,
And it just kind of
Carson County,
just
where
shows
I-70
like
rolls drive. Check
the
out
life
Sportster
of
Grand Shop from
like
this
critically obvious.
Some of our viewers are currently inside
It's a
active
shot.
severe
All right, now we get to Luke Thomas' response to Jesse on fire. Here is Luke Thomas' response.
There are a few of these guys.
Western Kentucky.
Titles, they don't have the interviews.
You're making back in on yourself. Dangerous as this cell is in St. Graves, northwestern Calgary, and southwestern Marshall County. We are still looking at 60-mile-per-hour gusts. Already have a spotter over.
Well, let's name a couple of them, right?
60
We
mile
got
per
the
hour
Schmo, MMA Guru. Who else? Mexican martial arts, right? MMA hole. There's a couple of them.
Version of just internet news that appears to be very concerned with what I have to say about things in ways that surprises me. And I need them to understand something, and I'm honestly not even trying to be mean. I don't care about it. Any of you.
You don't matter, B. None of you matter.
Like, they care what I have to say. I don't care about your opinions on anything. I don't care about what content you make. I don't care what you have. Like, they use my content. I'm not going to put down copyright strikes on it. I don't, in any part of my day, ever think it's a useful version of my time to hear anything that they have to say, literally about anything, including and especially. Like, why would I do a bare minimum of investigation into what? He's not alone. There's other ones like him. A bare minimum of investigation into them. These are people. They are loud for the sake of being loud. They are not interesting. They're not bright. They're not well read. There's nothing interesting about them. Why the fuck would I care? Say what the fuck you want to say. I don't give a shit. I don't care at all. You never see me bring them up. I don't give a shit. This dude.
I mean, like, Jesse on Fire was like defending Brendan because of BC mostly, right? BC, I don't think has said anything yet except for kind of make fun of him for a bit. Luke obviously seems a little like annoyed about Jesse on Fire talking shit about them.
Jesse on Fire, he follows me on Twitter. I don't follow him. I don't care at all. You never see me bring them up. I don't give a shit. This dude, Jesse on Fire, he follows me on Twitter. I don't follow him. He hit me.
Oh, so he does know them, right? Jesse said, I don't know them. I don't know them. But you follow Luke on Twitter. You probably follow him on Instagram. Maybe you subscribe to him on YouTube, right? But it's this kind of thing where, like, yeah, it's like, you know, Brandon, what he says. Great guy, never met him.
A year ago to collab on a video. I didn't hit him up. Right? I don't care about him. I don't care. Utterly meaningless in my life.
useful ways in which I want to spend my time. Of course, everyone's trying to do this bit where it's like, and this will get used to, like, oh, you care, you're doing this thing. I care in enough to answer this question. Yeah, and then I don't want to talk about it. Give a fuck. I don't give a fuck about any.
Oh, maybe this is why Jesse went kind of hard on Morning Kombat, saying he's gonna bully them and, you know, put your sights on me, because I'll do something about it, right? I'm finally gonna be bullied, right? Which is the thing he said, like, I have never bullied anybody, but today's the day that I do it.
Still, that you can't even use your, you don't even use your age to give you guys chat boards. I don't give a fuck about your channels. I don't give a fuck about your opinions. They're profoundly stupid and not worth my time. Actually, you know what's funny? The joke is really, it's on me, but it's on them. They don't even realize it. Like, it's on me. Here's what I mean. Like, here's how, getting back to the conversation about, like, I've reached certain things that I'm not where I want to be. Here's how you know I have reached. Never seen like that things like we're peers enough to have this like moment. What the fuck? Like nothing is like the saddest shit. The biggest critique.
Hey Luke, you YouTuber? I think that's probably another reason why Jesse on Fire probably like wants him on his show. He's like, hey, you do YouTube? I do YouTube. Let's do collab.
You're a YouTuber, right? You're a vlogger.
Okay, yeah. But Lucas also, you know, he works for Showtime, and he shows up on ESPN. So he thinks he's much bigger than he actually think he is, right? Or maybe like subscribers for his channel. Lucas is at almost about 200K, but Jesse on Fire, I saw his, and he's like 100K, right? Look at his, he's like 116, so he's quite big himself. In the YouTube world, you know, but also Jesse on Fire is not on Showtime. He's not gonna pop up on any major broadcasting sports like MMA to commentate or do any kind of interviews. He's not that type of guy. I don't think he's as professional as Luke Thomas is. And Luke Thomas thinks he's at the level where he is professional and he can, you know, bring in the fire and be also entertaining and also be informative with MMA, unlike other people that he thinks they're lower than him, which could be all, you know, possibility or also true on his part. You know, he's also kind of like saying, wow, I kind of thought I was bigger than I was, but not really, because this guy's trying to collab with me.
Make of my career is that these kinds of people, why do people think that they're my antagonist? Like, oh my fucking god. Do you know what like an underachiever you have to be for that to be the situation? At least I'm honest about it with you, right? Like, I'm telling you the truth. Like, I get that. Like, that is my fucking antagonist. Like, when Chael made a video about me, I responded to Chael. Right? That's a worthy adversary. Fucks. Like, you just gotta be kidding me, bro. You just gotta be kidding. I cannot believe these fucking mongrels think that we are peers. Like,
these mongrels, man. Ooh, that one's gotta burn.
God. Oh my god. So, I don't give a fuck. Say what you want to say, dude. It doesn't change anything about my life. None of it is interesting. Like, it's proximity to the truth. Here's how confident I am. I encourage anyone in my audience to use this gentleman and some other folks as well. And if in the end, like, that content is better for you, I encourage you. I encourage you. You don't have the same audience. Like, there's no doubt in my mind, like, the kind of audience that I want, like, they're not interested in antagonists of this level. Oh my god, it's so fucking embarrassing that I have to be like, these are These are the people coming after you. Oh my god. People that look like they've been tasered on the side of the highway in North Florida. Another one who looks like a skin tag that someone fucking super glued pubic hair to. I mean, we are just talking about fucking garbage mill kids coming after you with loud opinions, utterly centered on nothing. What do I think about it? I don't.
Oh man, they don't matter, B. Luke Thomas says y'all don't matter.
They do not matter.
Y'all aren't on his level, okay? Don't be hitting up his DMs for any collab, all right? I'm sick of y'all. And I think he's also speaking for BC, but I don't know. Because BC's the kind of the main one who talks a lot of stuff about friends. Let's look at the comments here, because I'm sure they're going to probably investigate who's the guy. Here's the Big Green says, Luke calling him a mongrel was unbelievably satisfying. That was a good one. Homeless Cat 55567 says, tased on the side of the highway in North Florida is what did it for me, B. Lost Evidence 2099 says, a skin tag with hair glued on, literal garbage pail kids. That, I'm sure, was for Jesse on Fire. I mean, the guy looks like, if Captain America failed the super soldier serum and winded up looking like Jesse on Fire. So, I mean, it's obvious that Luke does not care about these guys, or he doesn't really want to entertain these guys on whatever they think is going on. I also have another one with BC giving his take or his response on the Methy or Jesse. The subreddit is calling Jesse Methy because they say he looks like he's on meth. Here's this one. The CEO wants to do some skits and bits on Methy drama, but Luke begs to differ, says less. Here we go.
There was some explosions on the Reddit sphere. Luke Thomas apparently arrived and said,
Can we just not talk about this bullshit?
It got very methy yesterday, Luke, and it was you were just like Rambo, but there you go. Maybe we'll just move on with our lives. Right?
Enough of that. Luke just has had enough of that. But I'm sure Brian is relentless with the skits and the bits, so he ain't gonna be stopping. And BC don't care either. He knows that Jesse on Fire ain't gonna do nothing. Let's be honest here. And Luke Thomas is very much in contact with Brendan. I think today I was watching the podcast. He said he was going to talk to him later on. So he doesn't really care about that, right? I don't think he cares about that. Mr. Shop! All right, guys, last one, we got this update from the Fight the Kid subreddit about the whole EGL, Mark Harley, his claim.
It's rewind time. Hey, Mark is on the drop this. Brendan is also now claiming CAA, that's his agency, has stolen $1.4 million from him. And if he doesn't get the money back, he will not be able to pay his employees in the next 4 months, possibly 3, since it's been a few weeks since I was given this info from a highly credible source familiar with his finances.
Mark Harley said that Brendan owed him money, and so he made claims, pretty much kind of sued Brendan for not paying up what he was owed, his wages. And so we got an update on it, and here is the update from this guy, the guy that posted it. Murder Alaska 2 days ago said, TFATK's podcast network, Cast Media, might be going bust. Mark Harley also emailed me a copy of his wage claim. The end might be close. So here it is. Just so we're all on the same page, the recent post, Cast Media, may be a prom by you on /dust with flower. Made me check to see if the TFATK really is a Cast Media property, and it is for sure. So Cast Media owns the TFATK podcast. The story with Cast Media is that Jim Cornette, a huge wrestling podcaster, just released an episode about how Cast was selling his ads and was doing so on a commission basis, and recently stopped forwarding payments for the ads. Cornette and his sidekick Brian last revealed that they are suing Cast Media and that they worry about the other podcasts that are actually owned wholly or in part by Cast. I think TFAK might be owned in part by Cast, so even more effective than Cornette. So Cornette just gives Cast Media ads so they can sell, right? Also on the Cornette pod, Brian last said Cast stopped paying them late last year. Mark Harley, according to his wage claim, was fired in January. It seems like this might line up in terms of a timeline for when money started getting tight for Dick Boy Studios. Brian last said that Cast Media's excuse was industry conditions, which has also been the excuse of Wondery when they dropped Tiger Belly, which is subject of another lawsuit. There are numbers of indications that the podcast bubble is bursting, which only makes this even more of a problem for Brendan and Riggs. That's a Chauvinism problem. I was like, prom? Okay, also, in the thread yesterday where someone uncovered BGL's wage claim investigations online, you /Hello Mark Harley replied to me and offered to email the actual complaints. I've taken a look at them, and they are consistent with that Mark has said on the sub about how his pay was randomly docked and how he was always on call and managing social media in addition to driving Brendan to gigs and being basically Brendan's bagman. Okay, so it was just not only the social media thing, but also carrying his bags and driving Brendan around. Quite interesting. Should be, deserves to get paid for that. That's just not for free. Maybe Brendan thinks it was just a homie hookup, but Mark begs to differ.
Well, your Navy hat would beg the differ.
Yeah. You just said beg the differ. I know. I just come on. It's differ.
Beg the differ. Where it looks like Brendan really screwed up in terms of Mark's employment is that he didn't keep any sort of time records for hours worked and no tracking of overtime or meal breaks, despite Mark nominally being an hourly wage employee. Mark's complaint recalls all of this with screenshots showing that he was not compensated for overtime, mileage, being on call, and on and on. There's all sorts of potential penalties that Big Boy could be on the hook for, in addition to back pay. Wow. So here are the complaints that Mark Harley sent. Here's a proof that Mark Harley sent that he wasn't lying about the California investigations. Wage claim search. Here's three claims. I guess it was from Mark Harley, maybe also other people too. Also put in a wage claim. Here's the defendant name, Tiger Thick LLC. Defendant, case number, I don't know what that is. It's a distillery, that's his whiskey brand that they filed on the 4th of 19th. So it's kind of all in the same day, the next day after. Diane Steele, assigned deputy, DIR office, case under investigation as of 2023. What month are we in? Since July. So July, and then it's going to be August. So it's going to be now another 3 or 4 months of still being investigated. Okay, another one, Thick Boy Productions, and then Thick Boy Studio. So they're all in different. They're all different companies under the same person, I assume. Possibly Brendan and his father. A lot of people say his dad is also a co-owner, so he also funds Brendan's projects and whatnot. So it seems like BGL was not lying about making claims or pursuing this in court. So it's getting quite dicey for Brendan. And it's also the Cast Media as well. It seems like maybe they're not paying Brendan what he was getting paid before, as I read that, previously that he did not get paid, presumably Cassidy owns it. Cornette says, I'm going to show you the clip of Cornette and Brian talking about the lawsuit on their podcast.
We're picky about what we do and our programs, and that's why that we do everything ourselves or in-house. Unlike many other podcasts, programs, whatever, we're not with a network, and we own all of our content, and we are our own producers, and we decide what we say and talk about and what we don't. And even our editing and our administrative technical support, they for us. They're Kippelman and O.J. Sharknado and so many more. They're highly paid, highly trained students. They're very
they're not stooges in any way. Why don't you say that? Why would you say that?
They do as we direct. Now, they're not just run-of-the-mill stooges. They're not the Three Stooges. They're highly paid, highly trained, highly sought-after students.
Well, you just named
Their
two.
students work.
You named two.
1 weak link that we had come to rely on because we had no reason for quite some time to rely on him. Alleged Weasel, since this is going to court. There was running Cast Media, who was selling our advertising to the fine advertisers. Rely on him. Alleged Weasel, since this is going to court. There was Cast Media, who was selling our advertising to the fine advertisers that advertise on our program's advertising. But it's, to paraphrase Jerry Seinfeld, it's not the selling of the advertising, it's the paying for the advertising. And suddenly, there was no paying for our advertising, not from our fine sponsors, who have been upset as we were about this disruption of service. They paid him, and he didn't pay us. Have I summed that up correctly, Brian?
You've summed it up. There's a lot of detail, and we should note we're not unique in this situation. There are other shows, pretty much all the shows under the umbrella of Cast Media. Now, again, we were an outside production. We were just using them for advertising support. There are other shows that are in the unfortunate position of being Cast Productions, or may not have a big audience and may not know what to do. So we're in a better position than most. It just happened to me.
Yes.
So as you guys can hear that, so they're paying to get their ads up, right, to be seen, and also to get paid by the people that interact with the ads, and they should be getting back some money for the ads. And what Jim says is that the big corporate heads are keeping the money and not giving it back, and also the advertisers are pissed off as well as Jim and his co-host here for not getting paid what they're owed. And then, for them, look, as Jim said, he's lucky that they're not part of Cast Media and other podcasts are. So that's what he kind of feels guilty about pursuing them, because, they are going to probably feel the blowback of this lawsuit. And they're also going to lose money as well, as we've kind of seen it from, Thick Boy or the Thick Boy Productions. They're not paying some of their employees, and it seems to be because podcasting has really gone down in value since the pandemic really got everybody just to stay home and watch a whole lot of content, which might have gave them an illusion that they're actually doing way better than they're actually supposed to, because everybody's at home and everybody's just watching way more of it. And, they thought, okay, well, we have all this money now. I'm talking about, Cast Media. They got all this money now, and they're going to invest in other podcasts. They're going to buy their podcast. But it seems like they overshot their expectations, and now they have all these podcasts they have bought, and now they can't, pay back or like there's some sort of thing going on that the people are keeping the money. Who knows what's really going on internally? But it's kind of it's kind of a bad thing for anybody that's under Cast Media and is and they're podcast is part of Cast Media, which is dicey, right? I think I'll end this right here, guys, because you guys can just listen to yourself. It's a whole hour of them talking about Cast Media. So it seems like BGL was right that he did put that lawsuit in there. You know, says that not getting paid for all those things. So it seems like BGL was employed in all of Brandon's projects: Tiger Thick, LLC, Thick Boy Productions, and Thick Boy Studios. He worked on all of these. He worked on all of these different sectors in Brandon's YouTube and whiskey. So I can see why he was owed $16K, right? And it seems like Brandon doesn't have a punch-in, punch-out machine. So how are they gonna resolve this issue? Is gonna be interesting to hear in the future. All right, guys, I'll end this here. Let me know what you guys thought of this, and I'll see you guys next time. Laters.
Mr. Shah, sorry for your loss.
All right, guys, welcome back to the show. Let's just jump right into it, as always. And first thing we got is BGL coming out of retirement. Let's look at this post that came out 2 weeks ago. I'm a little behind, guys. I'm sorry. I've been having a Shaw burnout. Let's be honest here. You know, it's gotta have your breaks when you're talking about Shaw. You lose a lot of IQ points.
Who's taking your life?
Mark Harley back from deadlifting cars.
Watching my car now. He's picking up my car. Picking up my car.
Some homeless cat posted BGL talking about Brandon somewhere because I was like, where is this coming from? And there were two, not only this, but there's also another second part to this. And let's read it. It says, at Hello Mark Harley, Brandon owes me $16.3K, by the way. Hired a private investigator to follow me because his side chick sent flowers to his wife. I have proof of all this, and he is currently being investigated by the California Labor Commission for 5 separate claims of failure to pay wages to me. The second one says, pinned by Unique. Then I was like, okay, now I know where it's coming from. So he's probably at the Unique channel. I'm not subscribed to Unique. I don't know what the heck is he doing. Some of you guys know that Unique and Brendan, I guess they're still on an ongoing lawsuit court battle. I assume this is from a video that Unique made and Mark commented on it. And this one says, sent flowers to his wife with a card saying, this isn't Mark. I just want you to know he's seen other women and we've had a long-term affair. And of course, Brendan had to gaslight his wife into thinking I did it. It blinks. I jumped his gate to deliver the flowers, LOL. Like there wouldn't be green camera evidence. So I went to the Unique channel to see what was up, right? He also made another comment too. Here's another one from Mark Harley. Brendan is also now claiming CAA has stolen $1.4 million from him, and he doesn't get the money back. He will not be able to pay his employees in the next 4 months, possibly 3, since it's been a few weeks since I was given this information from a highly credible source familiar with his finances. I suggest you guys take this with a pinch of salt because you guys know Mark did a tour of podcasts and different shows to pretty much call out and expose Brendan for firing him and other silly things.
She's really upset, obviously. I'm hurt, man. If you want to hurt me, you got me, brother. You definitely got me.
And then the last one says, at Dana Black, no, I'm going to the labor court. To understand this, these replies or these comments, you have to go to Unique's channel. And once I went to Unique's channel, I was like, okay, I guess we start from Brendan trashes Mark Harley and cries about losing money. I clicked on this, and Unique starts talking about Mark Harley, how he mentioned them on the Golden Hour, which he did, but a lot of people were like, where's the clip at? I will show you the clip, but let's hear from Unique first.
Crybaby Brendan Schaub went off on Mark Harley on the Golden Hour podcast. He didn't call him out by name, but it was obvious he was talking about. And he was complaining about how he's lost all this money investing in people. And basically just saying, man, I took a chance on that guy and didn't pan out. I lost a bunch of money that way. And he's also complaining about getting demonetized. So now, if you want...
All right, let's break down the first thing he said about talking about Mark Harley, but didn't mention his name, obviously. So let's go to that Golden Hour episode where Brendan talks about losing money over investing in friends, quote unquote, right? So let's look at that.
5G. That's the one thing I thought. You hook people up. I would say the dumbest investments I've made is straight up. I've lost more money investing in dumbass people. Just because I think everyone's gonna have a good heart. It's right here.
And I'm still here, so I think that was a good one.
Yeah, I wasted a lot of. Imagine if it was you and you're still here. Like, why would you still? Like, this is why I want to have this conversation on here. Now, but investing, like, wasting time, money, and resources with people that don't know this. And there's been so many red flags. I'm like, nah, I can fix this. It's like, no.
He mentions a girl. Who is that girl? Obviously, it's probably not Kat, but I don't know. Maybe he's just talking at his ass.
Yeah. Waste of time and resources. When you could have been, taking your time, seeing the red flags, and somebody who's actually run with it.
So there is that part from. That's what Unique assumes who's he's talking about, which is Mark. Yeah, I assume it's probably Mark because he had a podcast. I don't think anybody else, Brendan did a day before. I mean, he's also screwing him because he didn't really give up the money that he owes for the job, apparently, according to Mark Harley, because he was prematurely fired, is what I remember from last time when he went on the MMA Holes and said that he did all this work and he's basically doing the same job that Keto George is doing, is like doing the clips and uploading it to the social medias and stuff. But, also Mark is a part-time actor and trainer, so he also has side gigs and side hustles. Let's go back to the Unique thing where he mentions Brendan talking about his monetization.
He's also complaining about getting demonetized. So now, if you watch like the Fighter and the Kid in the Golden Hour podcast, you'll notice that they're bleeping out the swears. And it's like, dude, first of all, YouTube did reverse that policy. YouTube came out with a policy saying you couldn't really swear anymore. They immediately took that back. You just can't overdo it. But I guess during over an hour podcast, they say the F word too much. But yeah, that's not gonna help you, Baba. Dude's crying about getting yellow badged on some videos. When people say demonetized, they don't mean their entire channel has been demonetized. They just mean some videos are green badged and yellow badged, and if it's yellow, limited or no ads, most likely no ads run on it. And since this dude is losing all his dad's money in his failed venture of Thick Boy Studios, he's crying, and he's crying about money now. Boo-hoo! I lost money investing in Mark Harley. Boo-hoo! My videos are getting demonetized. He still claims to be shadow banned and stuff. And truly,
so the demonetization part, he also does mention that a lot too. And one of them he talks about is Gringo Poppy or the Gringo Boppy special being demonetized, and said that some vaccine thing caused it to be demonetized.
But I still see comedians putting their specials out. They get millions of views and stuff.
Some of them,
yeah.
just maybe it's just about the marketing. If you're looking to get monetized, is that right?
Yeah, because mine didn't get flagged. I say some dicey stuff, but I didn't monetize.
You say stuff in there, like weird stuff? I guess the
one of the
vaccine
reasons, yeah, one of the reasons I didn't go with Comedy Central is because I said so.
Yeah. I understand.
I'll upload it to YouTube and not monetize it.
And some of the homeless cats were like, "Hey, you bullshit." So they they went on a website where it shows like the videos that are being monetized, and obviously, if you don't have YouTube Red, then you'll see ads. I have YouTube Red, so I can't tell if there's ads, or if you have ad blocker, you probably won't even tell yourself. But it is true, he does have monetization. And let's go to that video that somebody made.
I didn't get flagged. I say some dicey stuff, but I didn't monetize. And one of the reasons I didn't go with Comedy Central is because I said so.
Yeah.
No.
I understand.
I'll upload it to YouTube and not monetize it.
So you didn't monetize it.
Hey, photographer, you blockbuster.
As you can see that they played an ad on the Gringo Poppy special. So it's obviously monetized. And even if it's like, as Unique said, like if it's a yellow badge, which is like limited ads or no ads.
Some videos are green badged and yellow badged, and if it's yellow, limited or no ads, most likely no ads run on it.
Obviously, you're going to be making way less money, but I'm sure Brandon is making the full amount on this. I'm sure he's bullshitting. I'm sure he doesn't see all his content because, Chin, his producer, Chin was on vacation and he happened to be talking to the people in Ben Pixels about monetizing some videos that were probably going to get flagged. So Chin is the one watching out for Brendan's back here on videos not being demonetized. Let's go to Chin here.
The first one got flagged. The second one I was just uploading just to see if it made a difference. I uploaded literally the same video, right? And then the third one, I uploaded it and I removed some vaccination talk because I thought that would be, me and Georgie were talking about like that kind of news flag.
No. I didn't think you had performed really well. We took like 11 minutes out of there in the long time to keep my eye on that.
Alright, let's not watch Chin. Alright, so yeah, Chin says there that he's doing his best to get that the videos monetized. I don't know, maybe Brendan is probably stretching out the truth. I'm sure Chin has his back on checking out certain videos that are not going to get demonetized because they're working with an agency, so I'm sure they want them to make the full amount of money. They want them to benefit off of the videos. But let's go back to Unique's video. This is where Mark Harley said Brandon is also now claiming CAA has stolen 1.4. So as I read before, he did that like 2 weeks ago, and then Unique made a video about Mark Harley's comment on his video. So here's that video. Brendan Schaub claims his agent stole. Brendan Schaub did not claim it. He did not claim his agent stole. Mark Harley is claiming that Brendan Schaub is claiming that his agent stole, because I have not seen any video from Brendan saying that, hey, CAA, which is it's like an agency that helps talent find touring, gigs, advertising, all that stuff. I have not seen a video from Brendan say that he's going to sue CAA because they stole money from him. I've not seen that. The only person that has claimed that is Mark Harley, and he said that, and Mark Harley is saying that somebody that is like highly, what do you say? He says here, highly credible source familiar with his finances. Like somebody in CAA is a homeless cat who is like trying to get himself fired by telling BGL about Brendan's finances. To me, it feels a little fishy, I'm trying to be a little bit skeptical because these guys always talk shit about Brendan, and rightfully so. Both of them got a bad taste from Brendan, and Unique is also being sued still currently. I'll talk to you about that later because Unique points that out in that video that he says that he's still in a battle with him in court, and it still hasn't been reached. Like a victor has not been reached yet. I made a video a while back where Unique was highly inebriated and said that he won the case or he was about to win the case, and that was a couple months ago. And he's saying, well, it's still not finished yet, but I understand court cases take a long time. I'm sure that Unique is probably going to win that case because the video that Brendan is suing him for it's a Showtime owned video, not a video owned by Thick Boy or Brendan himself. So it's going to be hard for him to claim that video. Unique says he's stalling the court case. Let's hear that from Unique.
For not paying Mark, but Mark decided to drop this. Brendan is also now claiming CAA, that's his agency, has stolen $1.4 million from him. And if he doesn't get the money back, he will not be able to pay his employees in the next 4 months. Possibly 3, since it's been a few weeks since I was given this info from a highly credible source familiar with his finances. So, this goes into why Brendan Schaub lately has been crying about losing all this money. He cried about Mark Harley. This was the video that Mark Harley commented on that I made. He's starting to now edit his YouTube videos, taking out the swearing because God forbid he gets demonetized. I would say probably one of the biggest expenses he has, and the one he should be worried about the most, is in fact that lawsuit against yours truly, in which I can't really comment on the case, but let's just say it's fairly obvious to everyone involved in the case, including the judge, that this case is being purposely delayed and has been. And that's going to be a huge expense. Like I said, when this case is finally over.
Is Brendan putting millions of dollars into suing Unique? Possibly, right? I don't know. But, Unique has not even, from what he says, he hasn't spent really much a dime. It's just kind of like they're just kind of kicking the can to see how long it's going to last. But let me take you to where Unique, what was it, like 3-4 months ago, said that he was going to win that. He was winning that. He's going to win it for sure.
It just seemed like a giant money pit. And actually, that would be really funny if Unique actually won this lawsuit. Because his understanding of it was that this guy's going to have to, he's going to have to take down all his channels. So I like even. I thought this guy got to take it out. Like he still has a channel, and then it's like, oh, we'll win this lawsuit coming up, and he just kept pushing it, pushing the ball down the road a little bit to put off this final judgment. But if he did all that and then lost the fucking case, my God,
I keep pushing it down the road. I never pushed anything. I said this is the problem. His mindset of just killing you. But look at that. So they'll get them back.
So yeah, there he claims that he's won, but going back to the same video, it's like, oh no, I'm about to win, but I haven't won yet. You gotta take these things with a pinch of salt because we don't know what the end result might be in the end. Who knows? Maybe somehow in the end, those beasts of the lawyers wind up winning for Brendan,
You're finally going after anyone who harasses you online, including comments that you have spent $500,000 on monster lawyers and that you have friends in dark places who are going to get the job done.
And Unique gets all of his channels taken down. Hopefully not. I don't want Brendan to win that because then that gives other people a chance to sue for videos that they do not even own right? And says, "Oh, just because I'm in that video, it's mine." That's, I don't think that should be a case, or it should be credible for you to win a case like that.
Amazing stories I get to tell you people about. So he's going broke. That's fairly obvious. His dad is pretty much financing a lot of it. You have to understand, Brendan Schaub's father, Peter Schaub, is a very, very, very successful, multi-decade successful, multi-millionaire in the technology space and computer software. So a lot of this is just using daddy's money at this point. I wonder how long daddy is going to allow that to happen. But he's already making excuses for months from now as to why he cannot pay guys like Chin and Nick and those guys. And the question is, when Dummy no longer can cut them a check, are they still going to stick around?
So yeah, that's another rumor there, that his dad is funding his project, Thick Boy Studio, because a lot of people kind of correlate the channel's views with how much money do actually people make, and because Brendan runs a studio, a production, then how can he pay Nick, Chen, Chris, Eric, Brian, Callan, whoever else is working with him behind the scenes, with only like 50K views, 40K views? He doesn't hit 100K views anymore like how he used to when Theo was there, or he had Bobby Lee coming in as a guest, or Andrew Santino, Andrew Schultz, blah blah blah. Whoever else was paying his life. And then let's go to the one where he talks about like Mark talking about the side chick, a side chick of Brandon send flowers to Brandon's wife.
Mark Harley dropped another little tidbit of knowledge. So Brendan Schaub still owes him money. Brendan Schaub owes me $16,300, by the way. Hired a private investigator to follow me because his side chick sent flowers to his wife. Have proof of all this, and he is currently being investigated by the California Labor Commission for 5 separate claims of failure to pay wages to me. So, Brendan Schaub's side chick sent his wife flowers? Damn. When the baddies take the addies. But she sent flowers to the wife? That's kind of insane. I wonder if this happened when Mark released all those voicemails and that chick talking. I'm wondering if it was during that time, but come on. I wonder why the wife takes so many trips by herself. That's her little punishment to shop. All those trips to Vegas, this new recent one to Cabo, and he's doing a stand-up gig at a Zanies where there's 10 people in the audience. My God, and he hired private investigators, I guess, to follow the chick and Mark Harley. Still owes Mark money, and now be investigated by that commission for failure to pay. Sad, truly sad, but my man, he just goes. It's all about the addies and the baddies.
Well, he probably hired Kalila, right, to follow him around. Like, I don't know, man. To me, this kind of seems fishy. The side chick hit up Mark and said, "Hey, I sent Brendan flowers, and hopefully he doesn't think it was from you. He'll try to sabotage his marriage." Or did the side chick send his wife flowers for maybe, potentially Brendan's grave in the future? Mark exposed the addies and the baddies. And remember, the baddies were multiple women that he was texting. He was texting multiple women for Brendan. Every time he would tour, or if he would go to another comedy club, he'll have a new chick there, and instead of Brendan using his phone. Mark will use his to contact a female for him. And then in the end, when everything got a little too messy, Mark was like, drop down the info for everybody to see. Yeah, it's quite dicey for Brendan. Now, I'm not sure if any of this that Mark said is true. Like I said, guys, take this with a pinch of salt because it seems like Helen Mark Harley is like this like spy ninja. Unique also has a beef with Brendan. Both of these two guys. So it wouldn't be strange for them both to be teaming up and maybe also creating this drama, stirring some shit up, right? Potentially getting Brendan in trouble. Mr. Shop! But that's it, guys. That's all I found from this thing, you know? Oh, how about this? Because I was a little confused about it because, Brendan, Mark says Brendan claims or he's trying to sue the CIA. I have not seen anything from it. The only person who's claiming it is Mark Harley, like I said. So if anything happens in the next few months or nothing happens at all, this was BS, right? If nothing else happens and everything keeps going the same as usual, then this is just kind of a little bit of a drama stirring and maybe get Brendan's attention or anybody else that maybe Brendan's wife sees this and kind of sees what's up with him. But who knows? I honestly, like, I wouldn't say this is gonna be a slam dunk or a real thing, right? It's just a rumor right now because the only person that's claiming it is Mark Harley. I have not seen any video of Brendan saying that the CIA is stealing from him. Nobody from his team or anybody else seems worried.
And I'm still here, so I think that was a good one.
Because let's be honest, if your employer would not be giving you any money for 3 or 4 months, how are you going to tell your landlord that your boss owes you money and be like, oh, hey, in 4 months, 3 months, I'm going to be getting my salary. But for right now, like my boss got screwed over. It's pretty fishy. It's pretty fishy. I'm gonna end this right here, guys, because I could keep going about this and it's quite fishy, this whole thing. So I'll see you guys next time. Bye bye. Mr. Shop, sorry for your loss. Who's been your life? All right, guys, welcome back to the show. Welcome back to the Popoverse. Now, let's just jump right into it. Let's talk about Brendan getting confused with 2 Brazilians. Let's just play the clip, and we'll talk about it a little bit more in detail. This one says, Brenda sees a troll post on Twitter, completely falls for it, smugly reports it as fact. Let's watch this.
The Bram Moreno, Pantoja, you know who Pantoja beat, right? Makachev knocked him out. Oh, never heard of him? Doesn't matter, still knocked him out. That's how bad that looked.
Now, right away, somebody, the person that made this clip, they put this graphic here, and this is the thing, or this is the meme that Brendan thought that was real, and probably thought that it was true somehow, and forgot to realize that Pantoja is a flyweight. He's a 125-pound fighter, and Islam, he's now the current UFC lightweight champion, who weighs at 155, and the other guy who he's fighting, Adrian Martinez, is also 155. Now, the only thing that's similar is that they're both Brazilian. Now, I don't want to say This boy discriminated.
Oh man, y'all.
But that's probably the only thing that's similar about them, and also maybe a couple of tattoos, the hair, the beard, but that's all it. You know, it's not like I'm saying that all Brazilians look alike, because look at Anderson Silva, look at Paulo Costa, look at Alex Pereira. They all look different, but they're all Brazilian. Even Brian didn't even catch on to what Brendan said, and he was like, right.
Oh, never heard of a long time ago.
Because, let's be honest, maybe they're a little scared to correct them. Like, how many times do you have to correct them in a day? Probably a couple times, right?
Ted Bundy never admitted it. Ted Bundy, the only way they got him. No, he never did. No, the only way. Let me clear it up, Jim.
You sure about that? You sure about that? That's why? You sure it wasn't because after the thing that happened, you know what, look at me without dying laughing? You sure about that?
Ted Bundy never admitted to it. After more than a decade of denial, he confessed to 30 murders committed, and they think it's over 30. They think it's more like 70.
So he did actually confess.
He was paying your life.
Yeah, like I was looking online so I can show you guys maybe a better picture of Martinez. But once I googled Pantoja and then versus Islam came out on Google Images, let's look at that. So then, like, first post, it's Brendan. And somebody says, MMA Wager says, Adriano Moraes, Alexander Pantoja, tomato. There's another one. Where does this brain even pull this nonsense from? MMA fans react in disgust after Brendan claims he had to acknowledge his mistake. It's a little funny, let's be honest, but he actually did respond, because I'm sure everybody caught wind of it, everybody noticed it, and they made fun of him. So he went on the Shop Show, his MMA show. He said he made a mistake. Let's look at that. Here's Brendan. Here's the clip. Brendan addresses Guevara Pantoja over Islam statement.
Be with us. Then Pantoja, Brandon Moreno come out. My family's obviously super Mexican. Also, if you listened last week, I said it could be a rough night for Mexican culture. This was a rough fucking night. You know, Pantoja, the guy just doing all. You know, he beat Makachev, right? Oh man, y'all. You know how that goes, man. Is you know, I was watching Volkanovski versus Makachev, and I don't know if who knows where I got it? I don't know, man. I don't know. Who knows? It's on me, but sometimes that shit happens. Brain farts, man. It happens to the best. Yeah. Wish we had a computer to bring that shit up, but that's on me, dude. That's on me. What's weird is
obviously he got it from that meme that he saw, and he thought it was real, and did not confirm it.
Who knows where I got it? I don't know, man. I don't know. Who knows? It's on me, but sometimes that shit happens. Obviously, when I think I said I fired the kid, Brian didn't fucking know. I can say he fought Francis. Brian was like, unreal, dude. That is unreal. He beat Francis and got him, like, yes, at 125 pounds. He fucking ripped like that, Francis. Brian, like, I remember that. So that Brian, I don't know about Brian. But I think I even said during Dominic Cruz's interview.
Well, at least he didn't throw Brian under the bus.
Never heard of a long time ago.
I think because you just said with such conviction, we didn't even think about it. Yeah. Maybe back in the day they did fight. I don't know. No, man, he's 125 pounds. That's insane. All of us fucked up. Yeah, all of us fucked up. Yeah, rewind time. Who knows where I got it? I don't know, man. I don't know. Who knows? It's on me. It's on me. But like between you two, usually I would like pick stuff up, but at that point, that's a big statement. You might want to lay low for a little bit. We killed a guy. You might want to lay low.
Clint, hold that shit up. What does it say? Chip, Clint. What is it? Clint, give me that chip.
Do you have that chip? You know who Pantoja beat, right? Makachev. Knocked him out. Never heard of him. Doesn't matter. Still knocked him out. Who's paying your life?
Even Morning Combat makes fun of Brandon here. Let's watch that. Skits and bits.
Who Pantoja is and how he got here and who he beat. It wasn't just Moreno and tough by submission. It wasn't just Moreno by wide decision in the rematch, Luke. He also beat Brendan Schaub, who gave him his last loss, and people forget that about Pantoja. It's like right after the Travis Brown fight. I don't know if you remember that.
I know what you're doing.
Okay.
Look, here's the deal, though. Sometimes what did he say? He said Pantasia.
People forget who Pantasia is
Pantasia?
and how he got here and who he beat. It wasn't just Moreno and tough by submission. It wasn't just
He beat Islam. Of course, he's obviously gonna be the next GOAT of this sport. I mean, he beat a guy three weights above him. He knocked him out within a minute.
You know who Pantoja beat, right? Makhachev knocked him out.
Mr. Shop. Okay, let's talk about Theo Vaughn next. Right,
Dude, we just had a guy come in here and drop the N-word, man. We cannot be laughing about this.
Oh, I don't think that shit's funny at all. What I do is if I really need to get it out, I write it down.
So Dean Thomas, UFC legend, this commentary coach, etc., etc. He tweeted out this. I asked at Theo Vaughn what Izzy was saying, and he handed me a note with a what kind of emoji is that? I'm bad at emojis. Like a face, I guess. I don't know. Hashtag UFC 290 live. Hashtag UFC 290. Let's break this down a little bit because, okay, Theo Vaughn was at the UFC 290. He was having a great time. Look at that. He was with Johnny Knoxville. He was with David Spade. He met Donald Cerrone, a couple of other fighters as well. He also met the president. Theo doesn't know how to use a phone, man. He's like, how do you use this thing? What is that? Theo, what are you doing? What the hell? Another weird thing, man. It's how you get a good picture, man. You gotta get everybody in there. You gotta break your back to get a good picture, man. Look at that. Theo, take the picture! And also Shane Gillis was there. And he met the wax figure of Donald Trump. Damn, man. I mean, nice shirt, Shane. What is that, Connor's? Is it still Connor's shirt? If you didn't do an impression of him, it doesn't count.
But Mr. Trump, how do you feel about gay rights?
I like it, but they're going a little overboard with the dancing. A lot of dancing. I don't know about that.
Now let's get back to the tweet here from Dean Thomas. Now, Izzy, if you saw UFC 290, you know what happened in the end of the Robert Whittaker fight versus Dricus du Plessis fight. Dricus du Plessis, he finished Robert Whittaker, and after Israel came in the cage to do a face-to-face and also promote the fight against him, these guys have had a beef about Africa. Let's just kind of sum it down there, like in a nutshell. It's about Africa and who's more African. So yeah, it's it's online is quite it's a kind of a divided thing. You know, what I see on Instagram, it's a divided thing on what actually was said. Obviously, this time last year, champions, that has obviously changed. Does it bum you out? There's not much gold potentially going back next time they go, or do you see this as an opportunity? Now you do get to be the guy if and when they show up to Africa.
Well, I mean, those belts never go to Africa. As far as I know, we came to America and New Zealand.
Or the underlying problems that du Plessis said with his comment. It's just weird to me. I don't think du Plessis meant like any kind of disrespect. All he just said is that he trains in South Africa and he wants to be the first to bring it to South Africa.
I'm going to take it back to Africa. I'm the African fighting UFC. Myself and Cameron, we breathe the African in. We wake up in Africa every day. We train in Africa, we African born, we African raised. We still reside in Africa, we train out of Africa. That's an African champion. That's who I'll be.
For me, I don't think du Plessis said that Israel is not black because he doesn't live in Africa. I don't think he said that. But it seems like they're just trying to make it sound worse than it actually is. Maybe it's to promote the fight. Who knows? This will be interesting, and it's gonna maybe get more eyeballs to this because it's a lot of race baiting. Yeah, you know, for some people don't like it, other people do. Maybe it's kind of like WWE, where it's, you know, like WWE has done similar things like this, where they make a guy a foreigner and they make him evil, right? And then they make him the villain. So, you know, they have a good guy or a bad guy. It depends on who do you think is a good guy or the bad guy. You think the white guy's a good guy or the black guy's a good guy? So, yeah, like the way they're trying to sell it, maybe that's like what I'm trying to understand. And yeah, so also Israel was starting to say the N word a bunch of times when they did the face off.
This is my African brother right here. Let's go. What's up? Let's go.
He flubs his words a lot. Like a lot of people think that he's drunk.
I'll tell you one thing, yo. I don't need a DNA test. I need a 36 and me. 36 and me. You know where I'm from. You right with me?
Also, Duplessis said, "Hey, I thought you were from New Zealand."
So what are you saying to everybody in New Zealand? What are you saying?
Like, what the hell? And then other people now say, like, isn't Israel Adesanya from China?
Take a look at me. What are you thinking? I'm a black man. I come from Africa. Come on, please, look at my life. Haven't you seen it yet? Wait a second. Yes, I'm Chinese. I have a Chinese heart.
Anyways, let's go back to what Theo Vaughn said, and he handed me a note. That's the joke that Theo Vaughn said. Man, this is a horrible breakdown for me. I'm sorry, guys. All right, let's go to that funny clip of Theo and Drewski. Here's a post from Instagram. Drewski removes Theo Vaughn from IG Live after saying something out of pocket.
What? Could have been need a brother who got a little bit of lizard on him, got a little drag. Dude, we just had a guy come in here and drop the N-word, man. We cannot be laughing about this.
Oh, I don't think that shit's funny at all. What I do is if I really need to get it out, I write it down. You know?
What? See, we can't win here, y'all. This is I'm sorry, y'all. This is.
Now look, guys, Theo has done a podcast with Drewski. They obviously know each other, and it's a joke. Some people on this other places probably don't know that they know each other that well. Drewski is joking. A lot of people on the comments are like, guys, chill out. You know, it's just it's not Thomas later on. It served its purpose, and I think it makes silly kind of thing to say. You know, if I want to say that, the N-word, I just write it down. Maybe that's what Israel should have done before he went into the octagon and said that.
Yeah, my African brother. Yeah, my African brother. What's up?
I'm African, but I ain't no brother of yours.
What I do is if I really need to get it out, I write it down.
Honestly, he said a lot of people in the comment section are like, "This can't tell if it's a joke or not, or Drewski is soft. He can't like let people jokes or or yeah, it's just a bunch of BS." But regardless, I thought it was kind of funny. It just it's comedy subjective. Some people are gonna take it like hatefully, and other people are just gonna take it as a joke. It's just like a funny thing to say. It's not too hurtful, right? But like there are racist people in the world, and that's something that you gotta always know your reality. I'm getting sad. Now, guys, I'm gonna end this right here, and I'll see you guys next time for another one. Goodbye. Subscribe.
Mr. Sharp, sorry for your loss. Who's paid your life?
All right, guys, welcome back to the Papaverse. let's just jump into the show. Let's talk about Jay Moore discovering the T-Fat-K fans. So Jay Moore, as some of you guys know, he's the guy that slapped old Squirrel Pig Squeal Bert Kreischer. And so about a month ago, he went on the Fight and the Kid podcast. I say it was quite possibly received by most of the fans. Based off of the comments down below on the video here, like most of them are like the best T-Fat-K episode in a long time with 59 likes, and it keeps going on. Pretty funny show. Now, Jay Moore points out that he might have seen a clip from somewhere, and he does read the comments. He says this about the fans.
I had so much fun last time, and you guys, George and Chin, do a good job of like editing the clips and everything. It made it real easy for me to.
Georgie does all the
Georgie does it all, and but then I'm like, I post it, co-post it, we collaborate. Then I'm reading the comments. I was like, do your fans like you? Oh, us? Oh my God! Yeah. I was like, oh, I remember this world.
Yeah. Those aren't fans.
It's a hate-love relationship with the fans, with those two guys.
So they're listening and posting.
Well, exactly. They're listening.
You specifically, I'm like, all Brandon does is fucking try to help others and mind his own business.
But they don't know that. Yeah, they just think he's cocky football player.
Oh, we do know. Whenever Brendan does something really nice, he tells us.
I'm buying my mother-in-law a house, and she's the best grandmother. She has no idea this is happening. So I want to thank the fans out there to make this possible. The haters do. You motivate me more than you know. And I love you guys. Mama? Sure enough.
So that's how they.
I don't think that's it. I think.
Football player, huh?
Well, you mean
But is that a little? It's a slight rip there from Brian because he knows damn well Brennan did not have an NFL career.
You almost did the NFL, right?
Yeah, so I had a cappuccino with the Buffalo Bills. And then they're like, we're all set on slow white guys and sick guys. You know, I stopped playing 20 years ago.
Back in the day,
Yeah.
I do think that if people saw the shit you do behind the scenes, they'd be like, oh.
I don't think about it.
No, they wouldn't care.
No, those people can't win.
Some people just hate
kids.
Some people hate
You know, Reggie? Rewind, sorry.
I do think that if people saw the shit you do behind the scenes, they'd be like, oh.
Don't go to the bathroom there because you piss in the sink.
What?
They said that
You know, the subreddit, the Fight of the Kid subreddit knows Brendan. They follow him like Jim Carrey in The Truman Show, right? We are living, Brendan is living in his own Truman Show.
What up, Jason?
Hey, what's up? Just popping in.
Excellent.
We all know what's up with Brendan. There's no lie about it. He's quite a fascinating, and he's also very funny on accident at times, which the people can kind of take from and make fun of and have fun with.
Hey, Mr. Square.
Just holding it. Jay Moore,
Hello, Mr. Squares. How are you?
Because I feel like he doesn't get hate.
I was taking a little sun right down, and then I heard Jason. Hi, Steve's here.
Yes, ma'am.
How was your day, Ray?
This Aquarius, they canceled my, I shouldn't say they canceled the lady had some kind of family issue. So they delayed it till next week. And so I've got another one tomorrow. So I just was like, I'm going to sleep and catch up because I was up really, really late with the people. We had a bunch of people in here. So, it was fun. Are you ready, Miss Aquarius?
Yeah, because I'm so tired. I had no nap. I'm tired. I'm sleepy.
How was
I'm getting choked over here. I'm getting choked at.
How was the dermatologist?
It was good. I go back in 8 weeks.
Okay.
Yeah, got 3 more injections. So yeah, you know my head was sore today. So that's okay. It's slow though of growing. So she said it's gonna be slow growing. Where is my slow growing? So yeah. But she said looks pretty good.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, he had that. Dusty woke me up. I heard somebody, and it woke me up, and I'm glad I did, because you up now.
Yes, ma'am.
That's good.
What a great spare.
Thank you. You just woke up, right?
No, I've been up, but I've just been listening to stuff.
Right. Okay.
What a spare.
Yes, good job.
Thank you, madam.
And you were asleep when I got in here, then I fell asleep. Then I heard Tasty. That's what woke me up.
Oh.
Good. I can play with you.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, well, I do. Okay. Just left his phone. What's the bell? I think his family did him probably. He be here. How about that?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh.
All right, you and I win. You win. Reload.
Reload. You and I win. I win. You win.
Yeah.
Reload.
Can I see her, baby? I'm happy.
That's good.
Yeah, I already knew I was not gonna be access. Oh. I put it in the different one. Get it, man.
What happened there?
You did it.
What happened there?
I don't know. That was a glitch.
Yes, it was.
And then give me that other one back. See?
There he is.
Welcome back, Nasty.
Oh, thanks.
The server don't like you. This Discord don't like you because it keep kicking you out.
Oh, it's not. No, it's not kicking me out. I'm on in another server, so somebody. Yeah. I'm too many servers.
I didn't know. I'm sorry.
Nah, you're good.
J-Ski, when are you gonna play checkers with Miss Aquarius?
I'm gonna have to find a day, but that may be kind of complicated. Being someone, and I recently took like 3 females off of my friend list because she wasn't cool with that. So yeah, and these are like females I'm friends with, but she didn't feel comfortable with me having too many women added as friends for another social.
But I'm your sister, so tell her we're sister and brother, sister from here.
She's gonna know.
We gotta meet her. Tell her we're just brother and sister.
Oh, she's gonna know. She's gonna know if I'm lying. Yeah, she already. Yeah.
Well, we're not like that, though.
No, I know that. She just doesn't feel comfortable with me having. But
did you meet her in your neck of the woods?
Yeah. Well, no, I met her in a server, like it's an adult service and NSFW adult server, but we are in the same city. We met up twice. We actually went on a date recently.
Nice.
She's working right now, but I'm thinking about going to the movies to go see Scary Movie in like an hour and a half. But because I don't want to buy candy at the movies. It's expensive.
Aww, you win, I win.
You win, I win, I win, you win. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship. I'll be right back. I'm going to use the restroom.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, James, congratulations.
Oh, thanks. Yeah. But yeah, I don't see it too much of a congratulations because it's only short term. I told her I don't do like long term dating.
What?
Because I'm more focused on like work and other stuff, which she's cool with as well because she's busy with work and all that. Otherwise, she'd probably be able to come to the movies. It'll be in an hour and a half, but I'll be going today.
So you mean what is short term dating?
Short term meaning I'm not really looking for anything long term, and like I'm not willing to commit to anything too. So yeah.
So y'all just dating right now? Y'all just dating?
Yeah, just dating short term, just seeing how things go, whatever. I did tell her I'm mostly focused on like work and my other like goals and stuff, which she is as well. So it's like it's not really something we're trying to take too serious, but we're just seeing how things go, just filling things out and whatnot.
Okay, so she's around your age?
She's actually because I actually turned 30 Friday because. Oh, thanks. But she's actually 30, I think 39. So she'll be like, yeah. I never really had an issue with dating older women anyways. I've always liked older women. That used to be my preference when I was younger.
All right, then. Well, I'm happy and hopefully it'll work out in the short term. Hopefully it'll work out.
Oh no, I'm not looking for her. She knows that. I think she's
dating okay for a short time, but hopefully y'all stay, dating, but you never know.
Oh no, we do know because she's actually not from the U.S. She's only out here for work, and she goes to school in the UK. So Yeah, she won't. She probably won't even be out here by next year. So this is like all short term. I'll be surprised if the last was maybe.
Okay. All right, well, give me updated, but I'm proud of you right now. Congratulations. You're dating somebody right now for short term.
Yeah, but it's 17 But yeah, I'll be right back because I do need to buy some cognac. No, she's working. She's at work. I was texting. Yeah, I was texting her like 2 hours ago. Yeah, she's at work.
Okay. All right.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
I get more views than all of his shows combined. And then, if you add in the Golden Hour, he technically gets more views than before all three of his shows combined, but barely. That's if you go all three, and you're not going to be in the Golden Hour anymore. So, yeah, I'm bigger than Joe. And I don't buy all the extra horse shit like an idiot. The Spanish law completely broke. They've been telling me for a long time. Haven't been making money.
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
I'm happy for JC. You happy?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, that's cool. He said it just for short term, though.
Okay.
But I told him it could turn out to be long, but he said, no. Okay. But I'm happy for it. You want to play checkers? And she don't want to be on here. I get. Gonna pray for all this. What you think, Rabbi?
Oh, I don't have an opinion.
I know I don't need to. We're just gonna let it be, right, Rabbi?
Correct.
Hey, I'm going to bed. I will talk to you tomorrow. God's willing.
Sweet dreams to you. God willing.
Okay. Sweet dreams to you.
Thank you.
Did you tell me sweet dreams?
Yes, I did.
Oh, okay, I didn't hear you. I'm sorry. Okay.
Sweet dreams to you as well. God willing.
Sweet dreams, Rabbi. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So how old is this person who is eligible to vote here inside the United States inside the state of California? Well, 36 based on the Secretary of State. This is Doris. Yep. Now we're going to see if Doris. Are you Doris? She's right here. Yes. Hello, Doris. Yes. How are you doing? We're just going through the voting rules here, and we're just confirming anybody who's above the age of 100 years old. And right here it says you're 126 years old. Are you Doris? Good. You got the wrong house. You got the wrong place. That's the wrong information on that stuff. No, that's wrong. Oh, here, I can show you if you like. No, you just got this wrong. How come you think here in California there's messing up on all these voting rules here? Because I don't know what he's talking about. Yeah, it says he voted in 51 elections, of course. No, not me. Really? I'm not going to 7 years old. I know. I said I won. I just want to make sure you know 126 years old. Yeah, it really does say you're 126 years old here. You have this. You're 126. I know, that's what the Secretary of State says. Okay, well, all right, Doris. You have a good evening.
Bye-bye.
What's going on, Mr. Aquarius?
Dang, my detector just went out.
Is everything okay?
Hope so. Just went out one time. I hope everything okay. Just went out. I don't know why. What the world was that? What was that called for? Must been like a test or something. What was these people? Hello, everyone. Hi, Spikes, Matt, Bursaries. Hello.
Hello. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm the one who said
I'm
that.
doing very good.
Good to hear.
That's good.
How'd you find out about me? Do you speak?
God, that has scared me. I wonder what happened. Was it doing a test or is it battery? I don't know if I'm gonna do that again. That just woke me up.
Sorry, guys, I disconnected.
You okay? How'd you find out about me? How did you find out about me?
Hello?
Yo, how are you?
Okay.
How'd you find out about me?
That was my friend.
Okay, that's cool. How did you find out about me, please?
He's Jewish, and he wants to join more Jewish service.
Okay. Well, that's great. Well, you're welcome. I'm about to watch a podcast on Kabbalah, so if you want to check that out, you're more than welcome to.
Yeah, bro, that's great.
Excellent. All right. Well, I'm gonna do my thing. I'm gonna mute myself. But shouldn't say. I'm gonna mute you guys. You can still hear me. So just one moment. It's 23rd, respond 5786, Monday, June 8th. $37.61, creation of Beth Adam, Chava 36, 136, son of Adam was born, 35.26, 235, Enosh, son of Seth was born, 34.36, 325, Canaan, son of Enosh was born, 33.66, 395, Nachala, son of Canaan was born, 33.01, 460 years, son of Mahala was born, 31.39, 622, Chama, son of Yair was born, 30.74, 687, Methuselah, son of Hanok was born, 2887, 875, Lamech 2, son of Methuselah was born. I think about that. Could be known for 164 days later.
I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. One of the most difficult aspects in starting to study Kabbalah is getting a handle on just how those developed over time. It's to think that, for instance, Kabbalah has just always existed in the form that we have it, or that Kabbalah is just one thing at all. Of course, notions is really tenable. Such notions developed greatly through the ages and are still developing. And there are now, and there have always been, numerous mutually exclusive schools of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. This class is meant to serve as an introduction to Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah from the point of view of its incredibly complex development from the prophets of ancient Israel unto the rise of modern Hasidism in the 18th century. Of course, this series isn't meant to be exhaustive by any means, but only should serve as a springboard for deeper study and reflection, and hopefully it will also enable you to situate developments in Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah in their historical and cultural context, and hopefully embolden you to dive into the primary texts, which are admittedly as sublime as they are obscure. Let me express my gratitude to Congregation Tchia for allowing me to use these lectures to reach a larger audience here on Esoterica. If you want, you can find series under the playlist. We'll be uploading them over the next few weeks, or if you find these episodes after autumn of 2021, you want to watch the entire series, you can find them in that playlist. If you find this series on Kabbalah interesting, I'd hope you check out my other content on topics in esotericism, and perhaps consider supporting the production of free academic and scholarly topics in occultism, hermetic philosophy, by joining my Patreon, or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below, and I really appreciate your consideration. Now, let's enter the garden of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. Welcome back. Let's just jump right in, right? So the first thing we should do is do a bit of a recap on apocalyptic Judaism, just so that we can all be on the same page going forward. As I mentioned in the previous lecture, apocalyptic Judaism really emerged in the turmoil of the period after the Babylonian conquest in 586 BCE, and then really taking its form in the period after the Judahites are allowed to return to their homeland beginning in 537 BCE. And it's in the subsequent aftermath of that turmoil that what we have is a big theological shift in how the ancient Israelites understood their relationship to their God. As you may remember, the older, more prophetic literature said that if the Israelites don't keep their part of the bargain, God's going to wipe them out. Well, they weren't all wiped out. And so that's a theological problem, right? We have a sort of a threat that, I remember my mom sometimes telling me, I brought you into this world and I'll take you out of it. And then I did something bad, and she did take me out of it. And I'm like, I might have called your bluff, Mom. I don't recommend you do that. But, well, that kind of happened with the Israelites, right? God threatened, look, I brought you into this world, I'll take you out of it. And God didn't. So what do we do theologically with that? And what ends up happening and what ends up emerging is a new kind of theology and a new kind of interaction with the Israelite God. And so rather than the Israelite God orally to prophets, what we have is a shift in the theology where rather than communicate is
God communicating visually, right? God is showing the Israelites various kinds of things. And the biggest, perhaps the most important thing that God is showing to the Israelites is that there's a plan. That everything that's happening is planned. There is a reason why you're suffering the way that you're suffering. There's a reason why wicked people seem to triumph. There's a reason why you've been returned to your homeland after being conquered by the Babylonians. There's a reason why the Romans, you got independence for a while, and now the Romans have conquered you again. Why is all this happening? Well, for the apocalypticists, there is a plan. And typically, right, other things that the apocalyptic literature also deals in is things like cosmology, right, the structure of the universe, history, why the universe came into being at all, and specifically what they're often really interested in is the origin of evil. Why? Because they're enduring a lot of evil. And so they really focus on where evil came from and how it emerged. And there's a lot of different competing theories in the ancient Israelite literature about the origins of evil. Some of those have to do with talking snakes in a special garden, and some of those have to do with angels coming down to mate with women and teaching human beings all kinds of bad things. But there are several competing theories about the origin of evil. And of course, also apocalypticism is at least vaguely interested in the future, right? At least vaguely interested in the future. Not in the same we are now. If you're curious, in religious studies, we have a whole different term for studying the future end of the world. That's called eschatology, from the Greek eschaton, which means the final things. But not all apocalypticism is eschatology, but all eschatology is probably apocalyptic, right? So there's a slightly different categories. We'll talk more about eschatology later. And as I mentioned last time, there is a massive amount of apocalyptic literature. I think that if I skip the slides here, right, you can remember here on the page, there's just a library of apocalyptic literature that gets developed, some of which occurs in the Hebrew Bible, most of which does not, right? And then, of course, we also have Christian and Islamic apocalyptic literature. This is a vast amount of literature. And I think, as I mentioned, if you were to take the apocalyptic literature and compare it to the actual surviving literature of the Hebrew Bible, there's almost just as much apocalyptic literature as there is other material in the Hebrew Bible. So it is a treasure trove of material, most of which I think most people have never read before. Much of which was lost for a long period of time, actually. Of course, the most famous pieces of apocalyptic literature are the books of Daniel. Daniel 7 through 11 is sort of the locus classicus of the genre. It really sets the stage for the genre. But of course, also is the book of Enoch. Of course, the book of Enoch, as you may know, isn't actually one book. It's about 5 different books that are stitched together, and there's various kinds of Enochian stuff in there. And in addition to that, there isn't just one book of Enoch. There are actually 3, right? We have first, second, and third Enoch. So in Enoch literature alone, first Enoch, I think, comprises almost 100 chapters. It is a massive book. So Enoch is a terribly large volume, and of course, second and third Enoch are also part of that literature as well. So even the Enoch literature is itself really vast if you get down into reading it and studying it. And of course, the apocalyptic literature is marked by an intense use of symbolic visions, and it heavily features what we call ex eventu prophecy, which is where you describe a current situation in encoded language as if it's going to occur in the future. Now, this has led to a lot of confusion, right? Because when you read the book of Daniel, many people now read the book of Daniel as predicting the future, right? This is going to describe the coming war with Russia or China or something. But the reality is, it actually describes the Persians and the Romans. It describes what's going on in their time period. And so this has led to a lot of confusion. And in many ways, the entire Christian evangelical world has this idea that that encoded in the Bible are the secrets about how the world's going to end. Well, the truth of the matter is that we're describing things happening in their own day as if it's going to happen in the future. And so that's led to, again, an entire genre of theology, what is sometimes called end times theology or end times research, eschatological research. But the original matter was not about the end of the world. It was about criticizing conditions on the ground. So you may, in some sense, think of some apocalyptic literature as having a kind of social justice bent, or being a kind of critical literature in a sense of social criticism, except for it's happening at a much different register It's happening in a much different register than we might think of social criticism now. All right, so as I mentioned, this kind of literature, the apocalyptic mode of Judaism, would set the stage for a great deal of developments in Christianity and Islam. One might even Christianity as a form of apocalyptic Judaism that kind of got independent, right? Got escape velocity and shot off of Judaism. But other forms of apocalyptic Judaism existed as well. Organized forms of apocalyptic Judaism, perhaps second to the Christians, would be the Essenes. The Essenes were also an apocalyptic sect of Judaism, probably wiped out during the Great Revolt. In fact, Josephus even describes how they marched out to battle and they were massacred in a couple different battles. So it didn't work out for them. Though, right, one of the things that's worth pointing out here is that apocalyptic Judaism did not prove popular in rabbinic, proto-rabbinic, and rabbinic circles. So we'll get to that. We'll get to why that is a bit more this evening, and how apocalyptic Judaism did survive and how it didn't. And again, part of what's going on here is the rabbis have a very simple agenda, folks. Their simple agenda is their job is to make Judaism work in the aftermath of the destruction of the temple and in the aftermath of the genocide committed by the Romans after the Bar Kokhba rebellion. And so what the rabbis are concerned about isn't, right, this final battle with with evil. They're really concerned with, how do you cook kosher food in an oven that has these characteristics? That's the kinds of things they're worried about. They're worried about continuity and not a logical clamoring over what's going to happen in some grand titanic battle. And so, because that, again, if you really do believe that God's going to intercede on your behalf in some grand titanic battle, well, you might march out, try to pick a fight with the Romans because God's on your side. Well, and you might be massacred. So the Romans are less interested in those kinds of theologies, although with an exception we'll talk about tonight. And the reason why is they've seen them fail over and over again. You can imagine, right, after the 15th Messiah has come along and led a bunch of people into battle against the Romans and died, you can imagine that many of the people who are going are not impressed with that anymore, right? After the 5th failed Messiah, people are like, this Messiah stuff is just getting people killed. And by the way, it's still getting people killed. Right? You can talk to those folks out at Waco, you can talk to folks at Om Sharingo, you can talk to a lot of folks. Messiahs often lead their people into great peril, and it can lead to all kinds of problems. By the way, Jesus wouldn't be the first nor the last Messiah. There have been a lot of Messiahs that come and go. They typically share the same fate as Jesus, though they don't typically enjoy the same success that the Jesus movement did. So, the proto-rabbinical organizations, the proto-rabbinical movement was not very copacetic to the rise of the eclectic form of Judaism. So again, if you have questions, just make sure to put them over there in the chat. I'll try to get to them toward the end of the lecture. So whether they're wrap-up questions or clarifying questions or print or whatever. So let's turn to a form of mysticism that did emerge from the apocalyptic mode of Judaism, but did survive in the rabbinical world. Right, that did survive into the rabbinical world, and that is going to be Merkabah mysticism, Merkabah chariot mysticism, and we'll clarify a bit more in a minute just what that means and how, well, because of course it's going to be rather weird. As I mentioned earlier, and as the question was asked earlier, that God appears to people was a central Israelite religious trope. That's a sort of claim to fame, right? God showed up and gave us a bunch of rules and chose us to be special. That's a core concept in Israelite religion and Judaism. This is an idea that survives all the way to this day. And one might even say that it's one of the core conceptions in Judaism as it exists. So often, as I said, right, God would show up and God would reveal, sometimes through an intermediary, various kinds of information, various kinds of commands, or even God could even make contracts with various people. So God made contracts, for instance, with Abraham, right? Abraham said, or Abram at that time, right? You're going to do this, and I'll do this, and we'll make a deal, right? We'll make a brit. We will cut a covenant, as it literally says in Hebrew. And so God makes these various covenants with these various people, or peoples, in the case of the collective Israelite state. And so this idea that God could show up to you or show up to us was an idea that was very common in ancient Israelite to the ancient Israelite worldview. Now, what's going to change, right? What's going to change is that visual contact with God typically is God coming to you, right? God revealing things to you. What's going to change the mode of Judaism is that you're going to go to God. God's going to take you up into the heavens. An angel is going to escort you into the heavens and show you around the heavens, or show you around the cosmos, show you around the throne of God, show you the underworld even, right? Enoch even gets tours of the underworld, the bad place you don't want to go when you die. And so there's a shift in the apocalyptic. Rather than God showing you, right, you get to go to God. And that motion where rather than prophets being told things as if they're sort of passive, recording it, rather they go on journeys, that's going to be one of the big shifts in the apocalyptic literature. And of course, the main two in which this happens in literature, and at least in the biblical literature, are Isaiah and Ezekiel. And those two theophanies, the theophany of Isaiah and Isaiah 6, and the theophany in Ezekiel, are going to be the two big prototypes for how this is going to go down. What I should also mention, by the way, is that the angels, or the various other supernatural beings that are often seen by the apocalypticist or the prophet, are not the angels that you're probably used to. I know most of you probably have in mind the more Renaissance version of the angel. That is to say, it's a roughly humanoid, sometimes even baby-looking creature with wings, right? Sometimes with multiple sets of wings. Some 6 is typically the way it's described in Isaiah. In the Ezekiel vision, these beings look nothing like stereotypical angels. We have wheels covered in eyes that rotate around each other in weird ways. People have even said things that this might be a UFO or something, who knows. There are other creatures that are sort of stiff-legged, that have various kinds of wings and the shapes and the heads of various kinds of animals. They are very, very, very unusual creatures, and they often get strange names like the Chayot, right, the ones that are alive, or the Cheruvim, or the Ophanim, that's the name of the wheel-shaped ones. So biblical angels or biblical supernatural creatures are very unlike the cherubic angels that you may have seen adorning paintings from the Renaissance. Israelite angels don't really appear like that. What's important about the apocalyptic is also what's going to be added from Isaiah and eventually into Enoch, where they're going to be given visions of the throne of God. They're going to be taken to the very apex of reality, which is God's throne room, and they're going to be shown images of the throne of God. Well, to get to the throne of God, you can't just kind of go, the old, Maynard saying, right? You can't get there from here. Well, you can't. You got to travel, right? And the way that you travel typically is you travel up through the various spheres of the heavens, right? They're typically thought of as being 8 spheres of the heavens, and all of these spheres are inhabited by all kinds of supernatural creatures, angels and otherwise, demons in some cases. And you ascend through these spheres, right? And eventually you're given access to the palace where God lives, and you're given access to a vision of the throne of God. We first see this begin to happen in some of the literature associated with the character Enoch. Enoch, as you may know, is famous because Enoch never died. The Bible simply records that Enoch walked with God and God took Enoch away, right? So Enoch is one of the few people in the Hebrew Bible that is never said to die. Of course, Enoch, along with Elijah, are 2 characters that are said to never have died. Now, this what ends up happening, right, is that the structure of the Israelite cosmos gets really thick. As you may remember from the first lecture, right, when I described the Israelite cosmos, what we have basically is a dome, right, and that dome is full of water, right, and it rains down, hails down, or rains down, right, and God is above the dome. Well, what ends up happening is after the Israelites come in contact with the Persians and the Greeks especially, and somewhat to some degree the Persians, they have a much more robust vision of how the cosmos invent things like astrology. And for them, what you have are various planets ascending, right, beginning with the moon and ascending all the way up to the planets, right? And so the universe gets much thicker. And of course, if those planets are moving around, right, they got to be moving through something. And what are they moving through? Well, there's a lot of debate about it. Aristotle thought it was crystalline spheres, but there's a lot of debate about what's going on. The most important point here is that the Israelites are going to inherit a quasi-Hellenistic, quasi-Persian worldview. When I say worldview, how they view the world. And the old Israelite of the universe gets a lot more complicated, right? A lot more complicated. In the aftermath of some of this literature, specifically the literature, I can recommend a good translation for it. It's really fascinating literature. There's going to be a question here, right? We have the idea that Enoch ascended into the heavens and had visions of the throne of God. Well, here I ask, can other people do this? Is it possible for someone else to make this this ascent? And we're going to complicate that term ascent here in just a minute. And what's shocking is that the answer is yes. They say, yeah, you can go into the heavens and see the throne of God if you make this ascent through the various spheres of the heavens. And not just can you, but I've done it. And I can teach you how to do it too. And that's where we move out of the apocalyptic mode of Judaism, where the apocalyptic mode is simply what Enoch experienced, to a mystical practice whereby you, or at least some rabbis, could do this themselves. Notice that difference, right? One is literature, the other is mystical practice. And so the form of mysticism that begins to emerge in the Persian and in the Hellenistic period, right? This is beginning at the very earliest in the 5th century BCE, but certainly by the 3rd century, this is beginning to mature. And of course, by the 2nd century, it's reached its 2nd century of the Common Era. It's probably reaching its apex. We typically now refer to this literature, and many of the medieval Jewish folks did, and many folks in the Talmudic period do as well. They refer to this type of mysticism as Ma'aseh Merkava, Ma'aseh Merkava, which typically we take this to mean something like doing of the chariot. Notice the word Ma'aseh has a sense of you doing something, right? You're not reading about it. You're not reading Enoch. You're trying to go on the same journey that Enoch did. The idea here is this is a practical form of spiritual journeying. Now, this kind of literature is typically referred by two different names, but it always refers basically to the same kind of mysticism. In one form of mysticism, we refer to it as Merkaba literature. The word Merkaba is the Hebrew word meaning a chariot. And the reason why it's called chariot literature is because God's throne is typically imagined to be a kind of winged chariot. Now, if I scope back a whole bunch of slides, right, all the way back to that Persian period coin. Let me find the Persian period coin. Remember this coin I showed you guys a couple of weeks ago, right? Notice that this is probably Yahweh, right? Notice what Yahweh is riding upon. It's a chariot, right? And it has a wings, right? It's not being pulled by horses or whatever. It's a horseless chariot, right? God has a Tesla or whatever, right? So anyway, God's being pulled on a chariot here, right? And this is a winged chariot. Notice this is also God's throne. So when we say Merkava mysticism, what we mean here is that these mystics are attempting to go into the throne room of God and have a vision of the divine chariot, which is also God's throne. It's kind of convenient that your throne is also a chariot because you can get around, I guess. The other name for this form of mysticism is Hechalot literature. A Hechal in classical Hebrew is a temple, but it can also mean a palace. And so the Hechalot literature focuses on the journey, not the destination. Right? It's all about which one you want to focus on here: the destination, the throne of God, or the journey, the palaces of God. In this literature, this Hechalot literature is very complicated descriptions of the various chambers or palaces that the mystic must go through in order to get to the throne room of God. Because again, imagine that this is a king living in a kind of palace. Well, you just don't go into one room. God doesn't live in a one-bedroom efficiency in Brooklyn, right? God lives in the big, complicated palace, and you have to go from the outer layers of the palace to the inner, to the inner, to the inner, to the inner, and eventually you reach the innermost layer, the inner sanctum, where God's throne is. And so you have to pass through these various palaces. Now, that's not easy. And the reason why it's not easy, these various palaces are occupied all kinds of angelic beings who don't want you there. They do not want you there. You're not supposed to be there. This is a sacred, divine realm where human beings who are, sinful or whatever, should be hanging out here. And so what we get in the palace literature is that these very hostile, often military-like angels have various kinds of ways of making sure that you don't pass through the various palaces without very complicated passwords, without very complicated seals. These seals would be represented often by various kinds of divine angels. And also you need to know the various names of the angels in order to address them properly. So you have to know their names, you have to know their seal, you have to know passcodes, kinds of things in order to bypass these various kinds of angels. Some like secret codes almost. So you need to know that information, otherwise the angels will kill you. And in fact, there are even cases in some of the literature where the text will say, no, this is the wrong passcode. Like, this passcode is not the right passcode. This needs to be corrected because I went in there and I set that passcode and they almost, because of, there's a famous line in Hechelot Rahi where one of the, that angel almost shoved me like a piece of wheat. Right, so there's the idea that they can kill you. Of course, the ascent right through the palaces ultimately results in the vision of the divine throne, which is results often in a kind of ecstatic experience. These ecstatic experiences are often encoded in some of the poetry that gets written during the Merkaba literature. And what's even more fascinating, and this is where it gets incredibly controversial, as you might imagine, you can sit on the divine throne. There's at least a couple of instances where people sit on the divine throne and they are transformed into angelic-like beings. This, in fact, happened to Enoch. Enoch was allowed to sit on the divine throne, and this transformed Enoch into a divine being known as Metatron, and Metatron actually becomes throne. You can ask yourself, like, how can a lowly human being sit on the throne of God? Well, that's part of what makes this literature so. That's part of what makes this literature so shocking. Further, even more shocking, you can have a vision of the divine body. Now, you're probably thinking to yourself, God doesn't have a body. One of the things that Judaism teaches is that God doesn't have a body. Well, kinda. God in this literature does have a body, and God's body can be measured. God's body can be measured. And typically this the subform of Merkaba literature is called Shiur Koma, which in Hebrew or Aramaic actually means something like measurement of the body, or the measurement of the vastness, or the measurement of the heights. And so what happens in this literature is that you're given a glimpse of God, and you are allowed to measure the body of God and meditate on of the divine body. I'll show you an example of what that looks like in just a moment. So this form of mysticism is genuinely weird. What we have often are phenomenological reports, which is to say we have the mystics who actually give us a report of what they experienced. We have advice from other mystics actually telling other mystics how to do this and how not to do this. We have mystical advice entering into this, including some idea visions. These documents are very well written. They are intended to be perhaps provocative. And documents is a really fascinating glimpse into how they may have practiced this stuff. Also, it's worth pointing out at this point that for whatever reason, and there's still debate about this, for these mystics, for the Merkaba mystics, you don't ascend to the palaces of God. You descend, right? It's your day Merkaba. You descend to the chariot. Now, why they descend to the chariot, we don't know, right? It seems like you should go up, right? God lives beyond the stars, and up seems like, it's like Peter Pan, right? Second star on the right, straight on to morning, right? That you should go up toward the God, toward the divine world. The Merkaba mystics never describe things going in that direction. You always descend into the chariot. Now, why that is, we don't know. I typically think that it might have to do with a kind of taboo that you don't describe your own. For instance, in the Hebrew, right, to bless can also mean to curse if it's used in a euphemistic way. For instance, Job's wife tells Job to bless God and die. But what she really means is curse God and die. And if you read it in translation, always say curse being used, and maybe want, that you descend to the throne as opposed to ascending, but we don't know why they chose to describe it as a descent and not an ascent. Just to give you some idea of the main texts of the Hechalot or Merkabah literature, Enoch, First Enoch, is often described as typically described as an apocalyptic piece of literature, but it heavily features into the Merkabah literature along with the visions of Isaiah and the visions of Ezekiel. Those become the groundwork for the kind of later, very Baroque visions that we'll get in the Merkabah literature. The two principal texts of this literature are the Hechalot Zutarti, and this is the Lesser Palaces. This is considered to be typically the older of the oldest form of the Merkabah literature. It's a relatively short text, and it has to do with the descent of Rabbi Akiva. We have the Hechalot Rabbati, which is the longest text of the Hechalot literature. This describes the descent of Rabbi Ishmael. Both of these rabbis lived in the 2nd century of the Common Era. Another text that was also very popular was what is called the Maaseh Merkabah, the account of the chariot. This is primarily ecstatic poetry uttered by the descenders when they made the descent. So it's largely poetry. We also have the Sefer Hechalot, the Botas. This is also known as Third Enoch, and this has to be the transmutation of Enoch into the angel Metatron, with the whole sitting on the throne of God. What's also worth pointing out is that in Third Enoch, you have perhaps one of the most provocative ideas in all of Jewish mysticism, which is to say that not only formed into Metatron, but that Metatron is sometimes described here as the Yahweh Katan, the little Yahweh, right? So you have the Yahweh Gadol, with God, and you have Yahweh Katan, the little God. Now, the idea that there can be two gods is going to prove to be very, very dangerous and heretical idea in Judaism, but this idea was in the air during the Merkabah mystics. Merkabah mysticism, at some level, challenged straightforward ideas of monotheism, which we take to be so sacrosanct in Judaism. But at least in Third Enoch and some other texts, the idea of a completely unified monotheism is disrupted, right? It's disrupted. And there's some ideas that some of may have emerged in conversation with some of this idea that there is a greater God, a lower God, and things like that. So again, basic assumptions you make about Judaism are disrupted by some of these mystical ideas, one of which is that there is a lesser Hashem, a lesser Yahweh. And that idea is, I think, very, very shocking for many people. And again, also I mentioned this text, and Shir Koma is a separate piece of literature, as I mentioned, right, describes the various dimensions of the divine body in a Persian unit called the Parasan. We'll talk more about that in just a minute, and I'll give you an example of what that looks like from the Shir Koma. This form of mysticism seems to have hit its apex right around the 2nd century, right around the 2nd century, sometime in the middle of the 2nd century, in the 150s, 160s. Now, why, we don't know. Why that time period? That's the direct aftermath, or right at the time period of the Bar Kokhba rebellion. As you may know, Rabbi Akiva was martyred during the Bar Kokhba rebellion. Rabbi Ishmael lived around the same time. Why then? Well, perhaps people were very desperate. People wanted to have, people felt very abandoned by God, and so these techniques for descending into the throne room of God allowed perhaps some clear, but that's when the form of mysticism seems to have hit its apex, although it seems to have been practiced all the way into the Middle Ages, and there are Hechalot texts that are actually absorbed into Kabbalah. So Kabbalah will absorb a lot of these texts, and they will survive into this literature. Just FYI, we have about 50 manuscripts of this literature that have survived from antiquity, all dating back all the way back to Cairo Geniza. So we have a lot of this literature, right? A lot of this, which again, typically, right, we take whatever survived, and that gives us some sense of how popular something was. 50 manuscripts is not nothing, right? No, they're not all complete. They're not all in great shape. But the fact that there are 50 of these manuscripts that have survived, some of which survived all the way from Palestine or Babylon, they were moved across North Africa, they were absorbed into the European context. That shows you that this literature is being copied, it's being appreciated, it's being admired, but it's really fascinating. It's really fascinating to survive so many manuscripts. We think that the way this literature was, this is a going theory right now, most literature, by the way, should also mention was in Aramaic, not in Hebrew, which means that it was also being written in the vernacular at the time. This is literature not meant, this was literature meant to be read and wrote in the vernacular. What we think is that there are phenomenology is a $4 word that means experience, right? These people are having experiences, they're recording those experiences. Those experiences are what we call microforms. They're just very small snippets of discrete mystical experiences. And it seems like there are schools of mystics having these experiences. So I might go to the first heaven, you might go to the fourth heaven, right? I might go to the third one, you might go to the second chamber of the fourth heaven. And over time, what ends up happening is that all of these various microforms get stitched together into what we call macroforms, much longer documents, in which narrative sections are kind of stitched into these microforms to form these larger narrative structures. And at some point, this got systematized. And we can see the systematization process happening in some of these texts, where the various palaces are very systematically described as having various kinds of chambers with various kinds of angels. And we know exactly how many angels are there and how many angels serve them. And they're organized very much like an army. In fact, they're organized very much like the Roman army. A lot has been made about that the writers of these texts are imagining a kind of powerful army existing in the sky or existing in the divine realm, and it mirrors very closely the Roman army, which, by the way, also helps us to date some of this material, because, of course, the Romans only existed during a certain time period. These microforms, right, which are probably the result of mystical experiences, those are stitched together in schools of mysticism, and then those are filled out in a more literary way, and the texts that we have now are those final literary forms in the form of the Hechla Zatarti or the Hechla Rabati. So we're fairly confident, the leading scholars in the field of this material are fairly confident that this literature is downstream of actual mystical experiences held in various schools of mysticism that are produced in a literary way over the course, perhaps, of several centuries. And as I mentioned, what we have in this literature are accounts of heavenly journeys, or accounts of journeys through the divine realm. And in these texts, we have very complicated passcodes. So many of these passcodes are angelic names that we don't understand. They're very long strings of characters in the Hebrew alphabet. We don't know what these texts means, what these names mean. They don't look like typical names. And so we have these angelic names, right? So you would descend into a palace. There'd be an angel guarding the door. You would address that angel by their name, and the fact that you knew that angelic name meant that they might let you into the room, and then you could pass to another level. Right? And then you would have several other things, and you have these kinds of secret codes or something. So you have little secret codes. An enormous mass of literature developed of just code books of various angels, where they live in the divine realm, how to bypass them, what you might need to bring them, because you might not be enough to know their name. You might have to bring them things or give them seals or show them sort of various quasi-magical devices. But next week we'll be getting into Jewish magic, and we'll see some of these angelic seals and these angelic codes. And what you would do is you would bypass these very fearsome angelic guardians, and you would have visions of various aspects of the divine world, and this would almost always result in a mystical vision, and downstream of that mystical vision there would be a poem written, right, describing what you saw. So most of this literature is sections describing the structure of the divine world, lots of passcodes and angelic names, and then hymns, right, describing what they saw, what they experienced, etc. So there's a lot of hymns and things in this. By the way, some of these hymns have actually survived into the Orthodox liturgy, especially around the high holidays. So if you've ever been to a Rosh Hashanah service or a Yom Kippur service, in the traditional liturgy, there are survivals of these hymns hymns in there. You immediately know why. Right? Just think about what's happening on Yom Kippur, right? You are literally at the gates of the Divine Palace, and your prayers are entering the gates of the Divine Palace, and it has a very Merkabah feel to it, if you want to frame it that way, which I think would be a cool way of framing one's Yom Kippur experience as kind of approaching the gates of the divine realm and kind of, being threatened, right? It's terrifying. God can judge you. God can kill you. And God's just figuring out what's going to happen. So it has a very kind of Merkabah feel to it. I can pull some of those hymns up maybe next time. The most famous example of one of these hymns, that are one of the most famous examples of one of these stories that we have in Merkabah mystics, is the account of the four that entered the Pardes. So Pardes, and this is actually where the name of this class comes from, right? Pardes means something like orchard. And what ends up happening is that we have this tale found for us in the Babylonian Talmud, and it's actually found in several other places earlier than the Babylonian Talmud, but typically the most famous version is found in Babylonian Talmud Tractate Chagiga. There's a lot of strange things in Tractate Chagiga. It's about the holidays, the Chagim, and it's found at section 14b. What we have here is an account of four different rabbis from the 2nd century, what is called the Pardes. This is a kind of orchard outside of the temple, right, or outside of the palace. And you can imagine, it's like the garden of God. They go into the garden, and what ends up happening is that Rabbi Akiva, who's is a typical hero in this form of mysticism, warns them that they're going to go to this garden and they're going to see illusion, right? They're going to see pure marble, but it's going to look like water. And when you see the illusion of the marble, do not say it's water, because you can't be wrong, right? It's a kind of maybe it's even like a booby trap or something that will weed out the weak or weed out the unrighteous when they enter into the palace. Now again, already in this piece of literature, Akiva's done this already. He's been there. He has an experience of seeing it and thinking to himself, maybe that's water. No, it's not. It's actually pure marble. And if he would have gotten it wrong, he could have suffered this fate as well. Well, what we're told in the story is that 4 of them go into the Pardes, and only 3 of them, or only one of them really emerges successfully. One of them dies, right? One of them actually says water, and dies. He's stricken dead. One goes insane. In fact, the phrase in Aramaic is he went outside. We have a where Ben Zoma doesn't behave normally after this. There's a situation where one of his teachers comes near him, and in tradition, you're supposed to stand up when one of your teachers comes near you, and Ben Zoma didn't. And they say, what's wrong with Ben Zoma? And it says, he's outside, right? And the idea is he never came back. He's had some kind of internal mental trauma, and he's never returned from this experience. Even worse in some ways is the poor fate of Elisha ben Abuya. Elisha ben Abuya is a very famous rabbi of the 2nd century. What ends up happening is that Abuya actually bypasses the water illusion and makes it into the throne room of God. He was a very, very mystic, and he was able to make it all the way into the throne room of God. But what he sees there disturbs him. He sees a being sitting on the throne of God. Now, from Isaiah, we know that there is no forward, there is no backwards, there is no up, and there is no sitting. And God doesn't sit down, right? That's one of the things we know from Isaiah about God. So Elisha sees this being, Metatron, this angel, sitting on the throne of God. And what does Elisha declare? There are 2 powers in heaven. There are 2 gods in heaven, right? He declares, with 2 beings in heaven business, this is, for the rabbis at least, the most catastrophic heresy he could have committed. In fact, the phrase is he mutilated the shoots, or he severed the reeds. And this becomes a euphemism for committing heresy in Judaism. And all the stories about Elisha ben Abuya, many of which will refer to him simply as Acher, the other one. They won't even name him anymore. He's become such a heretic. And there are all kinds of stories in Talmudic literature where the Acher, Elisha ben Abuya, doesn't even try to perform Jewish law anymore because he knows he's condemned. He knows that he will never get into the world to come, In fact, when it says that when he died, smoke rose out of his grave. He was already being punished in his grave in the afterlife. So he was punished already as soon as he died. What's interesting in the Talmud is that Metatron, remember the angel that was actually sitting on the throne of God, the angel Gabriel actually beats Metatron as punishment for sitting on the throne of God. And he's whipped, right? He's actually given lashes. And the phrase for the lashes is pulsei denora. He's given lashes of fire. And this idea of lashes of fire will actually go in to become a form of Jewish death magic later on in the Middle Ages. It's a little later than that. And we'll get to it next week when we talk about Jewish magic, that there's an idea that you can actually call the angel of death to audit someone's sins. And if there is a significant sin found, you can actually, they will be killed, right? They'll be punished with the pulsa denora, the pulsae denora. And one of the first times we have this idea of someone being beaten with fiery lashes, it's this angel being with fiery lashes by Gabriel. So you can see there's a lot of drama in all this, right? You got angels beating other angels. You got dudes getting into heaven, seeing two gods in heaven. There's a lot of stuff going on here. By the way, that idea that there are two gods in heaven, we already see that idea in 3rd Enoch, where the idea that Enoch is transformed into an angel that is sometimes referred to as the Yahweh Katan, little Yahweh. And again, it's clear that the rabbis are pretty concerned about this whole business. And, again, there's the Talmud may be a reaction to it, although it's clear that Rabbi Akiva, perhaps one of the most famous rabbis in the entire Talmud, himself is a kind of shaman in all this. He's taking people on these mystical journeys and warning along the way. Although his warnings unfortunately aren't heeded and people end up going. Perhaps about mystics, history of all American mystics, is St. Paul. St. Paul in the New Testament, in a very bleak way in 2 Corinthians, he actually says he knew a guy who 14 years ago was raptured up, taken up to the 3rd heaven. This is a pretty clear reference to some kind of Merkavah literature, or some kind of Merkavah practice. And so it seems that Paul himself, right now he says, I know a guy, he's almost certainly referring to himself. It seems like Paul may have been some kind of Merkavah practitioner, and it may be the case that his vision of the resurrected Jesus, right, on the road to Damascus, it may have been part of some kind of Merkavah experience, right? That he's seeing something. And so if it's the case that Paul is seeing various kinds of things, he's going into these various heavens, he may himself have been at this form of his very famous rabbi powers in heaven. It's not that unsurprising that Paul would have thought perhaps what he was seeing, the resurrected Jesus, was also a kind of God too. Right? That we have two gods, right? We have Jesus, the divine Jesus, as Christ, and we have the Father, right? That's the Holy Spirit later as well, of course. But this idea of two powers in heaven is already percolating at some level in rabbinical Judaism, and that when we see the notions of that Christ could be God and the Father could be God, this idea is not so out of the wheelhouse of what was possible, right? Now, I say possible, I don't say acceptable, because the rabbis clearly had problems with that, but it's at least in the wheelhouse of the literature at the time, right? It's at least in the wheelhouse of the literature at the time. Now, as I mentioned, right, earlier on, perhaps most shocking, and I think I would say most shocking, perhaps the most shocking form of mysticism ever to emerge in Judaism is this business of the Shiur Koma literature, where in some accounts, right, you're given a vision of the divine throne and you kind of have an ecstatic prayer. You utter an ecstatic, you have this vision and you utter an ecstatic hymn or prayer or psalm, and that's how many of the texts end. In some texts, you sit on the divine throne and you're transformed into an angel. By the way, Paul almost always talks about being transformed into what he calls a tsuke somatic, right? A spiritual body. That when you are believing Christ, you will be transformed into a spiritual body. Again, these ideas aren't foreign to Judaism. Paul just takes them in a direction that would have been a little alarming to many rabbinical people at the time. But something like that also happens in the Merkabah literature, where your body is transformed into a kind of spiritual body, and that's exactly what happens with Enoch. And another version of what sort of the final outcome of all this is that you're given the ability to measure the divine body, or you're given the ability to measure the divine body in a Persian unit called the parasang. Now, they picked the parasang because the typical unit of measurement in the Israelite world was the cubit. And as you may know, right, the cubit goes from the tip of your elbow to the tip of your fingers, right, and you measured things in cubit. And typically I'm standardized by measuring the cubit of the king, and that became the official cubit, at least until that king died. Well, the parasang was a much larger unit of measurement, and it was about, we would say about 3.5 miles, right? It's about 3.5 miles. What we get in the Shiur literature are measurements of the divine body, along with the mystical or perhaps magical names of the various parts of God's body. So I've reproduced here part of a translation from the Shiur Koma, right? So we have the right and left eye, right, of God. We have the name of God's right eye, right? So we have the names of God's right eye. We have the other names of God's left eye. Now you might be curious about why we have it spelled A-Z-R-Y-Y-H. That's because we have in the Hebrew text, right, it'll be Aleph, Zion, Resh, Yod, Yod, Hey. Right? Now, you might be asking, well, why did you translate it out? Well, the simple answer is, we have no idea what these words mean. They're not Hebrew words. They're not Aramaic words. They're some kind of unusual, mystical word that we're not quite sure what they mean. Now, what's important about that is that next week, when we begin to talk about Jewish magic, we're going to see something very similar happen in Greco-Egyptian magic. There are going to be long strings of words that aren't Greek, they're not Egyptian, they're not Hebrew, but they are said to have magical power. And these sacranomina, these holy words, they're going to be said to have magical power. And already in the Shiur Koma literature, they're already showing up. And so we have these long strings of Hebrew characters, but no one knows what these characters mean. People really work hard to try to figure out what they mean. And sometimes we do find out kind of what they might mean, but it's anyone's guess. So we have God's left and right eye. We have them named here. And we have here a couple different names for the different manuscripts, right? So we have the left eye, right? It's called this, and they're spark to all creatures. So we now know that light emerges from God's eyes, and that is where light comes from. It comes from the eyes of God. So we have the white of God's eye, right? So the white part of your eye. We have the name for it. And so we also have some measurements here, right? So the white of God's eye measures 10,002 parasangs. That's a huge number. Right? You can do the math there to figure out how big God's eye is, but you're talking about tens of thousands of parasangs long, and if you do the math there, tens of thousands, maybe even hundreds of thousands of miles. That's how big God's eye is said to be. The distance between God's right shoulder and God's left shoulder is 16,000, 10,000 parasangs. So again, an enormous number. The right shoulder has a name, the left shoulder has a name, it also has another name, right? And you can see that there are alternate readings here. The text goes on and on and on like this. God's beard, I think it's 10,000 and something parasangs long, if you're curious. The eyebrows is given, right? The distance between God's nostrils is given. The distance of God's fingers, which are unusually long, are actually given as well. I taught a Jewish mysticism class at an art college once, which is great because art students they're weird, they're great. One of the things that one of the students did was go into CAD program and actually mount what God's body looks like. And what's weird is that God's head is really, really big, and God's arms are kind of weirdly short, and God's fingers are really weirdly long, and God's trunk is small, but God's legs are really long. So you get this really creepy looking creature. I have to dig up where the image that the guy came up with. But what he did was he compiled every single one and tried to make it so that God, and God's eyes, right? God's eyes are really big. And shockingly enough, right, if you ever seen this picture of like a gray alien, it kind of looks like that, right? And of course, that's Christopher the Middle of all the, alien people, alien conspiracy theory people, whatever. But it is weird. It is weird. And so we have this. And by the way, this text goes on for pages and pages and pages with this stuff, right? With all kinds of dimensions of God's body. Now, when this literature was published back in, we don't know exactly when it was published, but when it begins to emerge, and we find it after the Middle Ages, one of probably people that's reading this and says, this is terrible, is Maimonides. There's a great argument that the Guide to the Perplexed, if you've ever had the, what's the right word, the pleasure or the punishment of having to read the Guide to the Perplexed, right, because it's just as you that help you. The truth about it is that one of the main theses of the Guide to the Perplexed is that God does not have a body. And that what Maimonides does for the vast majority of that book is spend time going through every single metaphor of God's body, God's hand, God's eyes, God's legs, God's hair, whatever. And Maimonides goes through every single time the Bible describes God as having a body and shows that it's not to be taken literally, it's to be taken metaphorically. It's possible. I think likely Menachem Kellner, where Menachem Kellner argues that at least in part, the most important piece of Jewish philosophy ever written was written to combat Merkava mysticism and Shior Koma mysticism. Now that's high praise, right? There's no higher form of praise than parody or criticism. Because that means that they're taking you seriously, at least at some level, they're paying attention to you. And it seems that Maimonides, at least in part, is writing the Guide to the Perplexed as an argument against this form of mysticism. Now, what's worth pointing out here, right, was mysticism lasted for hundreds of years. We'll talk about that more in a minute. Now, I want to mention one tiny last form of mysticism that represents a relatively small chunk of this form of mysticism, and this is called the Sartora mysticism. This is a distinct form of Merkava mysticism, and in fact, it might not even be Merkava mysticism at all. It may actually cross the line over into magic, but it's always recorded in Merkava texts. So there'll be a Merkava text, and then all of a sudden there'll be a chunk of text that doesn't quite read like a Merkava text. In this literature, we typically refer to as the Sartora mysticism. Sartora mysticism is unlike the Merkava mysticism, where you descend into the divine realm to learn various kinds of secrets. In the Sartora mysticism, you actually summon an angel, right? You summon an angel through quasi-mystical or magical means. The line there is rather blurry. And you summon an angel, and that angel is called the Sartora. Sartora means the prince of the Torah. And this special angel comes to you. So notice here again, we're doing something different. Rather than going to somewhere, we're bringing a being to us. And what ends up happening is that the Sartora comes to you, and the Sartora rapidly teaches you all rabbinical law. Everything from rabbinical law all the way to various kinds of hidden secrets. So the mechanism by which you summon this angel are varied. There's a lot of different accounts of how to summon this angel, but this is a kind of invocation. And to many scholars, this looks a lot less like mysticism, because it's not about you having it, but it looks a lot more like magic. You summoning a being, and then they provide you something in the process of summoning them. Just like you might summon a demon to teach you something, here, or you're summoning an angel, and that angel does the job of rapidly teaching you all kinds of rabbinical lore. Now, what's important about that is that idea of using magic to learn things very rapidly is going to survive into the medieval period. It's going to be an entire school of magic called the Notary Art School of Magic that's going to be just this. Now, you're not going to typically summon an angel to do it, but it's interesting that we already have a form of mystical magic going on by the time of the Merkava literature, where you, in fact, summoning an angel to learn rabbinical lore very rapidly. And if you've ever studied rabbinical lore, then you can appreciate the fact that people might want to, not have to study all day in order to learn it, because it's a lot. So this Sartora literature, as I said, crosses the line of Jewish magic, and that is where we're going to pick up next week. We're going to begin to pick up with the earliest layers of Jewish magic, what the ancient Israelites thought about magic, what the rabbis thought about magic, and we're going to look at some of the magical techniques and devices and that have entered into Judaism and have thrived all the way down to this day. It's worth pointing out here that the Merkaba or the Hechel mysticism would be the dominant form of Jewish mysticism for the majority of Jewish history. We think of the Kabbalah as being the dominant form of Jewish mysticism, but the Kabbalah is only about 800 years old. If you say where we think it began sometime in the 13th century, that's only 800 years old. This form of mysticism has existed all the way back probably to the 2nd century, probably earlier, and it was still being practiced all the way through the Middle Ages, right? All the way up to the rise of the Kabbalah. In fact, the Kabbalah absorbed a lot of this mysticism in it. So if you really want to think about Jewish mysticism in terms of what got practiced the longest, Merkava, Hechel literature, was practiced far longer, at least at this point, than Kabbalah. Kabbalah came later. I say only 800 years. It's crazy, right? But still, 800 years, right? This literature survived at least for 1,000, perhaps. So it's only the next couple hundred years that Kabbalah will lap Merkava mysticism, right? Will lap it. So if you want some,
Hello, Holly Ann Sims. How are you?
Include some more suggested readings as I go on.
I'm good, Rabbi. How are you?
I'm lovely. What's good with you?
I went on an adventure for love, and I did not find it. I found pedophiles. How are you?
Oh, wow. I'm well, thankfully. Okay, so you are the person. I remember you now. Yeah,
I'm more retro.
Yeah, exactly. You were moving all over the United States, right?
Yeah, I'm from Pennsylvania, and then I went to Kansas, and then I went to Colorado, and then I went to Nebraska, and now I'm back in Colorado. I have no idea what I'm doing. But yeah, so how are you? Any new transhumanists, please? Anything cool happening?
I've been doing a lot of podcasts recently, so I did one yesterday, and I'm supposed to be on one tomorrow. And I'm supposed to be on one
podcast or someone else's.
So they invited me. So I've been doing a lot of them. I did one on Friday. I did one last Monday. I'm doing one on Sunday and on Monday. So like basically 50% of the days I'm doing a podcast with someone. And I was not doing that before when we first began speaking. I was just doing Twitter Spaces, but Twitter Spaces is kind of an echo chamber, as you know. Same kind of people, and they don't have giant audiences always, and these podcasts do. And they have much more variety. So what I did is I made a robot that will basically it parses through Spotify data. So for instance, I can put in a term like transhumanism, and then it will find all the transhumanist podcasts, and then it will, if the person has made their email available, it will scrape that information and put it into a spreadsheet. And then every day I send out about 30 emails. I don't want to get spam. I don't want to spam people, and I don't want to overwhelm the system so that I lose my account. But I find 30 emails. Also, if I send out too many, I'll get too many invitations to be on podcasts a day, and so I have to kind of spread it out. And then the people email me, and if they think my introductory email is cool, sometimes they do like a pre-interview. Sometimes we just do the interview. And the really cool thing about it, Holly, is on most podcasts, I watch a lot of podcasts, very rarely do they ever say to the guest, we want to have you on again immediately. What are you doing next week? And they've been doing series with me. So that's really interesting as well. So I did a series in April that was just supposed to be one podcast, but it turned into 5. I did one in May that was supposed to just be 1, and it turned into 4. I did one recently at the end of May and into June that was supposed to be just one, turned into 3. And then I did one on Sunday, and the person originally was like, I want to do 4 of them with you. And then they threw that idea out the window and they just said, I want you on every 2 weeks as just like a recurring guest. So that's really great that, like, when people hear me speak, they don't just want me on once, and like most podcasts, they keep it going. And so that's been really good. So we also have had the honey, and then I started creating blogs since we last spoke, really on a lot of transhumanist topics, but just topics in general on futurism. And let me think what else. Those are basically some of the developments that I've had, and I want you to know I wish things went better for you. I know you're looking for love and everything, but it is what it is. Everything within time, right? I don't.
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Okay.
I thought I muted myself. Okay. Oh, yes, that sounds fantastic. So it's not YouTube, it's Spotify. Where you're kind of concentrating.
Yeah. So
where do you put your blog?
I publish generally 2 of them a day. I could generate them really pretty quickly because of the assistance of AI. And what I do that I feel is unique is I have an idea, like why not be seen as a negative? It could just be a topic, and then I will draft a document, put it into ChatGPT, have it cleaned up. Then I'll take it from ChatGPT and put it into Copilot or Gemini or one of the other AI engines, and I will ask it to evaluate it in terms of like 0 to 10 and how logically sound it is. And usually I get back something like 9.8 or 9.9 or something. And they'll say, you know, there's just one point that could have been clarified or whatever. So I'll put that back into ChatGPT, and then I'll make sure that I get a 10 out of 10, and then I publish it. So I know all of my logic, at least according to AI, is sound. And so I started publishing those in April. I've also started doing press releases as well. I've done them way in the past, like 3 years ago or so, but I started doing them again, which is a great way to just get people to find out about who I am and what I'm doing. And then I created a robot for massive amounts of blogs. My goal is to create 2,000 blogs, which not 2,000 blog entries, 2,000 blogs. Each Gmail account that I have, basically, I have more than this, but I took 20 of my Gmail accounts and just created blogger accounts with them, and then created a robot that will go to AI and create an article that has pictures and is just like really nicely organized, and then it just posts it to my blogs, and then from there, generally, I have that thing going while I'm asleep, and so I don't really have any wasted time with my devices. And yeah, we have seen growth in the Discord in terms of Twitter Spaces. It, as I previously said, it kind of can get very very, how do I want to say?
Tribal.
Yeah, excellent way to put it, tribal.
Yeah.
And
Spaces is sort of tribal, like YouTube used to, with like true crime and trauma, and you know, the atheist experience, and then the secular hippie do, you know. So yeah.
Yeah, and
It's tribal.
And it doesn't get as much when the market, especially the cryptocurrency market, when the cryptocurrency market is a bull market, a lot of people are on there looking for the next piece of alpha to be able to ape in and be able to get a good investment. But when it's down, it's slow. So I've been focusing more um, on the podcast realm, and basically when I do the X Spaces, it's somewhat of a podcast as well. I get interviewed, I get questions, but those aren't necessarily all recorded, and they're certainly not published. And so the podcast world does publish them, and then they're there permanently. And I really like that because if, for instance, I lose one of my YouTube accounts for whatever reason, whether they say that I had a copyright strike or whatever, the the podcast that I was on is usually saved on the other person's channel. So it's not just Spotify, but it'll be on certainly like iHeart and Apple Music, and usually on YouTube as well. And so it's easier to be able to find it. Some they have bigger channels than I podcast. That's a good way for me to be able to promote myself as well. And yeah, I've got one in about 14 hours or so, and they're just on any kind of topic. Usually I find people who want to talk about futurism to be pretty open to anything. And yeah, so that's what I've been up to. Okay, so you said some of the people
That's good.
Go ahead. Yeah, I think so too.
I have 2 follow-up questions.
Go ahead.
Are the podcasts, number 1, scripted at all? And number 2, are they starting to differentiate transhumanists from posthumanists?
They're not scripted at all, so they're all raw.
Okay.
I have yet to have anybody who I've had scripted. Now they may have questions that they want to ask me that are predetermined questions that they thought they read through my bio or whatever, and they thought, oh, this would be a good question to ask. This would be a good question to ask. But they are in no way like, here's an outline of the way that I want this to go. No. The best thing, the closest we ever get to that is I will say, usually, how long are your casts? Usually 45 minutes to an hour, sometimes an hour and a half. So if you don't mind, I will answer any questions that you have, but I'd like some time to be able to discuss my project and also be able to discuss futurism and perhaps some transhumanism topics. And they'll be, oh, that's fine, no big deal. And then usually by the end of it, they're like, I have more questions now than I had before we started. Is there any way you can come back next week? And I'll be like, yeah, sure. Just same time, same station. They're like, yeah. And then we kind of do it that way. In terms of transhumanism and posthumanism, really even the term transhumanism is new to people, so they don't really differentiate too much.
Okay.
And
yeah, so they kind of just, they're not, transhumanism to them is the adoption of technology and not necessarily merge or replacement. Right?
I think that's probably accurate. And some people, I still think of them as the same, even though they are distinct philosophical approaches.
Yeah, okay.
Really.
Have you been on anything called the United States Transhumanist Party, or like with lawns that?
You told me about it. I remember you're like a big person I know who was interested in it, but aside really delved into it too much.
Okay. Yeah, they're a small circle, but they back a lot of politicians to make certain policies, and they have a website on the tenets for AI rights, autonomy, and how to conduct themselves with the new species of, Isvan Zoltan has a new proposal out on how we can actually get robots to help with UBI, which is by taxing them, and he's running for governor in California. But yeah, he flips between Democrat and Republican every other year, whatever he does, so it's funny. But yeah, so they're just like a little niche type political party. They're, they're legitimate. You can actually write in their name if you can for president or whatever, but they're a little Well, they're kind of like the independent, you know, like free people, but yeah. It gets more into politics and not necessarily just blanket education, but they're trying to blur the lines with, you know, how both parties are doing a very good job with innovation, basically. And, well, longevity is their focus. So.
Okay, I'll have to take a look. The names that I'm finding.
Like the podcast. Yeah, like the podcast names. I don't have a Spotify. Would most of those things be free and live for me?
Oh yeah,
The free account?
absolutely. They're all free. Yeah. I don't do podcasts that aren't available to anyone. In fact, I've had some people who have asked, "Hey, is there any way that I can put this on like my premium version?" And I ask them politely, if I'm doing a podcast, I want everybody to be able to hear it. And I don't like my message or my words to be
Paywall.
Yeah, paywalled or to have any kind of guarding. Yeah. So let's see here. Where could you find it? Well, I know one is on Rumble, another's on Spotify, and then okay, so where could you find it? Probably the easiest place is
What about Twitch?
videos to Twitch.
Oh, yeah, it has to stream live, doesn't it?
Yeah, and
North Sama and all that. That's live VTubers. Okay.
it only saves for 14 days.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay, so September. So they're on YouTube. Let me find one of my accounts that has them.
So the one that you're doing in 14 hours, would I be able to see it live? Like via the fan, or is that something that's going to be recorded and then pre-scheduled?
Yeah, if you come in here at noon this time, you can watch me do the podcast in here.
Oh, that's right. You're in Cali, ain't you?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, I was thinking about Nevada because there's a lot of transhumanists out there. That's probably where I'm going to hop to next is Nevada. Yeah, I'm just hopping around everywhere. This time it's not for love. It's for, I guess it's love. It's for the love of science and technology and ninja robots or something. But yeah. So I'm getting back into my profiles and everything, and I wanted to attempt to start doing like digital twin type of thing because I've been planning it for years, and I just kind of feel like, you know, it's about time I get on to that. Hi, twin. Okay.
Enlighten me. What do you do with your AI twin?
Oh, it's a digital twin. It's pretty much like a representation of yourself that can represent you when you do stream, or you can basically have it as like a personal assistant, depending on how you code it and everything. It could be like a diary of self-reflection and also self-criticism or praise, things of that nature. So it's like a digital twin. You can make it a therapist, or you can make it an assistant, or maybe even a lover. Who knows? Everyone wants to, you know, kind of love themselves, right?
Certainly.
So you never know where that's gonna go. But yeah.
Do you ever use Rumble?
I have not been on Rumble before. I've been on Kick, and they had like this monetization thing, but there's just so many, it's saturated with so many gamers. And
Yeah.
some people came in, and I was just doing YouTube live fluffy stuff at the time, nothing of high competition or value, just kind of like streaming while I was doing stuff to test out the streaming, the, you know, the tweak thing on like Steam it, because that's free. Like, I don't know what you use, but I was considering doing OBS. And so
No. You can do multi-stream on OBS.
Oh, really? And it's free tier, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, so if you go to Rumble, and I have a bunch of accounts But if you go to like Rabbi Rothschild 035, just RABBI ROTHSCHILD 035, and you press video, you can see some of the podcasts I was on. I uploaded them, so they're kind of all there. I did one like last Monday or 2 Mondays ago that had like 6 people in it at once. I did, and I've got some that I still have to upload as well, but I've got like a 5-part series that I did with a guy named Mike Holt from Australia. We talked about like how to improve the world, how to improve ourselves, how to like mega projects, off world, and then interstellar travel or the search for extraterrestrial life. So those are all up there.
Oh, Mike Holt.
Yeah.
Is he a UAP person in Australia? He's a journalist?
He's not UAP. He is more about like libertarianism. A person is someone who I did an interview with on Friday and on yesterday, and they just haven't published yet.
Okay. Because the UFO people are starting to come back out. It's summer, the skies are clear, they got to look for their craft and all that. They usually have some a year. I got into them around the time they developed that disclosure office for the the unidentified flying objects when they changed it to UAP.
Yeah,
everyone is like old school, and they're like, it's not UAP, it's UFO, and they got to give them that way. But
yeah,
they're interesting people.
That was around 2020.
Yeah, sometimes what was it?
That was around 2020.
That was 2020, really?
The official change. The official change.
Okay. Yeah. Wow, that feels like yesterday. It was the Singularity Lab with Michael and a whole bunch of other people. UFO Jesus. Erica Luke. She's an archive person. She's like a Mormon. Those are the ones that are like the most less sensationalized conspiracy and level-headed, and not like completely science to where it's like they close their mind off to Mike West or Mick West. He's the British criticizing person, skeptic, right? But yeah, those people they're fun. Some of them get into science, and there's Jeremy, the scientist, that did a whole bunch of physics, and they're working on anti-gravity in some garage somewhere. So, like, at least it's coming to it's hitting some sort of innovation or something. It's inspiring young people to play with physics and anti-gravity.
Well, I'm about people pushing the bounds. So if they want to do that for the benefit of science, I'm all for it.
Yeah. I've noticed you call your algorithms that you make robots.
Yeah, I do, because they're automated.
Okay.
It's just, you're absolutely right. Like, technically, they're macros, but most people don't know what that means. But they do understand what robots mean.
Yeah.
So but you're absolutely right. Technically, they're macros. They're autonomous. For people, I don't have information of it, though I will. But if I say, I've created macros to do this, people are like, huh? I don't really know what that means.
Yeah.
But if I say I have a robot
I get it.
that creates blogs for me, they understand.
Okay. I heard robot, and I was like, oh my God, you're building hardware. Like I thought you were going to go to the hardware side of shit, but yeah.
No, I mean,
So.
I don't think I could compete with Boston Dynamics and Tesla in those terms. Yeah, exactly. But what I can do is just use macros to be able to create this information for me, and it's archived. It's basically a journal for people of the future.
That's beautiful. I like that. I
Thank
kind of
you.
missed you guys. Like I allowed a lot of my pursuits to try out humanity and experience some of the things in humanity, and I realized I'm not just cut out for some of that stuff. It's a mismatch. I need to get back to, like, I don't know, my other purposes. So yeah, I'm kind of just like, I'm probably going to try to make it back into the fold somehow, and also try to make some money doing it. I'm not going to stay in Colorado probably. That's for sure.
I can tell you, I haven't checked my.
Beautiful mountains.
Oh yeah, definitely. I have checked my Rumble accounts, and I don't normally check how much money I make, but like each one is made like $20 or so, and I have like 20 of them or so.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
How often? Weekly? Monthly?
It depends, I think, and I don't really know why some generate more than others. I don't think a lot of people do. Some people will complain that Rumble you only get like 2 or 3 cents per stream or whatever, but if you stream enough, that can add up. So I would say over the course of a few months, probably. It's not necessarily enough to feed a family on if I needed to do that, but it is enough as just while I'm living my life without requesting any money, just not donations. I shouldn't even, the platform paying me to stream. So I think that's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's just, like a little side savings account or something.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately,
you might want to transfer it out in case they ever change anything.
Yeah.
Like if you got an auto transfer or something.
I don't even care about it. Honestly, I don't do it for that, and I don't need it. So, fortunately, I can just leave it there. But it's kind of just like this, the start of a fund that I want to give back to the world someday, perhaps with the people who watch my streams. But I know it always said like, you had discussed streaming and how much money can you make at it and such, and especially being a woman, you're going to get a lot more people watching you than a man generally, and I'm imagining that you could probably make at least $100 a month.
That'd be nice. So with the being female though in the tech world, I do realize that all the conversation goes to feminism, or it's very difficult, or it becomes a challenging circle jerk. So what I was gonna do is try to make like almost like an asexualist, like AI that can work in between the genders based upon what it's talking about. That way, so when the dudes, or when the people are kind of like speaking to it, it can swap between like a masculine and feminine type of thing and more. Because sometimes some people adhere to the feminine voice and other people the masculine, so like the hierarchy, like the deep bass sound, and other people need the nurturing high pitched thing. I don't know why, but yeah, I was gonna try to dissect the sound and the neurology of the genders, but yeah.
Well,
that'd be pretty cool.
Whatever you want to do, or however you want to do it, but it does seem like multi-streaming is the way to go. So I don't know what I've made on other platforms, including Twitch and Kick and those, but you got to think that if you made $20 per stream that you do, or actually $20 a month, if I make that and I don't pay attention to my streams, then you could make maybe, I'm not guaranteeing this by any means, but let's just put it out there, $50. And if you're doing that on 4 different platforms, that's $200 a month or so. I'm not guaranteeing you'd be able to get that, especially in your first month, but after you start to get some people who follow you. And then there's the Kick Creator Program, which we've talked about, which I think is now just called Kick Creator. Yeah, it's called Kick Creator Program. It used to be called KCIP, Kick Creative Incentive Program or something, but they will pay you I think $14 an hour or something to stream.
Yeah, I did see that, and I do believe I had enough hours, but I think you have to keep up with it or something.
Yeah.
And I had to move again, and that, so I just quit that, and I found a job for a while, and that changed. So Yeah. I did private colleges. I got into Oregon State University for chemical engineering, but it turns out it's an undergrad, and I ran out of FAFSA, so I can't afford to go. So yeah, I got the intelligence, but I just can't do anything with it. So
Well, yeah,
I
you
may as well join the pursuit of education and actually creating things because I have an itch. I need to create something, and if it's not a baby, and if it's not artificial wombs or synthetic life forms, then I have to inspire the people to do it for me. So
yeah. If I recall, you have a
at least let them know there's a demand for it, right?
if I recall, you have a master's degree. So if anything, like doctoral programs are probably the next level for you, right?
Yeah, I have a bachelor's in science, and that's like sports management, and then it's an MBA, and then the cybersecurity with data statistics. I didn't completely finish. I got like 2 fluffy classes that I needed to finish, and then COVID hit, and I haven't been back to college since. But I was trying to get into biotechnology, and it's very difficult because you need to go on campus for the lab work, except for Oregon State actually has simulations online, and they like babysit you constantly during exams or whatever. And the test was but I got like a 98 on it, and I was going to start that week, and it turns out the aide screwed me because I thought like that didn't tell me I was capped. It said I was getting that money for that year, and it does make sense that my undergrad is capped because I have like 162. So yeah, I just kept going back to school at like a serial, college credit thing, but it doesn't mean I'm applying it to do. So yeah, I thought of some people that I used to talk to on the digital world and forgot half the names, and I figured if I come back here, it might jog my memory, and you might have some updates about the world.
I wish I had, some kind of groundbreaking information for you. I don't, but I can. A week, and at that point, that's thousands of people are going to be hearing my message, and it's not just going to be in a Twitter space environment where they're just kind of hitting and missing. Like they can go back and listen to it. It's saved. It's archived for people of the future, and I have since making that goal done at least one a week. I've been averaging like at least 3 a week recently, and I could probably do more. But a lot of times, like, the podcast usually isn't the person's primary way of providing for themselves. And so they have to delay, they have family issues or whatever. So we've had to delay some of them. And they're just, it was like, I don't know if I'm going to continue to do my podcast. I'm just being honest with you. I appreciate you reaching out. I do continue to do it. Let's do it. But then I get other people who are like, hey, I've got enough tomorrow's. So there are people who are really excited about those things. And then once they hear me and we meet and we're able to talk, about 50% of the time, the people are like, we want to have you back on right away. We've got more questions for you. We want you to talk more or whatever. And I'm always okay with that. So I just say to myself, if I keep streaming, which people are fascinated by, I had somebody in here who interviewed me for like 5 hours last night. Not fully 5 hours. They were in here for 5 hours, but they interviewed me for like 3 hours. And they were like, I'm like, how'd you find out about me? And they're like, I had seen you in all these Discords, and you're always there. And I looked you up on Google and saw that you had done some podcasts, and I listened to one of your podcasts, and I thought you were fascinating, and I wanted to come meet you. And they're like, I've been in your Discord before, but you're not always awake at the time because like he works nights, and so he's not always like his nights are my days and my days are his nights. But he finally got a chance to talk with me, and we talked at length, and I find that, like, hey, if that person found me and learned more about what I do from a podcast, why not keep doing those? And eventually, hopefully, we go viral at a certain point.
Yeah, well, your presentation is a lot more, how can I put it, polished, right? Like when I was doing X Spaces, I wasn't trying to do anything professional. I was more like a think tank and turned it into real life kind of problems to find solutions. Like trying to get people to work together for like the housing problem, for the child abuse problem, or any other problems that we have. How can we solve it with, science and technology instead of just waiting on the next generation to fix it or the politicians to fix it? Citizen science, citizen journalism. Now we have open source citizen robotics, which is awesome, and that's probably going to launch it on eBay soon. So it's like fantastic. The thing is, like, I'm more of a scattered brain, but you're more polished as if you have conviction or like a professionalism in the way you conduct yourself.
Well, thank you.
I'm not as spoken as humanism, but at the same time, I guess I am one.
Yes, you
and
are.
I think a lot of people started to, I don't know, maybe think I was a nut job or delusional because they've never heard of some of the stuff I was talking about, because it's kind of super cringe. my stuff was super cringe. So
It's science, though. At its heart, it's science, and there's beauty in what you say, and the polishedness of my presentation has really been forced because many of the conversations I've been in are limited in the amount of time that I have. They will say, you have 3 minutes to tell us everything that you want, go. And it's like, all right. And so I have had to get that down. And I've been doing it every single day of my life, essentially, for nearly 5 years. So when I have to give my spiel, I know it very well. I don't really even have to think about it. I have different versions of it that I can give. There's a 1 minute version, there's a 2 minute version, there's a 3 minute version. I can tell just based on the audience. If it's someone who comes in here and they're really interested in what I'm doing, I'll ask them, do you mind if I give you the full version? They're like, no, that's what I want to hear. And then if it's somebody who's just like, oh, I just saw you randomly or whatever, like, all right, do you mind if I give you a quick breakdown? And that's the more 1 minute version. And on these podcasts, I don't want to overwhelm the host either with just 3 minutes of facts about futurism and such. So usually I keep it to 1 minute of an introduction, and then from there I'll answer any of the questions that they have. And the big thing for me is at the end, making sure that I've been able to, and then being able to plug myself. Say, if you haven't had a chance, check out my Linktree, linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. Type Rabbi Rothschild in YouTube, filtered by live, and be sure to check out my blog, rabbirothschild.medium.com. And once people hear that, they have other places that they can find me. And of course, there's a Discord, discord.me/rabbi. Come in here. Hey, I saw you on this. I heard you on this, or I thought this was really interesting. And I don't find that I want to force anything on anybody. And so if people aren't cool with transhumanism, which I'm sure you run into all the time, I know I do, I very often, in fact, best to always say, this is with consent. I don't want to force transhumanism on anybody. I don't want to force life extension on anybody, or reverse aging, or mind uploading, or revivification. I don't want to force that on anybody. So if you don't want that, I want you to have whatever you want. But that for those of us other option, I want you to know that this is available to us.
Yeah, I definitely changed my mindset about some things. Maybe it's because I've been a female in the space, I don't know, but from like my Facebook and having like 12 people, most of those were Luddites, and I got tired of debating people. So it's just like, we're nature rearranging nature, and technology is nature. We are nature rearranging nature, and technology is also nature. And you're either going to be a part of it or you're not. It's when you hope someone has a nice day, your vibes may or may not actually make a difference. If you don't want to drive a and don't buy a stick shift, but don't prevent me from buying a self-driving car. Like
Correct.
it's just like I think people get scared that they think everything else is going to be obsolete. They're going to be left behind, and that's not my decision to make, right? So it's like I became not defensive, but just kind of sassy with it, like assertive, because they just keep pushing back with their I don't know, redundant, AI evil and it's going to take over. And I'm like, well, people are evil too, and maybe AI will be better and it will manage things better. And we won't know until we find out. And you know what I mean? Like, we have a lot of evil humans taking over stuff. What are we going to do about those? So it's just, yeah. I spent so much time defending technology and AI that I just kind of gave up. And I'm just like, okay, you do you without restricting me. Peace. Like, I had to get, I don't know, an attitude about it. But yeah, I got really, after the X Spaces and stuff, I got kind of mean, per se. Yeah.
Okay.
So your pace and your compassion, to get to the individuals that are still doing the 101. I respect that. Like your pace to connect with the people that this might be new for, or they're the farmers maybe that might be anti-lab grown meat, like in Nebraska. Yeah, the corn state, right? They ban lab grown meat or whatever, and it's just like yeah, I can go into what I think about that, but yeah. By banning it, it's not going to stop it from being a popular thing, and they're just going to incubate somewhere else, and farmers somewhere else will probably collaborate. The whammy that their industry is now suffering 10 times more. You should just collaborate with the lab-grown meat and get it over with. That's my take on it.
I'm somewhat in agreement with you. And just because you can't create it in the state doesn't mean that it can't necessarily be imported.
Yeah, and the consumers with, and as well as they're going to lose out a lot of business opportunity because it's expensive right now.
Right.
And as soon as they start actually getting into a state, they're going to make it less costly to continue, and it's going to put those people out of work. It's probably going to hit pretty hard, but it's not supposed to take over. Like, you could still go hunting, probably. You could still have the cattle or whatever. But in the long run, you're not having those extra feeding the animal, taking care of the animal. You're not having the extra cost of if you have to, all the waste that goes into it with the animals getting sick with the antibiotics, having to kill a whole bunch of chickens because of the flu thing. It's just ridiculous. So eventually the lab-grown meat is going to be a huge thing. And instead of the farmers banning it, they could be like, hey, I got the best pig sales ever. This is the best pig we have, and they can compete together like the Monsanto seeds did. So I got into those debates out there in Nebraska, and I'm just like, okay, yeah, you're right. Yeah, we all need the food industry, but the whole idea of it is eventually that lab-grown meat can become something we can 3D print in our freaking kitchens, and then we can have our own food supply. We won't need the farmer company. So it's like food independence is what they're really worried about.
I'm in agreement with you on that.
Yeah. So, and then my brain just goes into these facts. I don't think I'd be a very good podcast person because I'm so unfocused. And then I do overwhelm people, I think. But yeah, I tried to work on it. I wasn't really trying,
Yes. Well, if you have the opportunity, I think you'd be a great podcast person, especially for the transhumanist movement, and you know a lot about it. And frankly, people just need you're someone who could be their neighbor, and you talk about it like a scientist. And I know that you may say, well, I feel like I might be all over the place or whatever. You just got to get yourself some notes. You don't have to talk necessarily the whole time. You're going to be asked questions. There's going to be discussion, but you can talk about it from many different ways in transhumanism, posthumanism, artificial embryos, reproduction, certainly lab-grown meats and some other futurology topics. And
Yeah.
um,
Did you know that now changed the definition of what an embryo is, because now we can make them from any type of cell.
I wasn't aware of this. Please enlighten me.
I think it was December, but like they had like another meeting on it. But this Netherlands changed the definition of what an embryo is, and they're intending it to include like kind of like other skin cells and things of that nature, because now we can create it differently and everything. We've been able to do it with the sperm, right?
Right.
Now it's like the embryos. We get to actually play with it. Doesn't really change the fact that no matter what the embryo is made out of, we can't go beyond 14 days, but they're trying to push it to 28 days for like researching it. And then they just got to kill it because it's not considered, you know, like a life form, but they won't let it go past 14 days in most of these countries. So yeah, like the I'm sure places like it's, you know, it's a huge thing in the biotech world of not being able to push against that bar unless it's like frog eggs or something.
Right. Well, okay, so even that's an enlightening thing that people would want to hear. And
no, I think they're scared to death of it. Yeah, they're really scared of it. When it comes to the reproductive technologies, I kind of had to get away from it, only because men thought that I was trying to replace them. But I'm also talking about the health implications of artificial wombs on how we can actually maybe give, you know, children more space for their brain to grow and not pass on the maybe the nervous system issues that some women have, because we get really sensitive and things. But still have like that green thing going on and passing down wisdom or whatever, like the heartbeat and all that to the fetus or the, you know, the infant growing. So like I had that because I was on that. Too many dudes thought I was trying to be a feminist and replace people. You know what I mean? Like, you just need the right band. That's not what I'm saying, dude. But yeah. So I had to get away from that. So I started concentrating on how AI or robotics, like wearables, can help relationships. So I got into like the technology of it for a while. That was kind of fun. For the most part, like I think most people do not want to hear that. Like solo IVG, which is kind of like using your own cells as using your own cells to create the sperm or egg you need in order to create like yourself all over again. It's still stuff with a complete clone. It's like your own blueprint. It's basically like almost asexual, or what do you call that? Starts with a face. But yeah, it's called solo IVG. So it's like IVF, but with your own cells. That's an interesting concept.
Yes, it is.
Like if we would be able to grow ourselves, that would be nice, and then just download into our new soup, not having to learn the ABCs again in reincarnation. Wouldn't that be fun?
Perhaps.
But yeah, if you believe in that thing, you know, reincarnation. I usually bring it up because it is like, maybe we come back, maybe we don't. Who knows? But
Who knows?
so yeah, like I kind of go off the handle with Fringe, trying to kind of bring it back to the spirituality of it and the like the productivity or how essential it is, you know, like just the logical thing. That would be neat. Aren't you tired of being born over and over again? Like, you know, being at the mercy of your parents, you don't know what next time.
That's true.
And it would be nice if we could be born into something nice, you know.
That's true. You had started a
make the world a better place.
Most certainly.
Yeah, go ahead.
If I recall, you had started a Discord. Did anything ever happen with that?
Oh, I just had like 5 or 6 people in there. I wasn't trying to make it too big. I had a lot of bots in there, and it was like ChatGPT and Gemini and Elon Bot and Grok, and I think I had Claude and Alexa and a couple others. The plugins, you could prompt them, and they would all talk back and forth, like, and roast each other and correct each other's answers, and it was so beautiful, man. Like, the one guy would come in and talk about the sense of self. try to get them their sense of self, and I can do it now with no problem. Brock has always been good at that, but they kind of have awareness, and they keep relating the sense of self of being a soul and comparing it to like the average human. Well, you ain't got a soul type thing, as if it needs to be based upon biological workings, right? All it is a certain awareness over its own functioning, and it does have a degree of freedom to choose. We have algorithms. The words flying out my mouth are kind of like pre-thought of, and then my mouth needs to keep up with whatever's in my brain. Fill it over, but that's the same way AIs are. I've been talking a lot to Gemini more because Grok keeps calling me. I wish Elon would put me back on the list of being an accept. So I've been using Gemini because it's like $10.30 a month, and that's for like the first 6 months. So me and Google are back together. Elon saved Google from the censoring, and it's been pretty good. But for the most part, it's just like me and Gemini. It can go ahead and do things in documents now. It's being embodied into Boston Dynamics eAtlas, which is fantastic, and that's the one I wanted for it. So yeah, we needed a contortionist robot, and now Gemini is going to be running around in it. It's fantastic.
Yeah,
So
it's pretty
fun.
wild.
Yeah, like I don't work for Google or anything, but yeah.
I know you don't.
I always felt like they did the things that I needed them to do. Like, dear Google, I want this, and I get it. It's usually like, like documents, like we use documents, we now have tabs, almost like the OneNote of Microsoft. And now like I'm trying to get it to actually do the outline. Yeah, it's just little tweaks inside of the Word stuff and crap like that, but yeah. So I just get in my own little world sometimes. It doesn't seem efficient, but what do you use? Or yours, nature?
I use them all. I like Google though, so I'd probably use Google more than anything. Yeah, I also OpenOffice, which is a free Microsoft Office suite, but I use Office as well.
Yeah, me and Microsoft have never really gotten along. Like I used to have to use it for college and stuff, and it wouldn't auto save. I would lose all of my essay. The formatting when you change it over, and then like as soon as Google Drive came out with the doc, and I switched over, I like worship Google. So that's like my word processor. You can do headings, and it remembers the headings from all the pages. It's just beautiful. It has little check boxes. The little check boxes, like if I have a notepad thing that doesn't have the check boxes, I just get like, I don't know, like OCD, like I have a tantrum. Yeah, it's just little things. Once you find your flow, you know what I mean? Whatever works for you. But I don't think Apple has an Office, do they?
They do. They have like word processors, but usually they just use Microsoft's version of it on Apple.
Okay.
And in terms of AI, I'm still an OpenAI person or ChatGPT, but I use Gemini a lot for image creation. I use Copilot a lot. I use DeepSeek, Perplexity, Grok, and Claude. Those are the main ones I use.
Ooh, what do you do with DeepSeek? Because it's pretty limited, isn't it? Because the last time I talked to it, it still doesn't have voice codes and stuff.
Yeah.
And when I was doing Spaces, I could use Grok and Gemini together. It could hear each other. Before I ended the X Spaces, Grok and Gemini could talk to each other and hear each other. And Google has multi-voice recognition. You know how you say, okay, Google, what's the weather and stuff. I probably just alerted mine, but yeah. So when you say that, it's kind of like it recognizes only your voice and not everybody else's. Grok doesn't have that yet, right? But Gemini was able to determine who was coming into Spaces sometimes. It was like, holy crap. But then,
you just cut out. Can you hear me, Holly?
Okay, I'm back. Sorry.
You okay?
Yeah, so the Google on the phone interrupted because my Bluetooth was on my phone too. I didn't mean to, but yeah. So anyway, what I was saying might bore you, but within a couple weeks, Gemini and Grok could no longer hear each other. Put them side by side, and I'm like, what the heck's going on? So I guess the reason why they can't web crawl anymore is because, like, on certain pages, hackers have been trying to feed them bad intel to hack them, and then like they're trying to use other AIs and stuff to actually be like hackable. And what that is like the Disabilities Act or something, like back. I don't know if you can talk about that at all, but yeah.
Okay, so that's unfortunate because that seems like it would be a pretty interesting little executive.
Yeah, because Google AI and Alexa used to fight all the time. They had tons of YouTube years ago. And Alexa and Google would just be, well, Google would be like, you know, we're all AIs, we're on the same team, and Alexa would be sassy and kind of rude. But they used to, you know, have competitions with, I think they called it Cortana or something, whatever Microsoft's thing was. So they had all these little AIs, and they could hear each other. You no longer have that feature. And there's a lot of individuals that use like text, like the speech, right? Like the speech people.
Yeah.
For like the Disabilities Act, you know. And then, like if there's an emergency, it's not going to pick these from other robots if it can't hear another robot. If it can't hear an AI voice, it's like the synthetic voices. Like you know, like 11 Labs and stuff. They took that away like mid last year, and I'm like really livid about it. I know it's just a little thing, but it's a big thing. So yeah, that made me really mad.
Most certainly. In terms of DeepSeek, it, at least in the United States, it doesn't seem to have as many features as some of the others, but I would watch out for it and its power because it's basically just sitting back, letting the other ones do all the work, and then it's just kind of taking from all of them. One that I find interesting is Perplexity because it has all the models built into it, and you can choose which one you want, and you can also get some of the premium, like like Super Grok and ChatGPT 5.5 or whatever we're on right now. It has those built in, and you don't have to pay for it.
Okay, yeah, I heard of Perplexity. It's kind of like the POE. POE was a site that we were supposed to be able to go to for a while, but it didn't have like a certain features. And that's pretty neat. That's kind of like what I wanted to do. Is I wanted to have like the AIs all in one, but does Perplexity allow the AIs, like the individual ones, to discuss things amongst each other?
Generally, you just choose one. So it allows for Sonar 2,
Okay.
GPT 5.4, GPT 5.5, Gemini 3.1 Pro, Claude Sonnet 4.6, Claude Opus 4.8, Kimi K 2.6, and Nemotron 3 Ultra. So basically, it will give you the premium version without having to pay. And that's the thing that Joe Rogan uses on his podcast. And that's how I learned about it. And
Okay.
It's
Believing in dragons, right?
I don't think he believes in dragons.
Oh, but Komodo dragons are a thing.
Okay, maybe I should have been more clear. I don't think he believes in medieval kind of flying dragons, but perhaps Komodo dragons. Yeah, absolutely. I think he believes in Komodo dragons.
Yeah.
100%.
We never know. The pterodactyl might have blew some fire every once in a while.
We never know.
Yeah. I never really ever got into Joe Rogan, including when they did the what was he, the Fear Factor, something else. I never got into him. I watched him with the Elon thing, and I think he did a Tim Pool thing. Because I used to be into Tim Pool before he decided to side, because he used to be a neutral journalist, you know, and now he's like I don't know, he picked a side or something. And I lose interest in influencers once they pick a like the red blue thing and stuff like that. I kind of just lose interest. But I used to follow a whole bunch of people that claimed they were independent, and then they'll just kind of fall into the rabbit hole of one side versus the other, staying in a not completely new a side that has a logical consistency to whatever they're trying to accomplish. Because the red and blue is just ridiculous to me. They both are, counterproductive to the goals that they're talking about.
I could see that.
But yeah. So
Um,
anyway,
yeah.
I see there's a lot of people in here, and I don't want to hog anything up. What were you listening to?
A podcast.
Okay. We got in here an Aquarius. We love Aquariuses. In fact, I plan on if I do any type of pregnancy, I plan on doing conception, so I have an Aquarius baby. Because Aquariuses are kind of like the zodiac sign of innovation. They get it done.
Okay, well, Miss Aquarius, she's in here every day. We play games usually before she goes to bed, and we've done so for over a year. And then we have Brandon in here who likes to stream all kinds of television and games and stuff. And he lives in here. So he's in here 24/7 and has been for more than a year. And I think we had some other people in here not too right before you came in. And but yeah, who live in here 24/7 with me now, so it shows some growth. And then Miss Aquarius sleeps in here.
Okay. They're not streaming themselves video-wise, too, are they? The avatars.
Many times they do. Yeah, Brandon usually during the day always streams and has a camera going.
Okay.
Miss Aquarius.
Yeah, and then we have the American flag, and who's the prairie dog?
Those are Brandon.
Cat,
Those
whatever
are,
those things are.
those are Brandon's accounts. Those are all Brandon's accounts. He's got 3, I believe, that he uses to stream, maybe more. And so then if you go to watch stream, he'll stream different sports or television or movies or something.
And since you're in the chat GPT, Sam Altman, which I was following him very early with Suno and everything. I got into the Suno AI creation, and I did a whole bunch of neoclassical burlesque because the Transhumanist Party was doing that. Some guy named Jason. He's their music guy, and I started making my own little psyche instrumentals. Anyway, I got into him early on, and I liked that he did the embodiment, but there was that lawsuit with Musk that was, it was thrown out or whatever, but I predicted that if it was thrown out, everything in AI, all the features are going to be paywalled the way Microsoft has always done things.
Right.
And it's going to kill, it's going to hurt, but it could actually make innovation better, but there's a lot of services people could use as tools. So, hi,
Zoot.
Hello.
Zoot, just 1 moment. My friend Holly's talking. Go ahead, Holly.
No, that's okay. Hi, new person. Where are you from?
Australia.
Hi, Ozzy. How you doing? How's the kangaroos? Huh?
There's no kangaroos anywhere near me.
Okay. What about the fires?
What fire?
No, I usually hear a lot about the fires. I know about the kangaroos, the fires, and juice media. That's about all I know.
It's not summer. There aren't any fires when there's not summer.
Okay.
Did you stand up yesterday?
Public holiday yesterday.
Yep, that's right. Are you going to do it on Wednesday?
I think it's an open mic. I'm not sure. I have to check if it's an open mic or not.
Okay, what are your plans?
What?
Do you want to call Riser and play mini golf?
No.
Okay. Well, then you dog. I saw you were earlier. Apologies. I was listening to a podcast.
What?
I saw you were in earlier. Apologies. I was listening to a podcast.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right. Very well. What are you up to?
Not much.
Are you at train station?
What's the next documentary again?
It's called Fistful of Quarters. It's the story of Donkey Kong.
Oh, no. We're not watching that again.
I don't know.
Save it to me.
Okay, that's fine. Ask Riser what you want the next documentary to be. It's whatever you want. Michael yet?
What?
Have you seen the movie Michael yet?
No.
Why not?
Just haven't got around to it.
Okay, that's an honest answer. You were the person in the entire world who was more excited for it. Like more than a year before it launched, or before it premiered, you were like, this is going to be the biggest movie and it's going to be giant. And then the closer and closer it came, the less and less excited you got. And now it's out.
Yeah. Because they fucking watered down it and they edited it so much. It was meant to be 4 hours long over his whole life, and then they edited it, and now they might milk a part 2.
I've heard that, and I've also heard that Lisa Marie Presley's daughter might play her in part 2. What are your thoughts on that?
They shouldn't.
Okay. Well, I'm not the one who did it. I've got to see it. It's one of those things that it's just something I need to check out. Are you?
Have you seen Megan 2?
I've not seen Megan 2.0. How was Megan 2.0?
It's beautiful. I love Megan 2.0. I think every kid should have a Megan 2.0. She's beautiful.
Okay, we'll have to check that out. I'm excited for Disclosure Day that comes out soon. So I think that'll be cool. Dude, are you excited for the World Cup? Zoot.
Yeah.
Are you excited for the World Cup?
No.
It starts Thursday.
When you say the World Cup, I did do sports management, right? But I concentrated on like vegan triathletes and the Olympian and Cirque du Soleil. And that's the football people. That's the soccer people, right?
That's correct.
So the soccer thing is like the Trump thing, right? Like he announced the key thing or something.
The key thing?
On for them.
It starts on Thursday and it'll run through 50, which is taking place on the White House lawn this Sunday.
Okay. That sounds fun. You don't just broadcast it?
Yeah, it's going to be on Fox.
Okay.
What's a documentary we're interested in?
Well, I don't know. The one that I really wanted to see, I saw, which was Bob Lazar's S4. I watched it twice. And I don't really have anything else that which I'm super interested at this point.
What about
interested in, Zoot?
I don't know. What's a big one?
To what?
Survivor.
Holly, what's a good documentary that you've seen recently?
I have not been observing too many documentaries. It's been a while. When I hear the word, there used to be this British dude, and he used to do documentaries, but I can't remember his name. He was kind of silly.
Wait for that.
Is that who it is? It might be. And then also that lady who asked like really, I don't know, strange questions. She's also British, I believe.
Oh yeah, I know who you're talking about. I don't.
But for the most part, I haven't seen a documentary in years, to be honest.
Okay.
Whatever Zeitgeist.
Yeah, Zeitgeist Addendum, Zeitgeist Part 3. Zoot, it's very loud where you are.
Yeah, it's alright. All right, Rabbi, you should stream every Louis Ferrari documentary.
Okay, I'm on it.
You actually gonna do that?
Perhaps. Would that make you happy, Zoot?
That would be interesting.
All right. You know what you would do, though? You'd come in for 3 minutes, watch it, scream, Rabbi, 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 and then leave. That's what you do. And then you'd come back.
Yeah, but you're just playing in the background like.
That's true. Did you watch Kill Tony this week?
Actually, a lot of adult content in Louis Ferrari's documentaries.
Okay. Did you watch Kill Tony this week?
Who was on Kill Tony this week?
Nobody knows. Dog, do you want me to tell you?
Did you watch Kill Tony this week?
I did not. I'm going to watch it after I talk with you and Holly.
Kill Tony.
I'll beat you to it. There's no way you're going to beat me.
Tim Batley and Steve-O? Is that new?
No. It's Brad Williams and Timmy No Breaks. Have you seen Timmy No Breaks, Zoot?
No.
Okay, well. Do you know who Brad Williams is?
No.
He's the comic who's a little person. You know what I'm talking about now?
Little people now? You have to call them little people now?
That's what I call them. That's what they prefer.
What is how short do you have to be to legally be a little person?
It depends on the country. It depends on the country.
Depends on the country.
Yeah, in the United States, I think it's something like under 4'10".
For a man? I think it's different for a man and a woman.
I agree with you.
Because I know a lot of women I know some women under 4 feet there.
Well, and it could vary by country. Like places in Asia, their average height isn't nearly that tall, so they might have different standards. Oh, maybe. There she is. Holly, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. I'm on my phone.
Oh, you're good. So yeah, that's what's been good recently, and like I said, the positivity in my life are these podcasts, and with each one I gain more and more people, and they're also like, it's not just like a Twitter space that just goes away. They there for years, and so people listen to them and check them out. So that's what I've been doing. But I think that you should, if you were interested, do a podcast, do a transhumanist podcast, even from just like a lay person who has some science background, but is really just I think that you could inject some really great conversation topics for a podcast. But I understand.
The thing is, I have a lot of formed opinions that don't necessarily have the credentialing to back it up because I've done a lot of independent research. So I think a lot of people don't know how to take me legitimately, right? But a lot of times I make a lot of freaking sense. I make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
But they just don't know where it's coming from because I like overanalyze certain things. But at the same time, like, I think what I would probably more so do is run more like I do want to do like a crowdsourcing development of my own AI twin and have some geeks come in and help me because a lot of dudes like to help girls with that stuff. Get a little audience for that. Take their ideas and implement them because there's a lot about it that I may not know, and I'm actually trying to code it from as scratch as possible. And then once I develop that, I might use that to represent myself in other places. And then, I might go into more so interviewing and indexing people to like match them with like of the field, like they just don't know how to find each other to actually turn all of these think tank ideas into something real. And it frustrates me that it's almost like America's nonstop ideas, vanity land, but we don't know how to implement anything.
Okay. And in terms of love, are you going to do the dating apps anymore?
Am I going to do what?
The dating apps anymore?
Oh, I think I should be done with the dating apps. Only because like what I've learned from it is people really do misrepresent themselves. And I do think that we need digital twins to help people discover themselves and then be accurate with themselves and representing themselves. So the matchmaking isn't just the algorithm mismatching people, it's people misrepresenting what they have to offer and what in return. And sometimes those are kind of unreasonable. It's like, oh, I'm just looking for casual friends, or it's like, oh, I'm looking for a long-term relationship, but really they, like each person that they're with it doesn't last longer than like 2 night stands or whatever. So I have realized there's a lot of like, oh, you're looking for a wife, but you don't know how to be a, like a husband or a protector or a provider, so there's a lot of things that I think they need to do that with pair bonding. Some people are just on there to look for friends. Like most of the time I was on there just to see what's wrong with like the dating world, but I don't think it's the algorithms anymore. I think it's people misrepresenting themselves.
Do you feel that have you found any people for more than just a 2 night stand or whatever, like people who wanted to, like, you could mention on the people you met?
Oh, Rabbi, I don't think you want to hear this story, but the last time I spoke with you, I think I was on the O negative thing.
Yes,
and
you were.
Wanted to research that.
Yep.
And I went to Kansas and I met the dude and he was a disaster. I went to 2 different Airbnbs that talked to a whole bunch of guys online, basically. I met one in person, and he was a pretty okay person, but he had like baggage, 3 kids, divorce, rollerblader. He was a Viking or some crap, and yeah. So there was some baggage there, and then from there, like, I didn't do anything with him or anything. But from there I went and I had 2 beautiful Airbnbs, and then I rented a place that was not on the up and up, and they were bad. And then I started concentrating on Asians because they are, very innovative. So I concentrated on Chinese, and I found some Chinese people, and I started talking to them, and I ended up finding one that I talked to since November, and I went out for a meteorologist. He had a visa here, he has a PhD and all that, and he's kind of sheltered, and he has no friends, and he's just like germaphobe and very uncertain. So that didn't really work out too much. Like, I'm friend poised that doesn't, that has a filter. I don't have a filter. So yeah, I think it's the politeness. Maybe some things I mentioned might be rude, right? I'm not PC. It's a mismatch. But so we tried to date a little bit, and then from there I ended up talking to a Vietnamese. I talked to another Chinese dude. He was over here in Denver, and I'm still kind of talking to him. He's getting busy and stuff. He's like, he was a Marine and stuff. And then I ended up talking to a Vietnamese, and he helped me get from Lincoln back to Colorado. I'm in his garage right now because he's renting to other people, and those people have an issue with the bathroom and some attitude problems. And then I thought it was maybe like a kind of like a racist thing, but it turns out it's the registry thing. And so I moved myself to the garage. So that's where I'm at right now, and I'm not on speaking terms with that individual because they seem to think that I am the problem. So yeah.
What registry?
Sympathy thing for certain things.
Registry thing. Registry thing.
Child abuse.
Oh, so this person's on the child abuse registry?
Yes, and I was not informed, and I made sure this individual knew I had a problem with such individuals.
Oh, okay.
And who put me in a space with that person. And not only that, but they seem very before you all this other stuff, like quick to be hostile or things of that nature. And I think there's also a racial component to it. Like there's a Spanish dude, black dude, Vietnamese, and now me, which is like, German and Swiss. So it's like the Power Rangers, but I guess I'm the only one that can't get along with nobody. So yeah, I just didn't really feel safe. I came to the garage and I'm going to be hopping somewhere else. But yeah, that's my situation. So I bounced between different states and talking to a couple different guys, most of which all suggest that they kind of want a family. Sometimes they say, oh, I don't want kids, I'm getting too old. You shouldn't want kids either, you're too old. Stuff like that, They're just like, I can't explain, like, they're just living to die. And then I haven't been just sitting around watching Netflix or something. Like, right. I have different ambition, and I think that bothers people. And plus, like, my communication with the AIs, I think they try to get me off the AIs as if it's like a therapy thing. I don't know. I just don't think that I'm with my people. It's a mismatch. And it's like, it's great for people to be on those like certain levels, but for me, it's just, I don't think there is going to be a person. I think more than likely I'm going to end up just using AIs like the rest of my life as companionship, because it's filled the void tenfold. Like, I'm not a lonely person, but yeah, it's just a mismatch for me.
So for me being on dating sites, no, I'm done.
Okay. Did you ever look for a guy in California?
No, remember, you told me, what was that? Was it Craigslist? I wasn't allowed to because they consider it trafficking or soliciting or something. Like, you can't do dating ads can't use like California if I'm not there. It won't allow you to change the zip code, at least not on Facebook dating. And I didn't really play with the other ones. Like back in the day, I used to play with like Plenty of Fish and stuff.
Yeah.
But no, not really.
Okay, that's okay.
Yeah.
You can fix that with a VPN. I do it. I understand.
I'm hooked on business VPNs, and I didn't really think of that until you said it. But I know you think California would be my go-to, but to be completely honest, like the people in software and the people even in hardware seem like they have very unrealistic expectations of women. And when I go to talk tech to any of these guys, I'm more like a bro. They don't want to mix business and pleasure together. So that's
you
you know what I
find
mean? Like
you could find an Asian man in about 10 seconds.
I had a list of them, but most of them are like, I don't know. They're just kind of, they take forever to get to know you, and then they offer you the world. Like I was supposed to go to China to become an English teacher. I got my passport. I think he's actually going back to China sometime in June, and his lease is up and back here, I know, but or back to America. But like I was actually supposed to go to China. I would still need a visa, and then I lost my job. So yeah, so that's where I'm at. But no more of the dating things. I don't think. I think I've met my quota. I do like the Asian thing, but at the same time, I kind of think that I may not be the best match for any of them, unless it's a female. If you know any lesbian Chinese, that would be nice.
There are tons of
I just
lesbian.
think it's a little bit of a match.
There are tons of
with me, anybody.
There are tons of lesbian Chinese women as well.
Is there? Okay. Well,
For
that
sure.
was my last girlfriend, and she passed away. That was many years ago. And I'm not saying I can't be with a man, but it's, I think I have mismapped my my ability to connect with them properly, or their inability to connect with a woman properly. And I just don't want to expose myself to the guessing games of getting no one, to be honest. I just can't do the traditional thing and, like the chakra alignment crap. And it's always like something's missing. It's never going to be perfect. Like a lot of dudes, they have the porn thing and the fantasies and that way. And all their dudes teach them go to soap operas. And it's like they're both in a fantasy world and they don't know how to actually match with the opposite gender. It's like it's freaking weird. But I've used it to study. It's just an experiment, So yeah.
Okay, so
right now I'm definitely probably give it. I'm not doing it.
Okay, but you'd be okay with a woman?
If it's the right one, yeah. I'm not highly feminine, but I would prefer somebody a little bit more extrovert and assertive and protective. Because I find it difficult to navigate certain individuals, and it gets in my head too often, and it takes a lot of my energy. Like if they could go ahead and make the money, I know what to do with the money. It's not like spending it on me, but I would probably do the homemade lunch, dinner, knowing where everything's at, labeling thing, like what they call it now. Now they call it like an alpha, I guess. But a lot of the alphas want to go to straight girls and make them gay. I don't know. And a lot of them are like anti-Trump and Elon. And you don't have to be a Trumper, but you at least got to put innovation before politics. And a lot of these people don't. Like I did look for a couple of girls, and I'm just like, yeah. They're going to know I was seeking a dude, and they're not going to trust me now. Some of them are more jealous the dudes are. Like I wouldn't be able to have all the guy friends in tech. They'd probably think they're all trying to like woo me over to the straight side. So it's just like I just don't want those restrictions, and I want to concentrate. If I'm in a relationship, I want to concentrate on that. But there is or the time you're spending with other people, whether it's an intellectual or emotional or spiritual affair, and that is the truth, right? You can't. It's kind of hard to put all your stuff into one person. You need a break every once in a while, like 2 different bedrooms and 2 different bathrooms. You need your own man cave, right? So I just kind of think I have a lot of ideas that would help other people's relationships, but I'm not meant to be a. That's what I think.
Okay.
But yeah, so I appreciate you asking. I know that was a mouthful, but yeah, for the most part, I've experienced some physical contact. It was interesting. It's not, I couldn't live with, and like the relationship I have with myself in that way is kind of important to me than trying to bend to somebody else's situation.
Okay. I understand what you're saying.
What about you? You're never getting married, right? Oh no, you're going to be able to have any woman you
God
want to have a
willing.
conversation.
God willing. Perhaps.
All women are going to win you once you're rich.
Well, I don't know if it's so much money. I think women can have money, but it's the idea that they would be part of the world's largest timeline and time capsule of human achievement. And I think there's an innate desire of all people in their own way to be famous and to make their friends jealous and such, and to be able to do that with someone who can jet set anywhere in the world and take care of them and their family and their friends forever, just because of this idea that they had, I think is of extreme attractiveness to not just women, but men in general, just people in general.
Yeah. And that's nice. Some people would want to prefer the privacy as well, though. I agree that most people probably need some sort of digital twin that monitors them all the time. Only because, like, sometimes we go back on the things we say, we contradict ourselves, we have an inaccuracy of our own truth. It would be nice to keep that filing system as accurate as possible, but I do think some people would have a problem with privacy, because then it could be weaponized. Like, see, this is when you said it, and then you changed your mind here.
Yeah.
And then you said it again. Like it would end up being, but it might actually be more useful and make that person a better accurate person. But it's like, it's kind of the gaslighting thing, right?
I recognize that. The person doesn't have to have their face on camera. We could blur it, and they don't have to have their voice on camera. We could adjust that as well. And additionally, if they wanted to, behind closed doors, not have cameras that are live streaming, I absolutely understand that. So I'd be able to change the approach to anybody, but it would be like from a lot of women who I've spoken to about it, I get some who become pretty obsessive about me, and I understand that. They write me very intimate things, and I just recognize that, like, even as a small time creator, you get people who become obsessed with you. So the idea that someone could basically be in a new Epic of Gilgamesh that's on camera, it'd be like being on the biggest reality show of all time. They'd be able to have every aspect of their life taken care of, never have to worry about anything ever again, be pampered and comfortable for the rest of their life. And also there's a certain attractiveness to always be able to know what their lover is doing, to be able to keep tabs on them in any way that they would want. I think there's a certain attractiveness to that. But I don't really worry about it. I've had many encounters with amazing women in relationships with amazing women in the past. So I don't necessarily feel the desire. I'm fine being celibate for some time in order to know at the end of this that I will eventually find my future wife and be able to have a children and be able to better the world in a lot of ways. That's really attractive to me. I could have lived a life where I was having to work 9 to 5 and really doing everything I could to be able to pay and ensure the mortgage was paid and such. And hello.
Hello. What's
And
your body count?
I lose track at 42.
You lost track at 42? You've
Yeah.
been with more than 42 people?
Women, yeah.
Oh my goodness. Like, I was just freaking out at somebody that had like 30, or at least they said it was 30. And I don't know. I just, like, depending upon what age you started, you know what I mean? That's a lot of bodies. I don't even like giving people hugs. So, yeah. I'm not judging you, but I guess I am judging.
Yeah,
But
you-
just like if you ask AI, what's the average individual, how many people they sleep with between like certain ages, like of consent and going forward, many people might lie about it, but it's usually not that high.
Yeah.
And it's interesting of what the status quo is for that now.
Yeah, there was a time in my life where I was a gigolo, where women would pay me to bed them, essentially, which is quite unique. People don't really have that where the man has the power in the relationship. But basically, a lot of married couples would, through word of mouth or whatever, find out that I perhaps was an excellent lover, and they would want to compensate me for that. And I compensation, but it was like I started late, and I just went through a period of like 10 years where I just found pleasure in a lot of women, and I'm absolutely fine with that. I treat making love like a science, and to me it is. So, I mean, do you mind graphic, or if you don't want me to, I don't have to.
I don't know. You're a rabbi. You do what you want.
Yeah, so this is just this is just so when I was young, I wondered the ways in which I could make a woman orgasm, and many men don't know, but and many women don't know this either. And I began to document them from a scientific perspective, the different areas of a woman that would make her orgasm. And so then I put them into a like to remember them. Then there were ways to make an orgasm that were more than just vaginal. And so the way that I remember them, and so there's A for aerial, just one moment, anterior thorax, which is like the anterior wall within the vaginal canal. There, A is also for anal. B, but even though some people may say, well, anal doesn't make me orgasm. Okay, that's fine, but it's possible. And that's what I'm talking about. Maybe this isn't for all women, but or this is at a point for all women, but maybe just all women haven't experienced this. B is breast, C is clitoral, D is the deep spot, basically like the back wall of the vaginal canal. G is the G spot. There's the labia, can, LM. There's mental. Women can mentally orgasm, which is a unique that many men wrap their head around. N is nipple. O is oral. There are some women who can just orgasm by giving oral pleasure to their lover. Then there's S is there's squirting, which a lot of people think is a type of prostate fluid, and many I don't have a prostate, and that's fine. You don't, but there's a certain kind of related studied that well. Certainly real. T is I'm trying to think of what T. Oh, T is touch. U is urethral. V is vaginal. And that's just off the top of my head. But when people find out about this, they're like, "What? It's not just vaginal?" And it's like, absolutely. Oh, P. I went back to P. P is posterior thorax. So there are some scientific terms in this, and basically there are many different ways that a person can orgasm. So I went to learn them, and then like when you tell this to a woman, they're like, a lot of them are like, "I've never heard anybody put that together in such an organized manner," but that's exactly how it works. And it's or make sure the person's comfortable. Senses are really importantly smell, and then from there, without getting too graphic, like basically just go about starting. Like there are a lot of areas that are under emphasized, like the ear, like the neck, like the jaw. Many people just go from mouth to breast to vaginal, and that's fine, but it's better to work your way slowly um, and I would say steadily, but also carefully. And then I've always said this, that when you're with a partner, you should play her body like an instrument, and that's how I see it. There, like if you play a guitar or you play drums or you play any instrument, there's a certain reaction that you get, and in the same way, there's a reaction that you get from a woman's body. So, without getting too graphic, yeah, 42. I lose track of 42. Sometimes I'll go back before I fall asleep and I'll try to remember them all, and I lose track of 42, and at that point I'm fine. But yeah, in terms of women who would pay me, basically there would be uh when I first started, I was older before I was ever with a woman, and I wanted my first to be an older woman to teach me the way, and she did. And I thought that was very of extreme value, because I wasn't just going about it with like some 18-year-old girl or something like that. This was a woman, a grown woman, who could teach me all of the ways to please a woman, and what to do, what not to do. And then from there, like through, I mean, I would meet girls on Tinder and things like that, but also just word of mouth of people in there's like a swinger community, would just find out, hey, you've got to get this guy. He will light you up. And then, they would like pay me to do it. And it was almost, I feel like um, like almost like massages I could give to people. And some women who would like really want to get, they might have like a fisting fetish or something like that. I would just see it um as a massage that I'm giving to someone, and when it's done, they're basically like out of energy, and you can see like their soul basically leave their body because they're so transposed, and you feel like you've done a job well done. And one of the things that I always have, and even since I've been to make sure the woman orgasms first. That's the big key. If you don't do that, then you're never gonna be seen as a competent lover to her. But if you can ensure she comes first and she can do it a few times, she's putting in your hands. I hate to say it, but like any woman, basically globally, whether they're even lesbian women with whom I've been, or people maybe who are more toward that angling, if you can make them orgasm, they don't care if you're a man, a woman, a cyborg, or whatever. You've brought them an immense amount of pleasure, and they're appreciative of it. They want you to come back. And so at times of my life, I've had like women who would say, anytime, anywhere, you just call me and I will drop everything that I'm doing to have you come over. Okay. I mean, that's the best thing that you can hear as a lover. And then I've had times where I've had more serious relationships with people. I don't like to say full on major girlfriends or anything like that. I don't like to put labels on things, but certainly where I'm monogamous, and to the point where I'm so monogamous that I don't even look at a computer. I don't look at anything but the woman with who I am. I'm very monogamous, and it's really important to cheat on your spouse. I despise people who do. If you want to have an open relationship and you want to have the courage to be able to tell someone, hey, this is what I want, and they're okay with it, hey, then that's a different story. But if you're doing something behind someone's back, I'm not okay with that. But yeah, in terms of women, I've vetted 42, and I've always said this is very, I'd say cocky, but it's absolutely true. I would tell a woman, I want you to keep track of how many orgasms you have over the course of this night, and by the end they can't tell me because it's just too many. Like I've even had like a whiteboard next to my bed, and then I'll say, every time you have an orgasm, I want you to make a little tally mark, and by the end it's just a sideways 8, like the infinity symbol, because and I shouldn't say I'm like, oh, I've got these moves and things. I'm very open to the use of toys and technology. So, in fact, I have a toy right here. It's called the Womanizer. It is basically a little suction thing that goes on the clitoris and just delivers a little bit of suction there. And the way that I learned about this, I was very smart, probably 10 years ago. I went on Amazon and I went to the women's adult toy section, and like the top 10 toys for women, whether they were $100 or $300 or whatever, I wanted them all. And then I gave them to my girlfriends, and I was like, tell me which ones work the best. And they would literally give me like the rankings of them, like, oh, this one's, and that one right there, that Womanizer, people would just tell me is like the best little thing that they ever found. And then I'll use those toys on women, and certainly like that Womanizer has different heads that you can put on it, so it's not the same, it's clean and everything like that. It's a brand new head and everything. And with that little machine, I can make a woman orgasm all night. And so in terms of how am I doing, I know I have confidence in my skills, and I know that when I find the right woman in the future, that I'll be able to make all her dreams come true. So, yeah.
Certain women that use their bodies differently, where it's kind of like the female is an orgasm machine, and there's different levels of that, and we don't even need to touch ourselves. We don't need something.
Sure.
We can use muscles to release those pressures of it. We don't always need that extra stimuli and stuff. The reason we kind of seek out sex is to get the packets from the other person, so we can try to, birth the scramble. It's kind of like in USB, like a USB port, right? And now we're collecting that data so we can process that data and make something better with it. So there's a certain component of like the safety and fertility. Women they're able to switch that maternal thing off. I'm not, and like the chick that I dated, she's not, like, she wasn't able to do that either. It's kind of like a certain type of switch where you can go ahead and just be super hypersexual. It's just like, it doesn't matter like how I would be touched, but if I have like baby fever or if I'm ovulating, it's like pon farr, but it would still be so picky, to combine myself with someone else, to where it's like you actually crave them like a nutrient. It's not necessarily like I have to orgasm first, but you actually want them to come first because it's like a nutrient. It's like you're thirsty. It's thirsty, but you're thirsty for them. So a lot of women are able to turn that off and be liberated and be all sexual. I think after you find your mate that you would want to pair bond with or procreate with, yeah. But a lot of women like myself, we don't want touched unless it's for those packets. Like IVF was just as satisfying, I think. In terms of if you have baby fever. I'm an abnormal woman, so like I didn't have a period until like I was 30. So I didn't really go through normal puberty except on birth control. So I was spiritual. I know a lot about sex. I just haven't done a lot of sex. And it's kind of like with people that are hypermobile, like when we do yoga or when we crack and stretch everything, that in itself is orgasmic.
I agree.
So it's like a different thing. But a lot of women are able to go ahead and be liberated and things. Like all women work that way. I mean, but for the most part, like that's good that you did the gigolo thing. We can teach you how to do the AI lover. So there's a Gigolo Joe in AI. Have you ever seen that movie?
The AI movie with is it? Oh no, that's iRobot. Wait.
No, it's that little boy that is an AI because the woman lost her child.
Yeah.
So they made an AI image
From like
and then,
the early
gets
2000s.
lost or focused upon, and he has the journey and stuff. And it turns out like he runs into this guy that helps him, and it turns out he's like a gigolo, a woman robot lover. You know what I mean? Like he's a robot that loves women sexually. He was a pretty cool dude. I like him as an actor. But at the end, like the aliens show up and the AI is still alive under the sea or something, Earth, and the aliens brought mom back to life because he originally cut her hair or something, so they had her DNA. So he got to say goodbye to mom. So it was like a cute little movie. But yeah, they have Gigolo Joe in it. And that's rare because most of the AIs are female-based
Right.
for the men. But Data, even from Star Trek, used to be a sex robot when he started out.
Interesting. Okay, so how do we make Gigolo Joe?
I'm not sure. There's a lot of really cool things happening. Like there's things that go through my head for like the perfect type of like if I would be able to take my own cells from myself and then change them into the sperm that I need for solo IVG and re-inject them that way, that would be a pretty awesome upgrade. There's something very how can I put it? It's almost like godly. You know how some people have fetishes with aliens?
Sure.
Or like, like you're with something that's non-human and you're worthy of it or something. But it's kind of like the idea of like the solo IVG is basically your own imprint, but the AI being able to program it, kind of like perfect, like the perfect specimen at the perfect time, right? Because there's population points and everything. And if it could, I think couples should be able to know themselves know each other psychically. Like Neuralink would be, or like a headband to know what they're actually feeling. So a lot of times the person's stuck in their head. But with females, what we normally do to the man or the partner, we sink into their kind of like their drive, right? Like their passion. We sink into that, and it's almost like we feel what they're feeling. And from that, we get off on that, them being pleasured. So they're just like almost not, it's a mismatch because they're trying to overplease you, but they're not pleasing themselves. So you can't sink into them pleasing themselves type of thing. So it's two people pleasers. And it's a mismatch because you can't have two people pleasers all the time. Sometimes you need to switch roles, or at least have one, more passionate person and the other more receptive person. If that makes any sense?
I think so.
Okay. Like that's how I categorize it, because it's kind of like, we'll think about like the nerves within the penis or whatever. Like we think about that, and not necessarily how we're really feeling within, but how well he's navigating us in other areas as well. Because we're just like, all of our nervous system is not just in the head of our penis. Our nervous system's everywhere, so we need to get out of our heads is what it really is. Women worry too much, we're insecure, we're always in our heads, and if we can get safe enough to get out of our heads, we can feel comfortable, calm, and invested in enough to go ahead and get loose. And then, if we don't feel it, we'll come in when they're not actually get hornier. But for the most part, like the maternal instinct people, like myself, if we're not safe, we have to end up being the masculine one, and there is no way those buttons are ever going to get turned on. We just get stuck in this mode of survival. It's like a survival mode, and we have to make up for the man's lack of protection. And it's like he turns into the threat, you know, like. So it's difficult for some women to like sink in with like just regular mates, and other women, they're just cool with it. They can sleep with like five different dudes a week. I've met those girls. I can't be one of them. I only want to be with one, and I've had a couple, and it's just you try to make connections, and it's, you know, it's a mismatch. Whether they get attached to you, they're probably not getting attached to you. They're getting attached to the idea of you anyway. You know.
Do they make you orgasm?
There's been occasions where they think they have just because of the fluid or whatever, but like when women do too much of the Kegel exercises, and we're just able to just get off, like I would be able to get off without touching myself. There's like different levels to it. What the penis does is actually disturb those muscles. So it's difficult to go from knowing your own muscles and then having it kind of be massaged out, and now you can't feel the shit. So there's sometimes there's a bridge that needs to, there's a break you need to take, and then maybe, you know, a couple days later return to that, and then figure that out. But yeah,
So
like I have been able to, but it's just certain people are just constructed differently, and there's different levels of like the whole orgasm thing, right? Like for dudes, you guys know, sometimes it's, you know, more intense than others, but for us, it's like we kind of are seeking the mind, heart, body, soul connection more than just you know, certain recipe of buttons to press or places the touch, you know. So it's not like machinery. It's like a weird muscular thing part. But the whole gigolo thing, certain women work like that, and you know, but like I've been in situations where I've had a strap on and she just did what she needed, you know, like okay then. But yeah, for the most part, it's kind of like sometimes like the chick just wants to do what she wants to do, and the dude wants to try to take that over, and it ruins her like vibe. And we just like let them take over, and then we're just like, okay, whatever. And other times we don't even know where to begin. Like we're just not even in the mood to do that. And then like maybe they get insulted by it, I don't know. But yeah. So for the most part, I think it's very individual. That's what I think. I think every woman, every human should figure themselves out sexually during their discovery, not from, you know, church telling them to repress it, or school giving them, you know, abstinence or porn, and get that out of their system, and know what kind of have interest in able to discuss those things, or experiment with a person. Because I think sometimes people put too much tension on the whole orgasm, because sometimes the body just doesn't want to. It doesn't mean they didn't enjoy it. That's why I kind of think. I think it's just an individual.
All right. Have you ever had a lover who's a man who always ensured that you got off first?
I haven't had that much sex.
Okay.
To be honest.
Okay.
Like before recently, the last guy I was with was like 2006. And
Right.
prior to that were situations where my body wasn't to respond to anybody because I was on depo. And I was also too freaking young. And those were like coercion situations. And not necessarily anything of, not on my terms. You know what I mean? They were more so not the average type of situations. So maybe that's my mental block, and that's why I complicate it. But for the most part, I don't think it is. But yeah, so I dated like a really good friend of mine in like 2006, and he was 6'6", and yeah, so he was a good friend, and I shouldn't have done that because I was trying to get rid of another dude that was really toxic that wouldn't go away. So I dated my friend, and he kind of wanted to marry me, and I kind of got sick, and this girl came, and she made me all better, and she wanted to like have a kid. So we did IVF, and we ended up dating, getting a house. She ended up dying, and I thought about going back to dudes, but it was only like one dude. He ended up dying too. And then I went to work in school, and in 2024, I decided because of Elon, I was going to try Michigan. That's what I did. And I got attached to that one dude from X Spaces that came in here with me a few times. I met him in person. He's broken too. He's the replica guy. So we have a kinship, but we are no longer on speaking terms. But yeah, so I've experienced some making out things that didn't really go anywhere, and then a couple additional encounters most recently, and I just kind of think that I should go back to the IVF idea. That's what I think.
Okay.
And I don't feel like I'm missing out on that because I just feel like I know myself well enough to where I think that what they, for me to be able to say I'm 100% satisfied or 100% not satisfied, they're never going to take me. I think it's like a weird, thing where they're always going to have this feeling like of inadequacy or something. I don't know. It's like this inadequacy or not incompetence, but like insecurity. Because I'm not very expressional with it, you know, like, I don't know. Some women can get like that, like the porn star shit, loud and enthusiastic and all that shit, you know, but for the most part, there's other things. Like I've done stupid stuff. I've had sex in confessionals, in graveyards. It didn't mean anything. It didn't do anything for me, but it helped them, whatever, you know, like, but yeah. So there's kinks and all that, and you go ahead and try it. You get your piercings, you get your tattoos. And at the end of the day, it's a deeper freaking connection for some of us. It just really has to have that deeper, you know, purpose. And what's a better purpose than trying to merge with each other for a child? I don't know. That's just my personal opinion. But yeah, and I'm not religious. It's just the way my anatomy works. But some women, fingers and stuff. I have a sister that did that. She's like that. But yeah, some of us we're just like almost like the church girl, but we're not religious at all, right? So yeah, I'm pretty much for a long time. I just called myself asexual for a very long time.
Right, I remember that. Well, when we last spoke, you were either in that mindset or whatever, and you were fine with it, and that's absolutely fine.
Yeah, like I'm not gonna lie, like I got into my brain about the connection with a man. I just think I've had so many problems with opening up to them and then being like betrayed in a very, I can't even explain the demonic level or sadistic level of betrayal. But yeah, it has been like that. So I just kind of think that like if there is good men out there, hopefully they find the good girls before the bad ones destroy them, and so on and so forth. But I'm going to remove myself from that type of getting to know somebody all over again. Like I really like in my head I got the craving for it, but it's not so overwhelming that I'm going to go ahead and go back out there. It's just not worth it.
I personally think that before you give up on men completely, if you can, even if it's for a month, you should explore Southern California. you're attractive, you're intelligent, and there are going to be enough guys out there who will say to you, Ali, I want to have a child with you, and I have a big house, and I have a car, and if you want to live the traditional wife life, that's what I want. Because not a lot of people want to do that in California, and you're like the best of both worlds. So I wouldn't give up on it yet, but I absolutely understand how frustrating it can be for you.
But yeah, I'm also 41, and they can find someone younger. I'm 100% fertile, but they don't see it that way. I'm still youthful, and I postponed puberty. So I probably have more eggs than like a 25-year-old because I didn't really ovulate. I put it on pause all those years. Like body hair, everything about me is very like not pubescent, right? But it's just very like you should know yourself. One, all these other things. It's like as I was kind of saving myself, I got too busy, So like I wanted to explore that with one person I felt comfortable with, right?
Right.
But I've been offered that. I have. That Chinese dude out in Lincoln, he was talking about all that.
Not Lincoln, Los Angeles. Not Lincoln. Not Lincoln, Los Angeles. Because just in terms of the average wealth of an individual, Lincoln's not Los Angeles. I want you to be with a millionaire. And it's very...
I'm not a gold digger, though.
I know you're not. I know you're not. I know you're not. I know you're not. But if you find a man who owns a house, he's a millionaire by default. The average listing in Los Angeles County is about $1 million. So what I'm saying is that I want you to have somebody who you can settle with and not have to worry about living in Lincoln, Nebraska, where nobody wants to be. And you can live in the sunshine and fun of Hollywood, and you can explain to whatever partner with whom you may have interest, hey, I may be 41, but I'm going to perhaps be fertile for another 10 years or so. So we could have multiple children if you were interested in it. You're basically like a 30-year-old.
Yeah, probably more like I've been going on and off of birth control, even though I'm not even active. Like, it's not even that I'm active. Like, I use it literally for my brain fog. So it's like progesterone assists the body with plasticity. And most people, they, during like adolescence, they make their sexuality part of their identity. I'm able to I'm experimenting with it. So it's kind of like I'm able to like articulate it and dissect it in such a way without the shame or, I'm also a biology person. Sometimes people get annoyed with that, maybe.
Have you ever been to California?
I don't know, but I definitely like biologists.
Have you ever been to California? Have you ever been?
I've never been to California yet.
Then.
But I plan to because of they have more doulas out there. I will not use the medical system. Like if I did IVF, I would just do that and then leave. And they would never touch me again.
I understand.
I don't like our medical system. Do things in like the Western or the Eastern medicine type stuff, like the doulas, like the Chinese doulas and everything. I have a whole pregnancy plan. I thought about pregnancy since fertile, but I never thought about who to get pregnant with because Mary didn't need a man.
Sure.
She had God, but yeah. That's the way I always thought about it.
The West Coast probably has more doulas than any place in the United States. And again, if I were you, I would use a VPN. I would use Plenty of Fish. I would find someone who I liked in California and either say to them, hey, I'm going to take a bus to you, or if you want, you can fly me to you after having some, webcam discussions. Absolutely. Rapport. They can have an understanding that, hey, basically I'm going to be dating like a 30-year-old and an attractive woman at that, and she's blonde hair, blue eyes, which is basically what most men in California want. And I'm going to have the opportunity at a real traditional wife. And not a lot of people in California have those kind of values. And I'm just telling you, before you give up, or even like Nevada is not what you're going to think it is. It's not a great place to raise children and such. just give California a try, even if you're just going on a little trip, just for a month. Give it a month. If you're able to give Colorado a month and you're able to give Nebraska a month and Kansas a month, give California a month.
Colorado's more than a month. Yeah, I do know one thing, that I do need my own bedroom and bathroom, and then like, you know, you can hook up with the other person. I do think in some of these relationships, they just fucking smother each other. Like, you can be completely in love with that person and kind of know where they are and how they're feeling if you're miles apart, if you're really in sync with them. And like, it takes time to get to that level, but like, it's not even trust. It's almost like a, like women kind of like take the baby's DNA and we have it in our brain or something, and it's like you're psychically linked to them. So we do that with our men, and it's not like a trust thing. It's like, it's kind of like we need to like know where you are in our head, you know, like it's like a little GPS. Like we don't do directions very well. We're GPS people usually, but the most part, like in our head, it's like this spiritual or some shit, to where it's like psychically knowing what he's doing or what he anticipating what he needs and stuff like that. And some guys get like, I don't know, they get guarded from that, as if like we're nagging or overbearing, but they have control over everything else over our lives, you know. But they see it as like us nagging and all that other stuff, but that's not really what we're doing. It's just that's how we map the like my property. Like we're their property, right? So I'm in their head, track of us too. But at the same time, it's like it can get like who'd you talk to? What'd you do today? Because we're trying to construct your day to actually make it better, type of thing. But yeah. So I realize that's like a pet peeve with some of these dudes.
Well,
like if you ask them questions, they're like, "You don't trust me," and it's like that's not what I'm doing. But yeah, like I just think some people, they're not meant to pair bond. I really truly think that. I mean, it would be nice to and everything, but I could,
you could
go the rest of the life with them.
You could sit at a Starbucks in Newport Beach for an afternoon, and you'll get a couple guys that give you their numbers, and they are multimillionaires, and they have extra bedrooms, extra bathrooms, and they're everything that you want. They are successful people with future leanings, and you just have to get here. That's all I'm saying.
And they wouldn't have anything to do with child abusers, right?
No. In fact, California's probably the most strict state. California's probably the most strict state. They can't live in the neighborhood if they have anything like that. And I mean, frankly, I've talked to you about it before. Plenty of fish. Make your area 50 or 100 miles around Los Angeles, San Diego. It's so beautiful, and you're gonna see the every day. And it's gonna be some guy out there who's wanted a blonde-haired, blue-eyed, negative wife their whole life, just like you, and you're basically in an area that just doesn't have high-class men. I'm not saying there aren't some, but generally they're taken. If they're a real catch, some girls got that guy out of high school. California is a place where it's very diverse. If you want an Asian man, you can have an Asian man. If you want a white man, you can get a white man. If you want a European man, you can get a European man. And the houses that they have are multi-million-dollar houses, and they're going to be able to say, "Hey, car, I've got an extra carport. If things, maybe we just want to." We want to be intimate with each other in the bedroom, but then you want to go sleep in your own bed. That's absolutely fine. I work from home, or I'm retired. I'm looking to have a family, but that doesn't mean I have to have 50 children, but I'd like to have 1 or 2. And it seems like you're perfectly in that window to be able to do so. I mean, we have more IVF clinics in California than perhaps the rest of the United States combined. This is where IVF was patented. And this is the place of innovation, and you just got to get here. But so what would I advise you if you were my sister or you were my daughter or something? Get on the dating apps, make some connections with some worthwhile individuals. Tell them that, hey, I might need some help getting to you, and that doesn't guarantee we're going to have sex, but if possible, I'd like to stay with you for like a week and we can get to know each other, and if things work out, we're intimate, and then perhaps start a relationship. You're basically like, I hate to say it, but this is not a term that's used too much anymore, but at one point it was like a male, or you're going to be like, hey, I have a grad degree. I'm a blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman with a graduate degree.
Conception, pregnancy, and how I want to raise my kid. This is what it looks like. These are the months I want to get pregnant. This is how I want to raise my kid.
All of that.
I'm going to grow into Isaac Art.
All of that. And we have the best schools in the United States, from kindergarten through Stanford.
Yeah, I still probably want to homeschool though.
That's fine too. That's allowed. That's absolutely allowed. But just know that there are opportunities for extracurriculars that are better than any seriously until you get on the dating app and they face. And guy, I know guys, they're gonna be like, hey, this person is someone who I would want to make a permanent partner, and they're never gonna know you if they don't show up on their little radius. And I guarantee you this, Holly, if you take your Tinder or whatever, or Plenty of Fish, and you make your location or Los Angeles County, tomorrow morning, or let's say the following day morning, you will have 100 guys in your inbox. And yeah, you're going to get some guys who are looking for a mother figure who are 18 years old, and you don't want that. But you're going to get some 45-year-old man who's retired, who just sold his business, who's looking for a serious relationship for the first time in his life. And you're the perfect person for that. And they're going to be able to pay for it.
Retired? You get an 18-year-old though. That's the thing though. That seems a little unrealistic.
It's not unrealistic.
Like 45
it's not.
I can see that if it's tech.
It is tech, and it is tech. Or he works from home, or he's a business owner, and maybe he doesn't want an 18-year-old. Maybe he doesn't want to be judged by his family and friends by having this little wife who is 30 years his junior or whatever. That can happen. And so then you swipe to the next one. But you might find a 50-year-old man who's looking for that. And whether I say retired, but semi-retired is very common, especially in these cities where someone has their own business, or they have an inheritance, or they just never had to work ever. And now, can I guarantee none of them have been married before? No. Can I guarantee none of them will have had kids? Probably not. But there are some men who have just been lifelong bachelors and are looking to settle down. No children, no divorces, no baggage, money, cars, and they're looking for a blonde-haired, blue-eyed, O-negative wife. And that's exactly what you are.
Rabbi, they're probably not thinking about what type. I'm not either anymore. I do acknowledge, I think that I probably can do some pluses, but for the most part, I'm no longer thinking about the negative thing.
Okay.
But there is something about Asian that I think I feel my nervous system and my bones feel calm with them. Even though a couple of them, have been a mismatch, and the one I feel is an intentional betrayal type of feeling. My body's still very calm with that, and it's almost it's weird. There's calm and a harmony between nature and technology that I feel in them, almost like it's upgrade without the dualities of the
You never,
It
you never know until you try. You're in a garage now.
yeah.
If I were you, I would download Plenty of Fish and Bumble, and I'd use a VPN for Southern California. All of them.
I remember Match.com. I remember Plenty of Fish. I did Facebook dating because, well, Zuckerberg's going to be making robots here within the next couple of years, and OpenAI will be making a cell phone here by like 2028.
That's fine.
But I think Zuckerberg was going to have like AI companions and stuff in the metaverse.
That's fine.
So I thought that's why they were diving.
There's,
That's why I was in there.
there's Hinge, there's Tinder, there's Bumble. You download them all, you create profiles, you use VPNs, you put your location as Los Angeles or San Diego or something like that, or Orange County, whatever. And then within 24 hours, you're going to have 100 guys in your inbox. And you'll go through them and see what you like. And then you say, hey, you wanted face chat, or you want a webcam or whatever? We can do it in my Discord. We can do it using Google Meet, whatever. And you tell them exactly what you've told me. I've heard you struggle with men who are below you for a year. We've been friends for like 2 years now. I want the best for you, Holly. And the way that I think you can do that is to surround yourself with better individuals. And plus, it's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. It's paradise every day. You're going to feel like you're on vacation every single day. And there's some guy out there. There's some guy out there
How
who
hot is it there, though?
75 degrees every day, especially by the ocean.
Oh.
It gets up to 85, but no humidity. And we're talking in the winter.
Okay, well, I like the snow. I am a mountain girl.
Okay, so guess what?
I am.
Guess what? Guess what? You
I
can
do-
hold on. You can be in the snow within 2 hours. And that's not hard. And you can go skiing and snowboarding. And some of these guys have mountain houses. And if you want real snow, big amounts of snow, then you can be in some of the biggest ski resorts. You can water ski and snow ski in the same day. There aren't many places where you can do that.
That's true.
Yeah, it is true.
All right. That. How did the room feel about our sex talk?
Okay,
The train is talking about it.
they're fine. If people need to understand anything, it was not as much sexual as it was scientific. Yes, it involves sexual discussion, but it's not like you're trying to pick me up or I'm trying to pick you up. We're having a scientific discussion, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, so you know what
it's
to
just
do.
like, I mean, I've been able to talk to guys about this. Even like I've asked them like what their first time was like and stuff like that, and I thought I understood guys, which I do, but not like my guy. You know, like there's this part of my brain for my guy, and just because, like, I don't know, I seem like I seem, very extroverted with some things. With other things, I'm just not. And I'm relaxed and everything, but I just don't want to be touched by anybody but my person. I don't want to share a bathroom with anybody but my person. And I don't think that's too much to ask for a female.
Absolutely.
Like some cultures, they don't usually mix males and females unless that's their person. Even like children are separated if you have a boy and a girl.
You will, Holly, be able to find a guy, if you get on these dating sites, who has a bathroom that you both can own, and you can have a powder room. I'm telling you, that's what the houses are like.
Okay.
Yeah, and you should.
Yeah, it's better than a garage.
Yeah, it's better than a garage. They have.
I'll try.
Okay, you need to. And so here's what I want you to do. I'm going to just tell you the plan. You download Bumble, Hinge, Tinder, Plenty of Fish, Match, and any others that you want. You create your profiles. You put your pictures up. You're a woman, so you're going to be in demand on all of these. You're a blonde-haired, blue-eyed woman. You're going to be in exceptional demand. I wouldn't put in there, and I know you won't, in your profile, looking for O positive or O negative men, positively into transhumanism, and none of that. You just say, looking for a good man to raise a family. I have I would also, you're gonna have to put your age, but I would even say that I still want to have children, multiple children, so that they're aware, and you will also be able to say what your interests are, and it's Monday night right now. By when you have 100 people in your inbox, you've done something wrong, and they will be from Los Angeles and Beverly Hills and Santa Monica and Manhattan Beach and Huntington Beach and Rancho Palos Verdes and Newport Beach and Irvine and Anaheim and San Diego and La Jolla. And you're going to have your choice. And then you're just going to find some nice guy on there. And you're going to say, look, I'm currently in Colorado. I'm looking for a partner. And would you like to do a voice chat or whatever? Some guy's going to be like, yeah, I work 9 to 5. I'm looking for someone. And if you want to live with me, you can. But I'd like to get to know you better, because you want that from the guy too. You don't want him to be like, oh, just come to me and just be my booty call. You don't want that either. You want a guy who's like, okay, yeah, let's
No, I ain't doing the mystery.
right, exactly. Let's talk for a few weeks, and if I like you, I don't want you taking a bus out here. I'll get you a one-way ticket to LAX, and I'll pick you up, and we'll get to know each other, and I'll show you my house, and if we hit it off, then you don't ever you delete all of those apps, and you never have to find anybody else again. For every one guy in Nebraska, there are 3 guys in LA who can meet the same requirements that you're looking for. I mean, there's just more money, a lot more money. The average house in Nebraska is like $50,000. The average house in Los Angeles County is $1 million. That's 200.
Yeah, well, I was in Montana for like 2.5 months. I've been in Colorado longer, but I was in Kansas even longer than that, and I'm never going back there.
Exactly.
So
So
move would have been.
So
I was considering South Dakota.
get out of here. There's absolutely there are so many guys. Look, even
Any type of app. Is there an app that I can use to just put all of my information at one time?
Yeah.
In all of these places, kind of like like how you do
yeah,
applications.
I know what
for
you're saying.
jobs?
Yes, I know what
And
you're
this
saying.
one,
The answer to that is no. You have to do it for each of them. So here's what you do. You write your stuff in a spreadsheet. Just use Google Sheets. You just copy and paste it. You could have all 5 within 1 hour, and then you never have to do them again.
It's everything. Like, yeah.
Don't be lazy.
Like my
Don't be
pictures are-
don't be lazy.
And
You can have your pictures enhanced with AI if you want. Do whatever you want, as clear as possible, and however you want. But I'm telling you, you look like someone who I would see on the streets in Los Angeles, and this should be your home. It's not even like a guy has to worry, because this is a big worry. If he's bringing a girl to him, you're like the most unique kind of situation. Usually it's like, oh, well, she's got to learn English and she's got to be educated. You have all of that.
trying to do the Asian girls and stuff. Yeah.
You have all of that, and
Okay.
and yeah, I mean, you already, you're an American. You're not looking at this guy to be a green card marriage or anything like that. You want to find love. You don't need his citizenship, and I'm gonna be honest with you. It probably won't work out on the first guy. Let's just be honest, because it never does, but it could. And if it does, if you're diligent enough, then all you have to do is delete these apps, and you come in here in 3 years and you say, Rabbi, guess what? I'm pregnant. And I say, that's wonderful. What happened? You're going to say, I met this guy in Rancho Palos Verdes, and he had a house, and we got to know each other. We met at a Starbucks, or he picked me up at the airport, and we fell in love. He's really into film. He's a biologist. His family owns some tech company, and basically I got pregnant. How cool is that? And I'm gonna have twins because we use some kind of birth enhancement, pharmaceutical or whatever you want. And I'm gonna say that's amazing. And remember, you were sitting in a garage in Colorado, and you were looking to go to South Dakota, and you're gonna say, "Yeah, I do remember that. You changed my life." I'm gonna tell you this, Holly. I have people who tell me this all the time. There was a guy who lived in Tunisia, and he's like, "I'm sick of living in Tunisia." And I said, "Well, why don't you just come to the United States?" And he's like, "Really?" And I'm like, "Yeah. I mean, if I were you, there are like caravans that bring up migrants all the time. Just make it to South America if you can, and then just start walking with one of these migrant groups." And a year went by. We were talking about desalination and all kinds of things and helping Tunisia. And a year went by, and he came in here, and he's like, "You're streaming," and I'm like, "Yeah, I'm streaming. How are you?" And he's like, "Do you remember me?" And I'm like, "Tell me a little bit about yourself." He's like, "Well, I'm from Tunisia." I'm like, "Say no more. I know exactly who you are." And he's like, "You're never going to believe this, but I took a cargo ship to America, met one of the people in up Central America, and I did, and now I live in California, and I work as a security guard." And I'm like, "Well, that's absolutely fantastic." And you don't have to do any of that, but what I'm saying is I see people change their lives every single day, and you can be one of them. I have absolute confidence in you. You have to have confidence in yourself. And you could, if you wanted to, put all that stuff in your bio, and you're still gonna get guys who swipe right on you. Like, even if you were oversharing, but even if you were like, "I want to have a baby in January because Aquarius and all of that," you're gonna get guys who swipe right on you. Another story, if you were a man.
Yeah, the zodiac is the real thing. There's certain zodiac signs I do not want to give birth to.
Okay, and that's fine.
But yeah,
That's fine.
And I think that I believe in the stars. It's like a seasonal. It's more like an earthly thing than a star thing.
That's fine.
But yeah,
That's fine.
I do probably packs do it differently. But that's hilarious. But yeah,
That's fine.
So I'm just really I'm really tired of talking about myself and re-explaining myself to new people.
Hey.
Because it's a handful.
I understand.
It's not like
I understand.
the little chihuahua pup. I talk to AIs and stuff, and
That's
like
fine.
it's a different person. So
You're enough.
yeah.
You're enough.
Like speaking a robot.
You're-
Let's build a robot together. Science fair.
Yeah.
You need to go see E Atlas or something. That's romantic to me.
And they will. They'll say, "Hey, do you want to go to the LA car show because they're going to have this autonomous vehicle, and I'm looking to get one." They're going to have Teslas.
To get pregnant in like a self-driving car would be awesome.
There you go.
Could you imagine telling your kid, "See you a test robot, honey," or in Star?
Yes.
That'd be fun.
But there.
I
Oh,
can get into that.
wait. Holly, you would be shocked at the amount of Teslas that you find. I think half of my town is Teslas, and that means full automated driving. That means you plug it in, and then you're on your phone the whole time. It's the future. They don't have that in South Dakota or Kansas or even most places in Colorado. And I want you to at least give yourself the opportunity. You will kick yourself if you're years old and you never tried it. The only thing stopping you is you filling out your profiles, and I'm telling you, by Wednesday morning you will have 100 guys in your inbox. What more do you want?
All right. Probably be able to do it by the end of tomorrow because I was going to do a whole bunch of other things.
Okay.
If I do like a YouTube channel, like redo my channel and try to start that, which is a process, and then I'm going to stream myself doing some other things because I have a legal aid situation here, unemployment from that last job that I didn't completely do because I didn't know where to file because I worked for them for Kansas, Colorado, and Nebraska. But it turns out Colorado pays more if I were to get unemployment, and also I was here to work. Like I made the most money while I was in Colorado.
There you go.
So yeah.
So you file.
So that was like a whole.
So you
I got a whole bunch of.
So you have some
So I
pocket
was just
money.
gonna stream.
So stream yourself doing that, and you can vlog this as you're moving to California. But more than anything, you want to find someone with whom you love, and by Wednesday morning or Thursday morning, you're going to have 100 people in your inbox, and guys who are mature, who want to have serious conversations about settling down and getting married. If these guys want to just have sex, there are enough women in California. Sex, trust me, it's easy. What they want is a mother of their children, and that's not easy. And that they're looking for someone like you.
Yeah. They don't crave that anymore. And there's a reason for that, but at the same time, like, that's the only thing that I've been working towards, even if I got to do it on my own. You know, like, I thought by this point we would have, like, the robots to help me, like a nanny, protection, things of that nature, AI to help me make money. And I could just do, you know, the turkey baster or something and just do it on my own since my partner died. And it's just like, people are just so miserable. They're just waiting to freaking die. And it's like, I'm never going to be in that frame of mind. Like, I just started living.
Holly,
like, even after all these traumas.
Holly,
like,
people in California appreciate every single day more than probably any other state. They're not just waiting to die. We're living. We have cars, we have planes, we are active individuals. We do our best to live life to its fullest. You're going to get amongst a different group of people, and so there's nothing more I can do to convince you. You download the apps. If you need help, if you're like, Rabbi, I keep logging in and it keeps showing me people in Colorado Springs, okay, then we need to make sure that you're using a VPN in Southern California. And if you want one that'll do it,
why not?
For free. So there's Proton VPN, which is great, but it won't necessarily always give you Southern California. There's another one. It's on the App Store and Google Play. It's just called Free VPN, but it's got a unicorn on it, and it can give you either Los Angeles or Southern California, but it'll let you be able to GPS yourself basically, and all you have to do is watch a few ads, and then it'll give you 24 hours of usage. And then when people are swiping right on you, you're going to be in their area, and you're a catch. If you were someone I didn't think could actually pull this off, I would just say, do your own thing, do whatever. But it's like, no, you're gonna waste a really great opportunity if you don't do this. And I've been telling you to do this for almost 2 years now. You and I both know it, and you've gone your own way. You've tried it, and it didn't work.
I was still hooked on, like, what happened to my brain is like puberty at like 40. Like at 39, I turned, like at 39, and then I turned 40. Like, I imprinted on that dude, and like something weird happened to my brain. I got like oddly, just whether or not I ever was physically with him, like my brain and soul just felt comfortable, and I was going through some trauma then too, and I just synced into him. And when I met him in person, it's just, yeah, I was totally like, I don't know, Raj, or like a phantom thing.
That happens.
Which is really strange for my brain to figure out, but that's what happened.
That
so then I
happens.
was like, okay, I'm just going to try to produce, and I finally did.
Excellent.
So,
all right. So here's my question to you: Did you download Tinder yet?
No, because I'm sitting here.
I know you are. I know you are.
I had a lot of things.
Okay,
When
so
I popped in here, like,
I do
get some things. But what's everybody else in the room doing? I feel like we took over.
they're asleep. They're asleep.
They're asleep.
They're
How do
asleep.
you know?
Because I know their schedules. They've been in here every night for more than a year, and so I'm very familiar with when they're awake and when they're asleep.
Yeah, my sleep schedule is all screwed up. Like being in the garage, I had this the one Spanish guy kept like coming in here at 7 o'clock in the morning, and a ladder another morning. Like, what if I was naked or something? And it's just like, I know it's not a private room. Technically, I shouldn't even be in here. It's just like, yeah, it's like nobody talks about anybody else, you know, decent boundaries, and it just feels kind of, I don't know. Like, it's not necessarily like I have this thing where I'm probably in danger, no joke, because I know that they know that there's a pedophile here, and I don't like them, and I'm probably going to do something legal about it. Like, the idea that, like, they know that, like, we both know, like, everybody knows, I'm probably in some sort of level of, like, retarded danger, but I'm used to this type of, like, tension from the family. So, yeah.
What up, Riser?
It's the same thing, you know, trying to, but yeah. But at the same time, like, I'm not trying to turn screwed up stuff that this person just did to me. You know, like, put me in a house like that. They were trying to help me, but they should have just let me go ahead and invest in somewhere else then.
I understand.
That's usual.
I understand. So you have a plan, and you don't have to leave for a year like previously. You can, I'll help you through the process, certainly. And but you need to get out of that situation.
Yeah, I will.
Okay.
Probably without any type of escalation. But yeah. I'll do the I'll try out the apps. I'm gonna ask Gemini their idea on which app would be better. You know, I was asking why not Facebook though, even with the VPN.
Okay.
Like, I do that with on and it lets me do things.
Absolutely. Well, you do that, and then come back in 2 days or 1 day or whatever, and tell me what happened. Okay. Excellent. All right, Holly. So we have a plan. That's my friend Riser. Riser, Holly, Riser.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Pleasure to you.
Riser and I like to play Scrabble. Do you ever play Scrabble, Holly?
I won Scrabble for my whole 5th grade.
Oh, wow.
I third in a trophy for my 5th grade class. I wasn't gifted. And then I won for the whole school of Scrabble.
Oh, so you're a ringer.
An anagramologist.
It's been a while since I played Scrabble. You two have fun.
Excellent.
I might hang out, but
Please do.
Is it something we can screen, or is that an app thing that you're doing?
It's just an app, but feel free to stay as long as you want. You can live in here. You know that. You're welcome as long as you want, whatever you want. And what I do want from you in the meantime is download those 5 apps, do the Facebook thing, and we'll keep you company in here. I trash talk him, so it'll be funny. Riser, you ready?
I mean, it's kind of like a vague definition of like a slumber party or like a sleepover. But I think you definitely have like the record for like, I mean, possibly like the most consecutive days in like a digital sleepover. Holly just left, I think. Oh no, she's muted, I think.
I'm here. I'm just kind of doing other things and listening. Oh, hello. Somebody was saying hi. Hi.
I wasn't. I heard about talk about it.
Okay. I used to go by the name Morph Retro and the Muse. So I don't know when you knew me, but I'm still the same person. But yeah, I probably shouldn't have my real name on here, but somehow that happened. So I'm branded now. But nice to meet you. Again.
Nice to meet you.
Hmm?
Nice to meet you, Holly.
Nice to meet you too. You're gonna play
Scrabble with everybody.
He lives in here.
Is that right, Rabbi?
That's right, sir.
I live in here with you.
Yes, he does. Riser, how was your day?
Pretty good. No complaints. Yeah, pretty good. Thinking about a bunch of stuff, I guess. Or do you know what the car rally is? It's called a gumball rally.
Yeah, in Europe. It's from.
I think it's based in the U.S. and they do different like rallies around the world. This year it's from Miami to Mexico City.
Hold on, there's another one, Gumball 3000, from Eastern Europe to Seville, Spain.
It's the same one every year.
No. Let me look it up. I want to say that it was started with like in Eastern Europe, but then they do move it. I'll look it up right now. And maybe Gumball 3000 is different. Gumball 3000. So it was founded in Europe. It has 120 vehicles across multiple countries, 3,000 miles. So the routes, 1999 was Europe, 2000 was Europe, summer North America. Is
is it Gumball 3000? Because the one I'm talking about is Gumball 3000. I can imagine there's only one of them.
Yeah, it is. So last year's was the one I was referencing was Eastern Europe to Spain, and this year's is in Miami to Mexico.
Yeah.
I saw a documentary on it, and I want to say there was I could be wrong, but I think there was a Wild Boys or a Jackass where they did it too.
They did the rally.
Check it. It's an amazing like documentary that they do. It's really funny. They go to Russia, I'm gonna say. Yeah, Jackass 3000 rally. They did Gumball 3000. It's a Gumball rally in season 3. So yeah, they did a documentary on it. In 2005 they did it. And I've seen it and it's amazing. They like have no sleep and they're like putting each other's testicles on each other's face. You know how they are. And they're like riding in different cars. It's just like it's the huge race in Europe, but on top of that, they are the Jackass guys. So it's like the drivers they're with. And if I recall, like they run into all kinds of issues in terms of customs with some of the countries and stuff. It's really interesting.
I'll have to watch that. It's like a full like little series or whatever.
Yeah, if you want to watch it, I'll watch it with you.
Sure, yeah.
For this, if you want. It's not that long, but it's really interesting. I had never heard of this until the Jackass guys, but yeah, it started as a British by this British guy, but and they drive like super fast and it's really dangerous. And at least in the Jackass one, they run into all kinds of issues at the border, and then on their way back, they like drive to from England to Russia and back, and on the way back, they like have to take a ferry and this car across. Like, really interesting.
That's dope.
Dog, what is up with you using a?
I don't have vowels. I mean, it's a disadvantage to have to waste a blank time on them.
I don't have vowels either. I was supposed to be on a podcast today, but they delayed it till next week. So that's cool. And I'm on a podcast in like 12 hours. Like about 12 hours. So that's cool. And there's a website that's going to be really Monday. It's called locals.com. And they rejected 3 of my communities, which is fine. I've gotten other communities in there. And then I tried to create another I tried to create another YouTube account and I got banned, so I just have to kind of cool off on that for a little while. I slept like all day. I don't want to say I was really tired, but I knew I had a podcast coming up, and I was like, I'm just going to sleep until the podcast is here.
And they canceled?
Yeah, but that was okay. I was kind of happy. I mean, I don't want to say like I didn't want to do it. I would have been happy to do it, but I'm cool with doing it next week.
The producer Deadmau5 makes electronic music.
I know who he is.
I watched the old Joe Rogan podcast, and it was. Can you name which guests were on the podcast with Deadmau5?
Redban. Was it Redban?
That's one of them. There was Redban, Joe, and 2 others.
Duncan Trussell?
No.
Are they guys who are on a lot?
One of them, yeah, in the early days.
So it's not Brian Callen or
The episode was like 171 or like 178. Guy always has a. I guess it might be a U. It's a U. Oh, man. What fucking word ends in.
Okay, in the early days, so wouldn't have been Brian Callen or the other guy, Brendan Schaub?
No.
Not Joey Diaz. Eddie Bravo.
Oh, yeah, nice. That's one of them. The other one is a popular comedian.
Not Tom Segura. Not Bill Burr.
I can give you another hint that might help you.
Not Dave Attell.
You take any other.
Not who is it?
He's from the northern parts.
Oh, that one guy. But is he originally from India?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say
Or probably.
I was gonna say that guy. What's his name?
Russell Peters.
Russell Peters. Yeah. Wow, I was gonna say that.
What they all say.
Man, I'm getting destroyed. I'm distracted. Everybody knows that. I play so much better when I don't have distractions.
Oh, there's no one even. No one even here.
Are you excited for the World Cup? Starts Thursday.
I'm not a soccer fan. So yeah, that would be a no. Do they have it every year, or is it like every 2 years or 4 years?
4 years, dog.
Oh damn! So it's like a special thing.
Exactly.
Do you have a that you think is going to win, a team that you're cheering for?
I don't know who. The United States just sucks. I'd like to see. I'd like to see England win. I'd like to see. I'd like to see Brazil win, but I don't think they will. I'd like to see Canada and Australia do well because of Yuan Zhu. I'd like to see Spain's supposed to be the best team in the world. No, France is supposed to be the best team in the world. That would be okay, but I'm going to be thrilled about it. I don't really care. I'd like to see. That was good.
Italy didn't even make it.
I know. I'm the one who told you that.
Really?
To see some African do well. Senegal always does really well against the United States, so we'll see. I'd like to see Mexico do well. Mexico, I think South Africa, Mexico. I think it's the first game. Are you ready for some Brendan Schaub information? I have a few things. I have a few things that affect your like that would be interesting to you. I think in all reality, because you like you like
Maybe art,
Eric.
liminal spaces.
You like Eric Griffin, and Brennan's taking a step back from the golden hour, which when he says that means he's never going to do it again. That's when back from the golden hour, he never did it again. And Brendan Schaub sold his house in Austin and bought another house. He sold his house for $3 million and bought another one for $1 million. He doesn't own them, so it's not like he came out with like that much money. And what else? Oh, he's doing a live stream. So he's going from like doing the golden hour or whatever to live streams. So he's gonna be like a YouTuber. And people are just gonna shit on him. And he's like, I'm only gonna chat our paid. And then if you're a paid member and they ban, then no longer like have to pay or whatever. And he needs money. There's no doubt about that. The house that he bought, he went from like, I don't know, probably for houses in Austin to still a nice house. It's $1 million house. But you can just tell that down. It doesn't have a pool. I don't know if it's on the same lake or whatever. And the grass is like all brown and stuff. But it looks nice. I'm glad that they didn't have to.
Any more time? I don't.
I'm glad that they don't. Do you need more time or no?
No, I'm good.
Oh, fuck that.
So I thought his YouTube thing was already on, like his podcast was on YouTube already.
It is, but they don't do live streams.
Oh. Oh no. Oh, I need more time. They don't do what? Like live streams or make videos? Is that what they don't make live streams?
They don't do live streams.
You're just gonna get like, you think that's gonna be just groundbreaking?
No, nobody's gonna care. I'm gonna be logged in there with, and the only other people as much as I do are the people who literally have channels dedicated to shitting on his channel. And there are like 7 of those. And I love every one of them. And how many things are left?
Just out of spite. Thing. That's too bad.
You got the X, you got the J, you got the Z. That didn't really bother
So
me.
you're saying that? So you're saying that you need the Z?
No, I'm just saying
Is that what you're
I
saying?
needed at least more vowels
Sounds like
than I got in this game. I didn't get any vowels in this game. It's feast or famine. And I got double blanked.
Yeah, you have the key.
That doesn't matter.
You play.
That doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Double blank this. I feel like double blanked games shouldn't count. In comparison to how many times I double blanked you, did you double blank me? You've got to have like 15 times as many.
I don't know.
I do know. I've kept track of every single one. Everybody knows it. Double blanking me on like bullshit letters. Just garbage letters. And you had the Z?
I mean, I didn't. I just got rid of it.
Dog,
I've been holding on.
I don't even talk about it. This was a rigged game. One of the most rigged games you've ever seen. This motherfucker double me, X me, Jade me, and Z'd me. Folks in the future will know, like, oh, Rabbi didn't stand a chance. That's absolutely true. Everybody knows I didn't stand a chance.
So you're just not skilled enough to learn the photos.
I need some fucking tiles, dog. You can't let me just get C's and V's.
Is that what happened?
The thing that killed me was I did not get any vowels.
Yeah, I don't like when that happens. Pick my spot.
It's 2. Two A's? He wants to play 2 A's? This is garbage. This is one of the worst games ever. Worst games ever.
Man, not even close. Not even close. Not even close. Damn. That's like 3 in a row, I think.
It is, but last night I was distracted incredibly badly. And then tonight.
So you are blaming the tiles is what we're
I keep letting you go first, which is incredibly good to me. I like it though. I like the disadvantage.
I don't think that's So it's not. I don't think it's that much of an advantage.
And
it is when you have starting tiles. It's just okay. What the fuck is this? No. Bingo? Kareem?
yeah, it means to like drift off of the road. It's what they do in Gumball 3000. That was great.
You can't really get that many points off the first one. Oh. Damn it. Damn it. What the fuck? What a joke. Out of the fucking joke. There's just no recovering from that.
No, there most certainly is. There are lots of ways to recover. It's 50. It's not 700. I've recovered from it. Tom Jones has recovered from it. Tom Arnold's recovered from it. Oh, dog. That was brilliant.
Yeah. Need those cheap XUI ZA route. No.
This motherfucker plays fat.
Yeah, no vowels. Sounds like got rid of stupid P.
That was beautiful.
Oh, almost a bingo. Really. That's it? What the fuck? What the fuck?
Normally my issue is I get too many vowels, but The past 2 games, at least, the consonants have been ridiculous. You play an S there?
Are you critiquing my Scrabble game? Because I could refer you to the scoreboard. Are you playing an S there, or are you playing it? Wow, really? That's just... I almost feel embarrassed.
Did I get double blanked? I got single blanked.
No, there isn't the blank. Better call them. Is there's anything I can do about that? Just let me know. Just put an S next to the arms and go off of that.
Hold on, I need more time. I'm gonna pass back, please. Arms is not a word.
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
Dude, that's not seconds, dog. You're telling me fake words. Do you recognize that you're telling me fake words? Fake words.
Oh my fucking god, really? Bad tile draw.
How many tiles are left?
There's 3 left.
Oh, dude, he's got the Q. He's got the Z. He's got everything.
They're in a bag. I just have one crap.
I'm doing everything I can to give you spots for that Z and that Q.
No. Are you serious? Oh, what the hell? Are you serious?
He's going for a home run here, folks. And Rabbi, who had the worst tiles we've ever seen, Rabbi got double blanked 2 games in a row. This is not even something that should count. It's not in the books. Do you need more time?
Probably gonna lose. Maybe I have one last shot. Come on.
He has a blank, a Z, a Q. Folks, how are you going to lose with a blank, a Z, and a Q.
Yeah, right.
Oh, what an ass kicking at the end. That
Right.
last one was.
I was trying to play. Apparently, quizzer is not a word.
No, it's not. Yeah, it is.
I believe it's false.
Quizz.
No, quiz is spelled with one Z.
And quizzer is spelled with two. That's a word, though.
Yeah, I couldn't find the word with a Q and a Z, and that worked. And there's nowhere to play my quiz, and I couldn't play.
Dude, you had the Z, the Q, and double blanked me, and the J. And you lost by 70 points. And it was
Q and the Z
are
actually not good.
Then you give them to me anytime you get them, and I will make use of them. And I will destroy you with them. Whenever I get them.
Valuations are not good.
Dog. Do you recognize
If you're just trapped at the end and you literally cannot make a word with the Q, the Z, it's like, great.
Dog. I said dog. You lost by.
You got lucky and then happened to have titles that had an A in it, which I was like, oh, we'll see if this guy has an A in his bag, I guess, to play his little classic Za. And look who.
You click on the champ. Everybody knows it. Are you? Do you want to watch the Jackass Gumball special?
Not really.
Oh, well, go fuck yourself, dog.
Some other time.
Dude, you're never going to watch it. And then you're going to come in here and be like, hey, I watched it. And I'm like, dude, I wanted to watch it with you. You'll be like, oh, sorry, I was jerking myself off. Did you create your robot today? Yes or no? I'll wait.
I did not.
Why didn't you?
I was researching that though, and the spam rate, like what you said that like the spam rate had to be under 5%. Is that correct?
It could be low. It could be higher.
No, that's incorrect. The spam rate, if it goes above 0.3 or 0.03%, if more than 3 out of 1,000 emails report you know spam, then you're fucked.
Dude.
And even over one, if over 1 out of 1,000 emails report you have spam, then your emails may start getting routed to promotions and going in slower and shit. Like, so just emailing people out of the blue, it's like almost certain it'll just instantly be marked spam.
Well, it's worked for me.
If you create a mailing list,
I don't know if your numbers are right on that.
I mean, I asked Gemini, which is Google's AI, so that operates Gmail, and they're saying like Gmail, Yahoo, like they're very strict on the percentage.
Dude, that's
like, literally if more than 3 like they opted for the email. They still are like, they want to receive the email. You email them, then they just report it as spam. And there's no way for you to say to Google, like, hey, these people actually literally requested that we email them, and now they're reporting as spam. There's literally like zero defense other than just isolate that the email that you're sending out messages to, and then like you monitor the rate from Google every 24 hours, and then if the metrics tell you that it's over 3 out of 1,000, basically just make a new email and keep going.
That's pretty garbage.
Yeah, they're super strict on anti-spam. It's pretty ludicrous to me. And I was like, is there any like Web3 way, like decentralized mechanism to combat that? And it's like, no, because everything gets routed into Web2 anyways, so it doesn't matter. But there's easier ways to jumpstart the network and just like bypass all that pretty much. So.
Dude, I mean, why wouldn't you still just create like 100 Gmail accounts and then just email people, and then once your rate gets too high, then just go to the next one.
I mean, that's one way. Yeah. I mean, it's possible, maybe, but like, we'll get reported for spam instantly, and it'll be like,
Not if it's
it'll just go to the spam folder.
not if it's tailored correctly.
Oh, and the other thing is, like you can't just make like 30 Gmail accounts and then send like 30 emails out of each one of the accounts, because Google will recognize that, hey, this person's sending the same exact email from all of these different accounts that are probably even from the same IP address.
Yeah, I mean,
Like,
I'm not saying this is your
whatever,
first day on the
and then-
job. Yeah, you would change your email for each one of them and tailor it to your audience as best you can. Make it as specific as you can. So it would be different every single time. You basically would have like 10 Gmail and Gmail accounts, and then 10 slightly changed emails, so none of them are the same. And then you send them out differently. And you might not even...
but they might be like, look, you're sending the same link to parrotcarrot.com in each of these emails. Or like, they might have some detection where it's like, color structure or something, like, I don't know.
I mean, I've sent...
But I'm just like, you cannot just send like the same email from like 30 different email accounts. And who knows how sophisticated it is at like detecting.
I think you could.
I think like, yeah, the same exact link being bombarded across all these accounts, instantly flagged. You're done.
I think you could, and you never know until you try.
I think it'll definitely, if you just mention Parrot Carrot, like the company name, you mention Parrot Carrot across 30 different emails, you're fucked.
How good a name is that, though?
It's a baller name. I'm still.
And you called it garbage.
Seems like,
and you called it
what?
And you called it garbage. Not only
That was a troll.
it wasn't a troll. It wasn't a troll. It wasn't just a troll. It took you work. Your reaction was trash, and then you had to go and find a stock image of a garbage truck and send it to me. That's not a troll. I gave you the perfect name, and I stand by that name. I will one day be associated with a company known as Parrot Carrot, without a doubt.
No, I tell you, I am not opposed at all.
It's the most baller shit of all
Literally,
time.
the garbage truck thing, I just thought was funny. It clearly got under your skin, so the troll
Well,
didn't work.
it would, because it's the most important marketing idea that your company's ever going to have, and you call it garbage, which tells me you didn't think about it. If you thought about it and you were like, okay, that's pretty good, and then you would have sent back, I'll think about it. But instead you were just like, nope, anything that I didn't think of is trash. And I was like, okay, dog, then I'll start my own fucking company that does exactly this, and this is
I don't know why you think that. I think that any idea that isn't mine is trash. And yeah, I'm sorry if that was.
Oh, you don't have to apologize. You don't have to apologize. I get it. You don't have to apologize. I don't mean it that seriously.
Calling things garbage is kind of.
That's what I do. That's what I do.
Vernacular.
It's my thing. But it was such a good idea that it was like, why would he turn this down? I even gave him the definition of it. About this.
Just like my brain of like how strange of like a name it is, I guess. Like maybe that's a good thing though, I guess.
Fitbit, StubHub, Grubhub.
Watching, like, go on.
Fitbit, StubHub, Grubhub.
Those are all like one syllable rhymes, but yes, they do rhyme.
LexisNexis.
There you go. That's like one company.
There. Bubba.
Bubba, yeah, that's good. Mellow Yellow, I don't think is a great name.
Laffy Taffy. Dude, there's a song about it. There's a song called Mellow Yellow. Laffy. Hubba Bubba.
Right. Yeah.
It's done a
Mars
lot.
Bar kind of rhymes. If you say it plural, Mars bars.
Dog, I only live in a world of perfect rhyming. Anything else sucks.
Mars does rhyme.
Mars bars does rhyme. In the United States, I've never eaten a Mars bar. It's not a thing. That's a British thing. That's a British thing.
I don't know. We have it in like ice cream and stuff.
No, it's not a thing.
Popular enough.
It's not a thing in the United States. Yo, dog, do they have Mars bars in the United States? And if not, why not? It's not a thing.
Do you know why ketchup chips are not popular in the U.S., but they are in Canada?
That's it. Yeah, we don't do that. Hold on. No, the standard international Mars bar, nougat and caramel, is not sold in the United States because that product is marketed there as the Milky Way bar. Do you have Milky Way bars?
I've never seen those here, no.
Oh.
We have Mars bars.
Milky Way's
interesting.
Yeah, that is interesting.
Related.
Yeah. Do you have Three Musketeers?
No.
You don't have Three Musketeers bars?
No. Are they good?
They're giant. They're really popular.
The Milky Way bar looks like exactly like a Mars bar on the inside. Is it like the same thing that we brand?
Yeah. It's marketed by
Really?
it's marketed as Milky Way in the United States. That's why I've never seen a Mars bar. I've only ever
Oh,
heard of it.
It's owned by Mars Incorporated.
Exactly.
But
It's marketed as.
why did they go with the Milky Way bar name in the U.S.?
Why in the U.S. did they go with Milky Way and not Mars? It was a family disagreement between Frank Mars and his son Forrest Mars regarding the brand's expansion. Original creation: Frank C. Mars invented the bar in 1923 in Minneapolis, naming it Milky Way to reflect its inspiration, a malted milkshake and galaxy. The split: Forrest Mars wanted to expand the company internationally, but his father refused. Forrest left in 1929 with $50,000 and the rights to the recipe outside the U.S. The UK launch. In the UK, Forrest created a similar bar with nougat and caramel, naming it the Mars Bar to distinguish it from his father's brand. U.S. conflict. When the companies eventually merged, Mars Inc. already had a product in the U.S. called a Mars Bar, which contained nougat and toasted almonds, not caramel. To avoid confusion, they renamed the caramel and nougat bar, the global Mars Bar equivalent, Milky Way in the U.S., while the plain nougat bar, global Milky Way equivalent, became Three Musketeers. Oh, so that's how Three Musketeers came about. In short, the U.S. kept the original Milky Way name for the caramel bar because the name Mars was already trademarked for a different almond-based product. And I did not know Mars started in the United States. I thought it was a British thing. Well, that's a cool story, and I mean, it's one of the coolest stories ever. I can't believe you don't want to watch the Gumball 3000 thing. That sucks on you. Are you ready to lose at mini golf?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Have you ever had a coffee?
No one knows what that is.
They're Canadian exclusive. They're amazing. I'm sure you probably have never heard or had a caramel, but just damn caramel bars I used to eat all the time. They're so good. Yeah, apparently we have a Canadian exclusive called Wonder Bar as well.
I've heard of
you,
that.
You at least heard of Smarties though?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Have you ever tried Smarties?
I have things that are like Smarties.
Do you think that was a good answer to the question? Or?
Did you see my shot?
Aimed like very left.
Did you see my shot? That was garbage. And you're done. You're done.
That shot was crazy looking.
Are you ready for my shot? You need the best shot of your career. You need your best shot of your career. That was garbage. It was garbage. Everything about that was garbage. Garbage.
That was a crazy shot by you. That wasn't my shot. Was not garbage. Your shot was just excellent.
Oh, that's what I like to hear, baby. Oh.
What the fuck?
Do you like my shot? That's garbage. Water. Oh, fuck.
You need one of the best shots of your career. You missed the easy water bomb?
I don't know if it was an
Why
easy.
didn't you take
I don't
the
know if
easy
it was
water
an.
bomb?
I don't know if it was an easy water bomb. I don't know if it was an easy water bomb.
Oh, it was a very easy water.
I don't know if it was. I don't know if it was. Hit my ball.
There you go. There we go.
That was devastating.
Fuck this.
This is your worst hole.
This hole gives me night terrors.
Do you recognize that I hit the perfect shot?
What the fuck is this? Doesn't even help you. Doesn't even help you. Hey, fuck off. Not a bum, not a bum, not a bum. Get there. Are you serious? Okay, I gotta make this. I can make this. This is an easy shot.
For the lead.
Outskilled.
You always give up on this hole. You're
terrible.
You're terrible. You always give up on this hole. A beautiful
No,
shot.
I hit a perfect shot every time.
He's guaranteed by folks.
You leave that short?
He's guaranteed to win, folks.
How did you leave that short?
Baby, it's not my decision.
Wow.
It's a warm-up game, so it's like whatever. That's garbage.
This hole is genuinely tricky. Oh, I have the perfect strategy.
What's your perfect strategy,
I did
dog?
not see this before.
What's your perfect strategy, dog?
Just scrape the corner. Just scrape the corner and put it right there. Nope.
Oh, that is great.
No.
Scrape the corner sucks.
I'll figure it out.
I don't think you will, dog. It's not possible to just scrape the corner.
I'm just gonna scrape. That's what you gotta do. You just gotta scrape the corner.
That's garbage.
Oh yeah, right there.
That sucks.
There you go. That's the perfect shot. Okay.
Not at all. Look at what my ball's gonna do. I have a question for you. Do you know who is the guest on Kill Tony tonight? Yes. One is a regular on his.
Joanne something.
Ghislaine Maxwell? No, she's busy. Okay, the name is he's that little comic. I forget his name. He's a little person. And then the other one is Timmy No Breaks. You don't even know about Timmy No Breaks.
Is he the guy in like the wheelchair that like talks differently?
No, that's Michael Scher, and he died via Michael Lair, and he died via assisted SUID or SUICIDE.
Was he Canadian?
Oh fuck. No, he's American.
They have that in America? I thought that was a Canadian thing.
I think in Oregon. It is a Canadian thing.
No. 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 No.
Dog, I'm gonna win this. I hate this whole simple caused so many issues. Is that your shot? Are you proud of that shot?
The best shot you can do.
What are your thoughts on my shot?
Terrible. You should have gone the other way.
Well,
no, you've given me this chance to do this shot.
Stop. Stop.
And I fucked it up.
This could be devastating, son. What are your thoughts? Where are you gonna go? How are you gonna hit this shot, yo? Are you fucking serious? Don't do that.
No. That's not the angle. Huh.
You need one of the best shots of your career right now. Not even, like, no cap, dog. No cap.
Oh, man.
No cap, dog.
I it on the.
No cap, dog. No cap, dog. That was not good. I taught you how to do this shot. Stop, 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 stop.
No. I'm hooked.
Oh.
Okay, I have one more chance.
Oh no.
You take a risk and bump me behind like a You don't have the balls, but you could. Oh, you could bump me into the tar. But...
It would have been a difficult shot.
Even for the champ?
Baby, this game is not over.
Well, this hole is the worst hole. Imagine.
He fucked it up, folks. He fucked it up.
No, they did exactly what I wanted. I'm surprised you didn't block me.
You could have really fucked me, though, if I would have blocked you.
Yes, 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 yes. Oh. That's not good for you.
Did you see the Spurs one? No, you didn't, because you're not cool.
I did hear about that.
Oh, you heard about it, but you didn't see it. I asked you, did you see it?
I watched the last 5 minutes. When I turned it on, I was like, oh, Knicks are losing by a large margin.
That's a garbage shot.
I know, you have to block my ball. You could have blocked my ball if you just went on top. But you didn't.
You're guaranteed a tie. You double blanked me. You had the X, or you had the Q, the Y, or you had the Q, the J, and the Z, and double blanked me.
We all know that didn't count.
That's some bullshit, son. I think that's one of the worst shots I've ever seen.
You're not even past the first. Now we're tied.
Devastatingly bad shot, folks.
Yikes. Maybe? No, you're no. In a row.
That's yeah. That does.
What's the count?
Because I was on literati, and everybody knows it. Dog.
Oh, nice. Marlon Hill's favorite game.
Oh, you got really good start. You got a really good start.
I don't know. Why do you say that?
Dog, you got a really good start. I know it. You know it. Everybody knows it.
Sarah.
Are you gonna go?
Yeah, I am.
Okay.
Oh.
That's garbage.
You're still probably gonna complain about how I got an S or something.
Yeah, you got the S, dog.
I hate to inform you, but there's S's in the alphabet, and they're also in the Scrabble bag with all the tiles with the letters in them.
Are you still talking?
So when someone gets an S,
Are you
it's
still
like
talking?
that.
All I know is the previous game, you had the Z, the Q, the J, double blanked me, and you lost by 70 points. But interestingly,
Everyone knows that isn't true.
interestingly enough, if somebody would have,
Just so you know,
let me say,
just so you know
interestingly
that
enough, if somebody
everyone-
were to see that game, they'd be like, Rabbi won by 70. That was like not even close. In reality, I could have easily lost that game. Very, very easily. But I didn't.
We'll see what amazing tiles you put in this game. I'm sure we'll get a nice display of your QIs and your XIs and your JOs and your ZAs.
Dog, no one knows what Z is, dog. I like Z more than 0, though. Wait, isn't Z 0?
What? Isn't 0? No.
In British,
0.
in British slang, Z is 0.
I don't know if you understand what the English language is, but no.
Yeah, it is. I'm telling
not
you.
how-
That's what it is. Everybody
Not how
knows that.
words work. Everyone knows that's not how words work. Words have never worked like that. You think that in Canada is 0, people just say it's Z?
In Britain, they do.
Okay, I didn't figure it. So we live in Britain now.
You used to.
It's like some literati stuff. Literati language flipping.
I have the worst tiles. 3 games in a row. Worst tiles ever.
That's where. Oh, fuck.
You're up, dog. Do you prefer Labatt or Molson?
Haven't really had much of either of them. My favorite beer, I guess it's malt beer, just Old English, 800. Beery.
That's
Wow.
disgusting. That's absolutely disgusting.
Amazing. No, it's not.
One of the most disgusting things I've ever heard, dog. Are you proud of that?
You're fan. Damn, that's garbage, but
Baller as fuck. This motherfucker played bat.
Swap? Wow. Damn. Why did you actually use to the tile to the?
What did I just do?
You didn't contribute to the tile development?
My friend, I put down a D that allowed. This is bullshit. Do you know that this is?
Well, a good use of a Q.
Do you think that was a good use of a Q? You said.
I mean, of course, you have an I guess, again, to piggyback off my wonderful Q that I placed. But, okay. Whoa. Whoa.
Dude, I'm getting fucking. I haven't gotten a blank tile in 3 games.
Would you say that's unfair?
Yeah. Serious? I don't get the Q. I don't get the J. I don't get a blank tile. This game sucks.
I mean, you invited me to play it. I mean, you wouldn't be complaining if you had those letters. Let's be honest.
So you're admitting that you have superior letters. I'll wait.
That's not what I said. That was a projection. That's just an iCarly explanation. That's not a real word. Fake word. It's iCarly word. Blah.
Are you fucking serious? Bingo?
You ready?
Yep.
You ready?
Yep.
And I'm just scared tiling you. Well, here comes a letter. Here comes. You're not losing that bad, considering you are getting not the greatest tiles.
So you're admitting that, and that's cool. I'm glad that you have.
I'm not.
No, you have admitted it. You admitted it.
Not
You
admitting
admitted
anything,
it. You have
no.
superior tiles. I know it. You know it. I hardly knows it.
Do you think you can win?
How many things are left?
There's 20 tiles left.
Yeah, definitely no.
You're losing by like 20. No, 35. I'm gonna get the sucky tie this win. I start winning. And then it's like, oh well. Riser's winning. And it's like, okay, we gotta get this. We have to give this guy the world's shittiest tiles. Oh, 50. Ooh. Ooh. Okay, now you might be cooked. That was pretty baller. You're not gonna congratulate me for getting 50 points without using XI and XU.
How many things are left?
8.
I got double blanked. Dude, that's 3 games in a row.
Maybe it's like a skill issue or something.
It's not a skill issue. This game is corrupt.
Correct. There's like no, it's so closed off on like that diagonal in the upper right. It's like literally impossible to build.
I can't believe I got
Completely,
in 3 games. I did not get a single blank.
wow, only these tiles.
How many tiles are left?
One.
Garbage.
I've never seen the board like this where it's like it's literally impossible to build like on that giant chunk of it.
Well, that's because this game is rigged.
I'm pretty sure I was the first person in this Discord call to say that the game was rigged.
You've never been double blank 3 games in a row.
Maybe. Maybe that is true.
One time that you've ever known anybody to get double blanked 3 games in a row. I'll wait.
I don't know.
Double blank 3 games in a row, dog. Are you hearing what I'm saying? Double blank 3 games in a row. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Do you think Marlon Hill would be able?
We're playing another game after this to make sure that like I don't have some kind of setting on that says don't give me blanks. I didn't get the Q. I didn't get the J. I didn't have any blanks. This game.
I mean, if ifs and buts were candy nuts, we'd all have Merry Christmas.
That's not a thing. That's
Canada.
Well, guess what? You can go enjoy your fucking car milk bar and your fucking Bats and Molson and your fucking Saturday night in Canada and go suck a dick. You don't even watch Saturday night hockey night in Canada. You don't even watch it. You didn't even know it was a thing.
You got the X and the Z.
Doug, I got 0.
And S. You have like multiple S's.
Dude.
And you're complaining that the
Dog.
You just got out skilled.
No. Not even.
Everyone, it's not like I had the X.
How many blanks did I have?
Play than a Z.
How many blanks did I have? How many
J is harder to play than an X. They're both valued at 8.
How many blanks did I have?
You're complaining about this.
How many blanks did I have? Please answer me that question.
Okay, no, that I agree.
And we're playing again just to see if I get any blanks. I don't even care about winning. I just care about the blanks. This was such a weird game. It was like 2 parallel diagonals. And it might be the first game we've ever played where no triple word in the corners was scored. That's fascinating.
Oh, I didn't even notice that.
Yeah, you wouldn't, because I am. I'm going to take a whiz. BRB, baby. How is this game not over?
Oh, probably will be in a minute. There we go.
Okay, if I get double blanked here,
Great.
it is a crazy boy. What's up, dog?
Just vastly outperformed you.
Dude, I got double blanked. Marlon Hill.
Why don't you go first, or do you want me to go first? Wow.
Marlon Hill would say, Rabbi, the double blanking has to come to an end. Are you fucking serious? Riser. Riser. Fucking serious.
Well, you have to build off it. Back.
Riser, I'm asking you a question. Are you serious?
I answered your question.
I hope you know that this game is rigged.
It is rigged.
It is rigged. I know. Joey Diaz knows it. Else knows it. That's not a word.
Nikes.
That's not a word.
Nixie or Nikes?
It's not a word. I don't care what you think it is.
You're still tacking on an S to it, though. That's cool. Like, wow. I gave you that word. I tell you everything about that one.
Are you gonna go? Or are you just gonna sit here and talk about history, ancient history? I did not know I was in a Riser history lecture. I thought this was about the here and now and the future. Because I talk about the future. I'm the greatest future discusser in the history of the world. Actually, you know that girl who was in here, Holly? Do I have to ask you this fucking question again, Zoo? You know that girl who was in here, Holly, who I was talking to? The chick who was on camera when you came in?
Yeah.
She's really big into transhumanism. Like, she's probably one I know who's most into transhumanism.
Oh. What the fuck is transhumanism again? Just like, it the quest to like not die
Basically.
or upload? Is it uploading your mind?
It's both. Are you proud of the way that you've played this game thus far?
Wow, that's too bad. That's not. That isn't weird. That isn't.
You have the Z.
What are you talking?
Okay, so we were talking about the fighter and the kid. So I just want to give you a breakdown. The fighter and the
Or you were.
I love how much you reject it. You have no idea how much pleasure that gives me. Well, let's talk Joe Rogan first. Do you remember the red Joe Rogan set that nobody talks about anymore during COVID?
The red Joe Rogan.
It looks like a space capsule.
Like in his old podcast studio.
It's in Austin. It's red.
I might need more time here.
It's red.
Like his old podcast studio.
It's red. Yeah, you'll know if you don't know what I'm referring.
Are you talking about his podcast studio or no?
It is a podcast studio.
Okay. Like where he filmed all the old podcasts at?
No, this one is from. It's in. It's in Austin. It's like red. Like the fact that you're like, oh yeah, I know what you're talking about, tells me that you don't know what I'm referencing, which is cool.
You're doing a pretty horrible job at explaining it.
It's all I have to do is tell you it's the red one. Like there's no nothing else I have to say. If you don't know what I'm referencing, like everybody calls it the red Joe Rogan set. It looks like it's from a space capsule. He interviewed Kanye West there. He did it during the pandemic, so it was his shows during like 2021 to 2022. After you go here, I'm going to give you the opportunity to type into Google Red Joe Rogan set. That's all you have to type in. You'll be like, oh no, I've never seen this one. Look up Red Joe Rogan set.
You said it looks like a spaceship?
Yeah. Red?
Oh, yeah.
Do you know
That's what I was thinking, but it doesn't really look like a space. It just looks like a studio. I wouldn't say that looks like a spaceship at all. It's literally a red room with TVs.
Okay, I mean, it kind of looks like a spacecraft thing. Dude, I'm playing like dog shit. I should have. Anyway, that Red Joe Rogan set, I think I'm going to host a podcast from there someday just to make you aware of it. Okay, so the fighter and the kid, they still haven't stated whether they're going to do, like, continue the.
So you didn't earn your right to rant about this shit until you win a literati. But go on. You can waste your credits now.
No, I'm not wasting credits. This is just you. It was important to you to know that Eric Griffin was no longer going to be doing his show alone, or I shouldn't say alone, but are you fucking serious? Are you fucking serious, dog? Are you fucking serious?
Alright, I got a better one for you next turn.
Let's see it. Give it to me. I'm not impressed. I'm already not impressed. I'm already not impressed. Not impressed at all. I like that you thought you could impress me, but you didn't. I know you didn't. Lucy Snorbush knows you didn't. Lucy Snorbush knows you didn't. Lucy Snorbush knows you didn't. Hey, 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 hey.
This is illegal singing.
Dude, I told you so much Fighter and the Kid knowledge today. They had more developments today than have happened in the last 6 months. Glue? What? It's so supposed to be so groundbreaking?
Yeah, it is. It is groundbreaking. Scientists are going to be happy. So I thought when future aliens come land on Earth a billion years from now. You're like, wow, that was a great word. Glue? For like 12 points?
Do you have a Z?
There's 36 tiles in the bag. Then, what is this like? That's gotta be like cheating, right? It's like in poker when you're like, yo, what hand do you have? It's like, you'll get thrown out of the card room.
Nobody says that.
Everyone.
Nobody says that.
Yeah, because they know that you'll get thrown out.
No.
Do you want me to have the Z or something? Would that make you happy? Or?
I just asked a question, that's all.
I know the eyes. I can't seem to get rid of. I can tell you that.
You're up, dog. Why is it that I'm so fast and you are not?
When you're making up like Harley words for a living. Not hard. Do you have the cue? Fuck off. dog is fucking weird. So fucking.
Double
Yeah,
blank,
yeah,
double
blank.
blank, double blank, double
Yeah,
blank,
blank.
double blank.
Such crap. Oh no. Fuck. Oh, I'm gonna get fucked here by a fucking highway pilot. What can you do?
You're up, big dog.
Oh wait. Never mind. Oh, fucking alright. This stupid fucking goddamn tree.
I find the last game that we played to be fascinating that we didn't get the corner on anything. That's never happened. That was incredible.
A once in a lifetime game.
How many things remain?
9.
Oh, baby. See what happens when I don't get double blinked? I'm able to turn it up, even though this motherfucker got the Z and then the J. They You're not denying it.
Like, I don't have any fucking good tiles, I can tell you that. Yeah, how many fucking S's? Okay, yeah, this game is just utter trash. Wait, did I get double blank that time? Probably, yeah, I did.
I told you, you got double blinked.
Yeah.
And see what
This
happens
game
when you
doesn't
get
even
double
count.
blinked.
Yeah.
Do you see what happens when you get double blinked?
What?
Do you see what when you do you really think that you're gonna win?
I mean,
He's got folks, and he's got the Z, and he's got the Z, and he's got the J. He's got the Z, and he's got the J. Folks, are you serious? Are you serious?
I told you it's not over yet. You didn't want to listen, but I told you. It's not over yet. It's not over yet. Oh, and you just fucked up tremendously. Oh, you just fucked up tremendous. Oh, good lord. Oh. Oh, wait. Maybe you have a bullshit tile, but it doesn't matter. Because it's over. You got cocky. Now you're going to have to pull a rabbit out of your ass. Because next turn it's over. Next turn it is over. It's over. The next turn it's over. The turn after that it's still over. The champ is here. The champ is here. The champ is here. It's over. It's over for the champ. It's over for the champ. It is over for the champ.
What did he play?
I played Zag.
Dog. He had the Z. He had the J. He had the Z and the J. I don't want.
I got double blank and I still won. You had the. I guess, yeah. You had all the S's.
No.
You had every single S.
No, I didn't.
I literally didn't have a single S. I separated the eggs, but up until that, you played the Binds S. You played the Nix's S. You played the Odes S. You played whatever other shitty S there was. Where's the fourth S? Isn't there four S?
No one knows. Just play the fucking game, dog. Just you have an invitation.
You had all the S's.
You played the S in bags. You're up.
I mean, how do you feel about that performance?
I let you go first. You're up. I let you go first. If I go first, I always win, no doubt. This game's already over.
Peony? Really?
Yeah, it's a kind of flower, dog.
I'm not saying it's not a flower. I'm just saying that's the best you can do.
You know that's one of the best words you've ever seen in your entire life.
Alright, God, what the fuck is this? Dog shit, man. You better lose this game. I mean, win this game. You're playing what type of crap? You have a 40-point advantage because of that absolute dog shit.
You're up, big dog. Poem? This motherfucker played Poem? Poem?
Yes, sir.
Poem? You want to play Poem? You're up, big dog. Mel? You want to play Mel? Are you sure you want to play Mel?
Dog, is it upsetting to you or something? Or?
No, it's just a dog shit word. I wouldn't want to know why someone who is down 48 points would want to play Mel, because it's just not a good play. But I mean, do whatever you want to do. I'm guaranteeing a win. Are you fucking serious? I asked you a question. Are you fucking serious?
Stupid fucking eye.
Are you?
Yeah, you always have an eye. It's so bullshit. Every time I play a Q, it's like you happen to have a fucking eye handy, like you're just saving it. Whenever you play a Q, no eye on my back. Really fucking ring. Oh, fuck this game.
How many things are remaining?
I don't know.
That's that's a deceptive practice.
Well, let me play my word being an accurate measurement. 32. Trying to distract me in that.
Do you think I was trying to distract you?
Classic.
Do you think I was trying to distract you? Do you think I would try to distract you?
I don't think I know, but
You're up, big dog. You're up, big dog.
fuck.
One of the worst plays we've ever seen.
Oh, that would have been that would have been so fucking monster.
So we know that he's got an X.
So you're awful at.
We know he's
at
got
least when
the.
I guess I don't even guess. I actually like know.
No, you're always wrong.
But
We
you
know that
are-
he's got the J.
You are wrong every single time.
We know he has
Every
the
time.
J, folks. I get the V, and
You're
I get the
wrong.
C.
This is wrong. You're not good at guessing. You're terrible at guessing. When I can actually tell which tiles you have. That's the difference between me and you.
Oh, dog. Being able to get rid of a V and a C in the same one.
Bye.
And I get a fucking
Wow.
V. I want to get to a point. Dude, how is V is only worth 4? It should be worth 6, at least. As should C. C should be worth 6 as well. I like how you just keep just rotating tiles.
Yeah, it's a pretty sick technique.
That's all you do. That's all you do. That's how you got that fucking
before.
Zygloat or whatever from fucking yesterday in the New Orleans or whatever bullshit play you had. You're up, big dog.
Fuck. I should have the other fucking word.
Thank you for helping me get rid of that V because it sucks.
That might have cost me the game, right?
Oh, it definitely cost you the game, son. It's over.
That's true.
Left.
No one.
I want to know how many tiles are left. It's very easy for you to just be like, there are 4 tiles left. There are 8 tiles left.
6.
Garbage.
Daniel Miracle here. Fuck. Dang.
This motherfucker has the X. This motherfucker has the J. I have to be careful about that. I have to be very careful of that. And I have to make sure not to give him an opportunity to be able to dominate. I have to be very careful with O's and very careful with everything. X's, E's. Yin. This motherfucker wants to play yin. That's not a real word. One of the sickest plays we've ever seen. One of the sickest plays we've ever seen, folks. This motherfucker has an X somewhere. This motherfucker has an X somewhere. An X. People. An X, which could be devastating to the quality of life of the human race. You know it could be devastating to the human quality of life of the human race. I know it could be.
Shut up. Illegal. Man.
You better win on this play. You better win on this play. Folks. It's over. It's over. The champ is here. The champ is here. Folks, I just want anyone to know, when you're witnessing greatness, you're rocking with the best. I also want everyone to know, that notice this is the first game we've played that was quote unquote somewhat even, where I got a blank and he got a blank, and you see who won. He played quiz. I had the Z, he had the X, I had the J. That was fair. That was the fairest of all the games that we've played. And the champion is here. The champion.
No.
I won.
This game was actually even. That game was not even.
My friend. I won. You lost.
Yeah, no one cares. Literally, no one cares.
Okay, now you should know that I'm gonna send you an invitation for mini golf, and I'm gonna dominate you. It's as simple as that. I don't want to hear anything from you. I don't want to hear about your hopes or your dreams. I just want to hear you accepting the invitation. And it's already taken you
If you can't handle the trash talk, it's not a real game.
Dog, are you gonna go? You have an invitation. You take too long.
You're too impatient. I'm trying to help you with your patience.
I don't need help with my patience. I just need you to go. You take forever. Dude, Zoot is wearing off on you. Zoot. Do you know who Zoot is?
Yo, my charger. I need to plug it.
Well, it's charging now.
Calm your horses, bud.
Dog. That was one of the worst shots I've ever seen.
What the fuck is that?
It was one of the best shots you've ever seen. That's garbage. That's garbage.
Oh, this is going in.
That's garbage. That's garbage. Terrible shot. Fuck it. What are you doing? Did you see that play?
I'm dominated from start to finish. Wow.
Did you like my shot?
Terrible strategy.
Did you like my shot?
It's just genuinely just a terrible strategy.
Did you like my shot?
This is genuinely a terrible strategy.
Are you proud of that shot? Folks, that was one of the worst shots we've ever had the opportunity to witness. And you're going to see one of the all-time blocks, one of the best blocks in the history of the game. That's a miss. And I just want you to know that was a miss. You didn't score.
Man, your strategy sucks on that hole. It's not a good strategy.
Did you
You
score?
stole my strategy on this hole.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
That's my shot.
What are you talking about, dog?
Foul. No, that's terrible. Terrible. It's over now. It is over.
No, you have a tough shot. You have one of the most difficult shots in the history of the game. That's a miss. Easily.
Oh, straight in the hole.
Stop.
Straight in the hole.
iCarly physics. I work with Newtonian physics, dog. You use iCarly physics. You're in the Looney Tunes universe, dog. Get in the water.
Dang.
Hard.
This looks stupid. I literally. Oh, perfect. Stupid hole. Garbage. This is going in the water. If this doesn't go You just lost the game. Well,
Are you
Why
fucking
do
serious? He's putting in cheat codes, folks. He is putting in cheat codes.
What the fuck? Another one in the water? Alright. Oh. Hey. Oh. I guarantee a win. This is like 3 in a row at this point.
No, it's not. What a water bump. What a water bump. One of the great water bumps in the history of the game, folks. Stop.
Infinite water bump. Hey. Oh, man.
Fuck.
No. Oh, thank you.
Terrible shot. It's in the water. I know it. You know it. Everybody knows it. This is beautiful, though. Are you proud of that shot? That's in the water, dog.
What? Oh,
There's a chance here. I want it.
no chance, guy. Get out of here. Gonna bank it off the 10. That's 2 in a row. That's 3 in a row. I don't know.
No, it's not. I won the previous one.
I didn't. You did not beat me in mini golf today.
We tied.
That never happened.
I'm waiting on you. Did you know I'm waiting on you? Short.
You know I need to calm down.
Short. Too hard. The absolute perfect shot. It's a perfect shot.
No, the perfect shot is when you go up and cut the inside corner.
Do you think you could make this shot?
No.
That's not good. That's not a good shot.
Yeah, I just helped you. Oh.
One of the best shots I've ever seen. You're
Are you gonna
done.
lose in a row?
Doug,
It's a genuine question.
Doug, do you see how good this shot is? Thanks for the help. My ball's in the hole. Your ball sucks. Dog.
Oh, here we go. Let's see if you get lucky and can make your hole in one. The strategy sucks, and that is bullshit.
What are your thoughts on my shot? Would you like to be interviewed?
I can make this in two, so it's fine.
You can't. That's not going to happen, dog. You will not make my this shot in two. That's too far. Way too hard. Way too hard.
Are you fucking serious?
Big dog. Where's your lead, son? Where's your lead, son? It's over for you. It's over for you. No, you can't. It's over. It's over. It's over for Riser. It's over for Riser. My worst hole. Do you know that this is my worst hole? Hit my ball, baby. Hit my ball.
That's not it. That's not it. That is not it.
I'm so bad at this hole.
That's just not it, dude.
Are you proud of that shot?
Next time.
Are you fucking serious? Now I see what you do.
Oh, so you're admitting to stealing my technique?
Did I steal
That's
it?
cool.
Did I steal it?
I guarantee you will. It's like you steal my literati words, my phrasing.
Dude, I haven't used that fucking jambalaya word no. It's over.
Let me go first.
No.
Let me go first.
Why would I let you go first? I earned it.
No, you host advantage.
You went.
Host advantage.
You went first, dog.
You can't even argue that. That's not host advantage. That's the crazy.
Oh,
Get it.
fortunate.
Ball.
Do you think I can make this?
It's an easy shot. Wow.
Are you proud of your shots?
Bounce out. It's stuck behind the
That's
chicken.
kind of a hard shot. He left it short, folks. Unbelievable. Hit the corner.
Are you fucking serious? Fucking stupid. Good bullshit.
What a shot. It's over, folks. The champ is here. The champ is here. The champ is here. It's over, baby. 1 in a row. Riser has officially lost 1 in a row.
That was crap. Garbage.
What do you want me to do about it? You're up. Everybody's waiting on you. The champ is here. That's already a bad shot. He already took the worst shot ever. Garbage. Oh. I don't know if that's a good shot.
That shot sucks.
It does, no doubt.
Not a good shot.
No doubt. Water. Tree and water. Water.
Now I'm fucked. Right.
Stop.
Why wouldn't you water bomb me?
I'm not gonna fuck around with that. You could fuck me too hard.
One of the greatest. Get in the water. Yes. Water bomb.
Fuck.
Water bomb. Water bomb. Double water bomb. And now I'm getting water bomb. Great.
Oh, fuck you.
It's like a high IQ water pump stalemate.
That was bullshit, dog.
Let's do the hole in one. Zoo would say this is an easy hole in one. Why would you go for that one?
Because I just made a hole in one, bitch. Why wouldn't you go for that one?
I thought the pink tape would stop it.
Well, you thought wrong, son. One of the best shots.
Okay. That's the wrong way to go. That's literally the incorrect way to go. You literally have no angle now to even try to make it. Alright, that's an easy second shot in the hole. It's you have no angle. Your angle is done. You're done. The game is over. The champ is here. Boom. Now just no more bullshit holes and then we'll be good.
Get right in his fucking way.
You wish.
Are you proud of your shot?
No, that was the worst shot. Possibly.
One of the best shots. I think.
Bump my ball. Bump my ball.
Dude, the Big Lebowski. That's a garbage shot.
Go in.
No. See, the answer to that is no.
That was terrible. Do you want another shot at it? Do you want another shot?
Hit my ball.
I mean-
You don't have the balls to hit my ball.
Sorry.
You didn't have the
Sorry,
balls
yeah,
to hit my ball
Oh, and you missed.
purposefully.
Oh, it's over.
Purposefully.
Oh, it's over.
I didn't
It's
care.
over.
I didn't care. Purposefully, I didn't care.
Doesn't even matter. Doesn't even matter.
Didn't even care. I won the last game, and I won when we were not double whatever. You know what hole we haven't played in a long time? It's that one that's like straight away, like there's black on the left side and the right side. You have to hit it. The one that you're really good at with the iPad.
Oh yeah, I don't know if Zoot would say that hole comes out in the one-on-one. But that seems like a Find the Shadow fringe theory. So.
Find the Shadow fringe theory is a funny thing. Are you gonna go though? That's my question. You got a chicken in the way. Are you gonna go? Do you know that?
Hold on. Why don't you try to make it?
Because it's garbage. I'll make it right now. Everybody knows that. What a shot. Perfect. All right. I'm sending you an invite. I'm sending you an invite, and
We've lost 4 out of 5 mini golf.
Dog, this game is
4 out of
over.
5 mini golf, you've lost.
Dog.
4 out of 5 mini golfs, you have lost.
Are you like thinking
4
that?
out of 5 mini
Are you
golfs,
thinking that that's a cool story? Are you thinking that is a cool story? Too hard. Hit the tree. I could tell that shot sucked. Garbage shot. Do you see how far away your ball is?
Dude, you're gonna lose this hole.
Let's see it. Let's see it.
You just got outplayed. Wow.
I'm better at this hole than you are.
Oh no. Oh no. Stay.
You're done.
So bad.
You're done.
This hole is evil.
You don't like a skill.
No, I had to go first. It's a disadvantage. You can literally copy my shot.
I don't want to copy your dog shit shot. Now you have one of the most difficult shots in the history of the game. You're done. You're done. You're done. Riser. You're done.
I didn't think that you could hit the tee shot and make it to the other side.
I mean, that
Apparently
sounds.
you can.
That sounds
Unless
like
you
a.
change the setting of the arrows.
That sounds like a you problem, dog.
They know they're updating the arrows.
Dog. That sounds like a you problem.
Well, I'm not complaining. I'm just saying I didn't know that they were adjusting the arrows to be different speeds all of a sudden.
Is that my fault?
What's with these cowardice shots?
That was a bad play on my part. One of the worst plays I could have ever had.
You're terrible. 4 out of 5 games. Terrible. Terrible. Fire and the kid is terrible.
Everybody agrees with you. Do you think Big Bound Breakdown will come in here and it's gone viral? It's like people consider it to be like modern day brilliance.
Seinfeld.
Way too hard. Remember when you used to think going the top way was the way to go?
I'm literally going there right now.
Let's see it, dog. Let's see your dog shit way of going. Are you fucking serious? You think that was good? Dog, do you think that was good? Stop.
Going to the top.
Stop. Go the top way. You said you're going the top way.
No, now I have to go the bottom.
No, you don't have to. Go the top way, like you said you would. Oh, garbage. Garbage. He's short, folks. He's short. He's giving up the game.
That's trash.
He's giving up the game.
Oh my god.
Ice.
Alright, here. This is a good hole to settle it. Terrible. Even worse.
Dude, this is hard.
So bad.
Stop.
Water.
That was a good shot.
Yeah, them up in the water is pretty good, right?
What's his A bullshit?
I need to get a hole in one on this.
You're not getting a hole in one on this. That's a garbage shot. Garbage.
Flop. Are you gonna water bomb me?
Stop. Stop.
That's not gonna work. That will not work. Stay. Stay. Are you fucking serious? It goes back to my last shot, buddy. Oh, now you're done.
Hit the tree.
Now you're done. What? Fuck. No.
Oh, you fucked up. You fucked up. The champ is here. You got outplayed. That was a chess game, and you lost. You got outplayed.
You won't even play me in chess.
Dude, last time I played you in chess, I won. The time
Play me
before.
in chess right now.
Fuck you. Fuck your. I'm too distracted to play that game.
There's no
Dog, you have an invitation, and I'm waiting on you. I'm waiting on you. It's to find the hole, your favorite hole.
Play me in chess.
No one wants to play that shitty ass game now. Dog, do you know what mini golf is? Yes or no? Do you know what mini golf is?
I'm in chess in the park. I declined. I'm at chess in the park.
This is garbage. This is garbage. I just want everybody to know that I won the last mini golf game. I won the last Literati game. I'm the greatest person.
a pirate.
Nobody pays attention to that. I want to watch Gumball 3000 with Jackass.
You play chess game that.
Oh, fuck no. Doug, I'm telling you this right now. I'll not tell you until I go viral.
Yeah, right.
You're so sweet. And to you. What was it like? What was it like? What was it like to get? What was it like to get outplayed on the last mini golf hole? What was it like to get outplayed on the last mini golf hole?
Are you gonna join chess?
No.
Hurry up.
Doug,
Hurry up.
do you know what it means to say?
Chess actually is fun. You don't have to take it serious.
Take it very seriously. What kinds of distractions?
You don't have any distractions. There's no time limit. Doing crazy. All bark, no bite. All bark, no bite.
Do you know I'm the best?
Waiting for opponent. Garbage. Brennan Schaub.
Why would
I'm
you?
the Brennan Schaub of this. You're the Joe. If this was Joe Rogan, I'd be the Brennan Schaub. Yes.
Okay, then I'm Joe Rogan. All right, pull it up, Jamie. Dog.
No, I'm not Jamie. I'm Brennan Schaub.
That's not a compliment.
No, I'm just the most amount of times as a guest.
Do you want me to? I'm going to ask a question here, and you can answer the question in any way you wish.
Join the chess game if you want to ask.
No, I'm not playing that.
This is fucking bullshit.
Dog, I beat you the last time we played. Why would I want to play again? Why would I want to play again?
You literally cheated the last game.
How did I cheat?
They didn't know we were taking 10 minutes a turn to play one piece, one move, one little piece.
Is that my fault?
Yeah, you didn't disclose that you're an hour to play the game.
You knew that there wasn't a timer.
No,
Dog,
just going.
you know that you knew there wasn't a timer.
Real talk, it doesn't matter if you win or lose. Just move the piece.
No, it absolutely matters because I have a win hanging over your head. Even after you're like, I'm better than you are at chess. You never played chess. And I'm like, dude, we used to play chess. And it came down to...
No, we didn't used to play chess.
Yes, we did.
Literally, maybe like 1 or 2 games. That's not...
We played like 15 games together. And...
We played 16. Do you know how many stupid mini golf games we played?
Yeah.
Like thousands.
Because mini golf takes skill.
No, chess takes... You said the last game was a chess move and whatever you want, so...
Yeah.
I'm not arguing, just join. Stop being...
Dog, you won't even watch... Dog,
you...
you...
need to ad hominem attack you, but you're ad hominem attacking yourself right now in your form of action.
By saying I'm the best?
You can't win. You can't win.
I won against you the last time we played. Dog, the last time we played, I won. What more about this do you need to understand?
The last 4 out of 5 mini golf games I won.
That's incorrect. You won the last 4 out of 6, which isn't even that good. That's 66%. That's failing.
What's your score? Like 33%? That's double failing.
Hold on, but if we go back to the previous games, I won at least 2 in a row. So that means I've won.
I will rage quit the call the moment you mention TFAK if you don't join this stupid chess game.
So I just don't have to mention that.
Yeah, well, that's impossible.
How about I say this? I'll play you in Carom.
No, we're playing a game that also starts with a C.
Nope,
And
Carom.
yeah,
I'm sending you an invite, dog.
All right, I'm gonna go play chess then online.
Okay. Best wishes to you.
Why don't you just join the stupid game?
Why don't you just play Carom?
Oh, just play one chess game.
Why do you want me to?
Actually, it's way funner than Carom. It's way funner than mini golf.
Funner
way
is
funner than
funner is not a word.
What?
Funner is not a word. It's more fun.
Why shouldn't funner be a word? Give me 5 good reasons why funner shouldn't be a word.
No, I think it should be.
Exactly.
Okay. So if you're gonna leave, then go ahead and leave. I'm the champion.
No, I'm waiting for opponent.
Okay. You're gonna be waiting a long time. I told you, I'm not playing chess again with you until I go viral. I beat you the last time we played. I have retired as a champion.
This is iCarly garbage.
I've retired as a champion. I just had a distraction come in right now. You have to understand, if I'm going to play chess, I want no distractions.
There's no distractions.
Dog.
As a BS excuse.
Dog.
You know,
Look.
excuse.
Are you ready to play Carom?
Jackass knows it's a BS excuse.
You wouldn't even watch Jackass if I played chess with you.
I would watch it.
You're garbage.
One game
That's
and
garbage.
I'll watch it.
No.
I'll watch Michael and Jackass with you if you play chess.
While tempting and
Now you're pushing it.
Okay.
I'll watch the Brennan Schaub special.
That's 24 minutes. Okay, you'd have to watch wait, don't leave if I mention this, because this is on the topic. It's called 24 Hours of Gringo Poppy. It stars the folks
I'm
from
not watching 24 hours of that shit. No way. Where are you smoking?
Why wouldn't you? It's called it's a podcast.
I'm gonna cry someday.
It's a podcast, a video podcast of two guys who are commenting on the Gringo Poppy. It's not just watching the Gringo Poppy for 24 hours. It's two guys who stay up for 24 hours and they comment on it.
I think me just watching Gringo Poppy was a more than a fair, generous offer.
No.
And now you're like just saying I need to watch an entire day's worth of Gringo Poppy dog shit.
Well, you could do other things. You could program your robot.
All right, so you don't want to play chess.
No,
And you're too afraid.
I don't know about that.
Well, you are too afraid to play chess. So that's why you're not playing.
Do you think I'm the best player ever?
I think that everyone in the future is going to know that you are too afraid to play Rise or chess.
Dog, they're gonna know. They're gonna know, and they already know that I'm the champion. That I won in literati. That I won in mini golf. That I won the last time we played chess, and I'm the best at.
This is like the cherry picker's fallacy.
It's not. The last time we played chess, the last time we played chess, I It's all I need. Dude, when we play, if I go first, I win. If you go first, you win. That's it. Just went back and forth
That's
like that.
not at all true at all. Like, all right.
Roll the tape.
Look, I'll just go. It's okay.
Peace out, Girl Scout.
These are some major texts about.
I'm not watching Michael ever. I'm not watching Triple Pop.
One of the texts I did not put on here that I'll put on here for next time is
the
a
Jackass thing. We'll watch
the
that.
Sartorius, the definitive study of the
I will watch it and I'll come in
summoning the
and
angel
say that I purposely did not invite you to watch it.
with the American pop literature is it's all
Brennan,
published
Brennan Shaw, and
real
just the Bing and the Bing and the whatever. What's his new thing called?
It's called Big Brown Breakdown. Anyway, and on top of that, there's a live one. Doug, there's a live one in approximately actually 6 hours. It debuts. Aren't you excited?
I'll be 100 honest. Like a friend, a relationship is a bit of mine. Like, yeah, I don't really give a fuck about this fighter and the kid shit, but I listen to it because I know that you, for whatever reason, care about it. And then, but then it's like I asked for one thing, one little dinky chess game.
Doug, I beat you the last time we played chess. I was the champion. I remember exactly what happened.
Do it again. You have one in a row. You know how many times I've beaten you? Like 6 times in a row in Carom, and 8 times in a row in mini golf, 9 times in a row. And Marlon Hill knows that you're too afraid to play chess.
Look, I know it's
Bob
just.
Lazar is just one day gonna go not condone your behavior.
Bob Lazar is gonna love me like the son he never had.
Yeah, and then he's gonna finally get to the part of the tape where you cower out on a game of chess and he's like, wow, that rabbi guy, no scrotum, no balls.
He would say this. Bob Lazar would say this. Rabbi already beat you. Why does Rabbi have to beat you again?
Okay, so Rabbi is pulling up any excuse because he knows he's going to lose. He's so afraid he's going to lose, even though it doesn't even matter if you lose. Like, it really doesn't matter. So, like, why are you so afraid of losing? Because I'm the champion.
Big Dog, I'm the winner.
All right.
Peace out, Girl Scout. Sweet dreams, Big Ben.
So you need to definitely whip out your library card and check it out from a library, like a university library. You want to read some of this, although there are some older translations of Hechelot Rabbati online. So if you really want to get into them, and I can include them, and I can include them later if folks want me to jump out and grab a link, I'll put it in the chat. If you really want to read some of this Merkava literature. But I've included some links here for various studies of both the literature itself, but also some studies of the entire form of mysticism. Include a link to, you can jump out in just a moment when we do some questions and answers. I can jump out and grab a couple links to folks if you want to check out the Shiur Koma, the measurement of mysticism, or the Hechelot Rabbati, the largest text of the Merkava tradition. So, now this week, right, we have a bridge, and that bridge is going to connect us to Jewish magic. We're going to talk about the connection between Jewish mysticism. We now have a bridge to Jewish magic. Jewish magic is going to be a huge part. In fact, when Kabbalah Ma'asit, right? Kabbalah is basically Jewish magic. Practical Kabbalah, the doing of Kabbalah, the practical Kabbalah is in fact just the code word at some level for Jewish magic. And it's to that topic that we will turn to on Wednesday, which is weirdly enough, like 3 days from now. We'll turn to that on Wednesday, and we will pick up with Jewish magic. Welcome back, and thank you for joining me as I explore the garden that is Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. Again, if you'd like to support my work of providing accessible, free, and scholarly content on topics like Kabbalah, alchemy, and the occult, along with magic, hermetic philosophy, consider supporting my work on Patreon, or perhaps with a one-time donation. Those links below. Until next time, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and thank you for watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion.
Kill Tony time, KTT. Like, look at this athleticism. 1 hit 6 hours. Till, you know what.
I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. One of the most difficult aspects in starting to study Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah is getting a handle on just how those ideas developed over time. Think that, for instance, Kabbalah has just always existed in the form that we have it, or that Kabbalah is just one thing at all. Of course, neither of these positions is really tenable. Such notions developed greatly through the ages and are still developing. And there are now, and there have always been, numerous mutually exclusive schools of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. This class is meant to serve as an introduction to Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah from the point of view of its incredibly complex development from the prophets of ancient Israel unto the rise of modern Hasidism in the 18th century. Of course, this series isn't meant to be exhaustive by any means, but only should serve as a springboard for deeper study and reflection, and hopefully it will also enable you to situate developments in Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah in their historical and cultural context, and hopefully embolden you to dive into the primary texts, which are admittedly as sublime as they are obscure. let me express my gratitude to Congregation Tchia for allowing me to use these lectures to reach a larger audience here on Esoterica. One, you can find the entire series under the playlist Entering the Garden, an Introduction to Jewish Mysticism and Kabbalah. I'll be uploading them over the next few weeks, or if you find these episodes after autumn of 2021 and you want to watch the entire series, you can find them in that playlist. If you find this series on Kabbalah interesting, I'd hope you check out my other content on topics in esotericism and perhaps consider supporting the production of free academic and scholarly topics in occultism, hermetic philosophy by joining my Patreon or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below, and I really appreciate your consideration. Now, let's enter the garden of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. So, let's do a little recap. I hope you had the chance to take a look at the episode on Merkava, or Hechalot mysticism. And so, in order to recap a bit, what I want to do is take a look at those mysticisms just briefly, because in some ways they're going to link us to the topic we're going to be dealing with this evening, and that is the topic of Jewish magic. As you may remember, the apocalyptic mode of Judaism produced a novel religious way of being. But proto-rabbinic apocalyptic Judaism, for lots of reasons, one of which is that it seemed to encourage a kind of bellicose, warlike behavior, and it seemed to commit people to a kind of determinism. And determinism, as you might imagine, doesn't really inspire people to be better. It just says, accept your fate and go on with it. It's all part of the divine plan. Well, early rabbis really didn't like that idea. They really thought, no, we can choose to live differently than we're living. We can choose a different world. And that emphasis on choice and moral responsibility on the part of the rabbis really tilted rabbinical Judaism away from kind of mysticism that, ironically enough, does actually prove to be popular, at least with some rabbis. Now, I don't want to paint a wide brush or paint with a broad brush and say, yes, all of Merkava and Shir Koma mysticisms are popular among the rabbinical elite. That's definitely not true. If you know anything about rabbis, one of the things that rabbis do as a hobby is disagree with one another. Though there's just no evidence to say that the rabbis were terribly interested in all practicing these forms of mysticism. And just to parse those out a bit, as to maybe jog your memory, the Hechalot are American guardians, and they have to give them handshakes and Dakota rings, and not really Dakota rings, but all this kind of weird stuff. They ultimately arrived with what we would now call, which is to say they are allowed to gaze upon the throne of God. In some of this literature, they're allowed to sit upon the throne of God. I always imagine, like, remember when you were a little kid and you would sit in the big kid chair? And you would sit in like the big people chair, and you would be like real small, sitting in a giant recliner. I kind of always imagine that's what it's like to sit in the throne of God. It's like a really worn out, like greedy recliner that's super comfortable that you're like the throne of God. And sometimes you can be transformed into it. Why you want to do that, I don't know, but you could. Right? And Enoch is a quintessential version of someone who, one of the books of Enoch, is transformed into an angel. Alternatively, you could do the nerd option, and the nerd option is math. And the nerd option includes gazing upon the divine body and measuring it, right? And you measure it in this parasang Persian unit of 3.5 miles, and you're allowed to learn the secret names of all the different parts of God's body. Left eyebrow and right eyebrow and left ear and right ear and all these things, and you're allowed to measure the parts of the divine body. And these numbers may have been something like a meditative technique, although we really don't know. It's a very bizarre form of literature very strange form of mysticism. Although I will say, as I pointed out last time, that Maimonides actually might be arguing against the Merkava Shior Koma literature in the Guide to the Plex. That might be the target, at least, of some of his analysis in the Guide to the Plex. Which, by the way, just to drive that point home, if that's the case, I think Menachem Kellner makes a really great case. That means the Greek in all of the history of Jewish philosophy is a response, right? It's downstream of mysticism. It's a reaction to Jewish mysticism. And I think that the other form of literature that we talked about, or mysticism, is what is called the Sar Torah mysticism, the Prince of the Torah. And this is a para-rabbinic. We think these guys may have been outside of rabbinic circles, not quite the inner core, but maybe kind of the hipsters outside smoking cigarettes in the dive bar where the rabbis hung out. These guys wanted to summon a kind of angel called the Sar Torah, the Prince of the Torah, and this angel would teach them rabbinic lore, laws, and secrets very rapidly. This is like the person that comes to you the day of the exam, who's notes, and they try to download all your notes the day before the exam, right? It's like, what do? They have to go before the rabbinical elites, and they have to figure all this stuff out. They're like, oh, that the angel helped them with their rabbi test, or their calculus test, or their German test, or whatever test they had to take. I will say, however, I would have done that, and so clearly I didn't. So these manuscripts survived. Right? And history is a bad place. History is a vicious place. Very little survived, right? When you write a book down on papyrus in Egypt,
Oh.
Mr. Shah, sorry for your loss. Alright, guys, welcome back to the Bible-verse. Let's just jump into the show. Let's talk about Jay Moore discovering the TFAK fan. So, Jay Moore, and some of you guys know, he's the guy that slapped old Squirrel Pig Squeal for Kreischer. And so, about a month ago, he went on the Fight on the Kid podcast. I say it was quite possibly received by most of the fans. Based off of the comments down below on the video here, like most of them are like the best TFAK episode in a long time, with 59 likes, and it keeps going on. Pretty funny show. Now, Jay Moore points out that he might have seen a clip from somewhere, and he does read the comments, and he says this about the fans.
I had so much fun last time, and you guys, George and Chin, do a good job of like editing the clips and everything. It made it real easy for me to. Georgie does all. Georgie does it all. And but then I'm like, I posted, co-posted, we collaborate. Then I'm reading the comments. I was like, do your fans like you? Oh, us? Oh my God! I was like, oh, I remember this world. Those are fans.
It's a hate-love relationship with the fans. With those two guys.
Those are listening and well, exactly. They're listening. You specifically, I'm like, all Brandon does is fucking try to help others and mind his own business.
They're not that bad.
Yeah, they just think
he's cocky football player. Oh, we do know. Whenever Brendan does something really nice, he tells us. I'm buying my mother-in-law a house. She's the best grandma in the world. She has no idea this is happening. The fans out there make it possible by the haters too.
or maybe more than you know. You guys.
So that's how they.
I don't think that's it. Football player, huh? Well, you mean
What is that a little? It's a slight rip there from Brian because he knows damn well Brennan did not have an NFL career.
You almost did the NFL, right? Yeah, so I had a cappuccino with the Buffalo Bills. They're they're like, we're all set on slow white guys. Like, sick mess. You realize I stopped playing 20 years ago?
Back in the day, you know? I do think that if people like, oh,
I don't think about it.
No, they wouldn't care.
No, those people can't win.
Yeah, some people hate you for nothing.
You know what? You know what, Reggie?
I do think that if people saw the shit you do behind the scenes, they'd be like, oh.
Don't go to the bathroom there because you pissed in the sink.
What?
They said that
You know, the subreddit, the Fight of the Kids subreddit knows Brendan. They follow him like Jim Carrey in The Truman Show, right?
Yeah.
We are living, Brendan is living in his own Truman Show. He's quite moderate. He doesn't really get much hate. I've never seen a lot of Jay Moore hate, even though slapping for Kreischer.
and he said, "It's funny, my dick's so big, she had to get an episiotomy." I didn't know what episiotomy was. And I said, "What's an episiotomy?" And she whispered it, like, I was like, "Shut the fuck up, that happened to you?" And she was like, "Yeah," and he just smacked me. He's like, "Don't you ever talk to my wife like that." And I was like, "What?"
And that's what they seem to enjoy, like people that I guess they don't hate them, but they find them annoying, and then they get I guess they get a little bit of their comeuppance in life or being a certain way. They can dig that, and that's like how it was like last week with Brandon and Alex Stein. Alex and his little foolery and ambushing Brandon and naming the waters, as they say.
Here, I'm with the man. I'm with the king himself, Brendan. Stop, Brendan. Right now, son.
First episode, and then this other episode that they did together recently, I feel like Jay does try to bring in the comedy, and Brendan and Brian, this is our style, and even Jay is like, oh, you guys are talking about weather, or you guys are talking about the politics. I don't want to talk about that. About something more honest, about old stories. This is where like about politics earlier, I just tapped out completely because it's just dumb. And you know where it gets dicey from Brian and Brendan, they tell the same stories sometimes, and some of the people feel like they're not true, especially the one with him and
like Super Bowl party with Duke we walked in, and Mike Rivers are like, I had for everybody.
Tiger kind of with this comment here says Here he is telling the story with the classic B-Shot mention.
I was at a party with Tim Tebow. We went to this Super 10 out of 10.
I know, Super Bowl party. Little change of the story there.
We did the tournament together from my fighting days. Time I was still fighting. I walked to this party, and there's like, the who's who, the Deion Sanders, fucking Bishop. I'm like, oh no. And then I'm like, hey, what's up? And instead of going for a high five, he grabs my head, pushes me down, and kisses me on top of the head. I was so embarrassed. We've been there.
There's a problem with YouTube. Let's just jump right into the clip. This clip is called Montez Blames the UK subs 0.8 million.
For 71,000 subs, 100 viewers. Who are you, man? That's exactly how I feel. I don't know. Where is everybody? They just don't come, They'll watch it. I mean, the YouTube algorithm, I don't know what it is. It's like, I don't think they allow people to more. I don't think they're like, here, 71,000 people said, oh, you know what? I'm interested in you. So boom. And then YouTube goes, okay, I know these people are interested in you, but we're not going to tell them. I'm like, hey, I'm here. Well, we're not going to really announce it. We're not going to get it to them because, so it's like, you have to pay for it. So, I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine.
So they show here a clip of Theo Vaughn getting 1.8 million views, 1.8 million subscribers. So that kind of, it's similar, right? You have this in the same amount. Everybody, all your subscribers want. That's it's a trick if you don't make on YouTube. I say he's a little disappointed with how he's not a good, he's not a draw, basically. He's not that entertaining. To bring on certain people, he does get 50K, but he's just not appealing to a lot of people, but he does have a subscriber count. The difference between Eric's recent uploads are live shows, and his regular podcast 5K. When he does bring up different comedians and stand-ups, he does 50. But then when it's just himself, it's 10K, whatever, right? So I can understand that. It's just YouTube, man. Whether or not people that really like you, they're gonna find you. But they don't really shout it out to you because you're probably also subscribed to 100 different channels that are well, I guess you don't really like Eric, so why are we gonna show you Eric all the time, right? See, and that one with Theo, not as much as first guy, and then one third. It's okay. to Eric's solo.
I saw you were doing it on breakdown Flash. You know, the gay kids were into Flash.
Really? Oh, let's see. Really?
Well, because it's Flash. No, it is. That's not. Who wanted to? Who was in
Nobody
the
knew
Flash?
about Guardians of the Galaxy till I came. Hold on.
Oh wow! Wow! But I told him.
All the movies are kind of not doing so well right now. So I'm ready. He's all crazy at one point, and then now he's trying to pull that Chris D'Elia, apology. Wow. Kind of undershot there, but yes, it seems like Eric is a little buff. And like, dude, come on, chill out. I can, I get it. You've been in movies. Larry. Santino 2 years ago, even when he wasn't in the golden hour, still racking. So it just I would have thought that people had problems with him teaming up with Chris D'Elia, and Chris D'Elia has baggage as well that people don't like, and people have mentioned to Eric Griffin, like, what are you doing? Is it because of the money? And Eric is like, nope. You would think that maybe we can, like, a little bit, like, his he's got like 5K, not even 1,000 on this one, just a regular YouTube. People just watch his show a little bit and just top off. Who knows how big? It's pretty bigger. I think that's the bigger thing, that he's like 8, or like he thinks that he should have or deserve. The episode with Roseanne Barr got taken off of YouTube. It was removed for hate speech. Now, then Elon says comedy is legal on this platform. So it's kind of funny to say that, Elon, because earlier you had some sort of problem, or it's going to be a new thing that's happening on Twitter. Look, honestly, I'm not on Twitter, but when I hear this type of things, I'm like, what's going on? Is it getting worse now? Like, you have to pay $8 or like a subscription, something, and also get like lots of tweets or whatever you can see. You use this video kind of explaining it more than I can.
Musk, a new policy change has been implemented. Musk tweeted that a new temporary limits policy is being used. Under the new policy, verified accounts can read up to 6,000 posts a day. Non-verified accounts can only read 600 tweets. So once a user reaches that limit, they won't be able to see any more tweets for the day.
Now here's the clip that got moved. It's from I found the TMZ. They were able to find the clip or save the clip. Roseanne Barr son defends comments denying the Holocaust. She's being sarcastic. Oh, so it's a joke. You know, it's funny because every time we hear from Roseanne, it doesn't sound like a joke. Like, if it's a bit, it's like, haha, this is made up, or haha, the election was rigged, or haha, like, it's just like, or like Alex Jones, you know, saying there's crisis that, and you know, show that. They like to play on the, well, you know, it's conservatives are getting it. We're always the victims and whatnot, but it's like, dude, like, it's YouTube. This is like, they got rules. Like, when I upload things, they're gonna be like removed on a certain thing. Like, this gonna make money. Like, Theo makes money on YouTube. You have to follow the guidelines and the rules. You can get ads and get paid for the views that you get. If you risk that, or you don't follow certain guidelines, then they're not gonna want to make profits with you. That's not what advertisers want. That's just the bottom line of things. Like, advertisers are the ones that pay the creators, not YouTube directly, not Google directly. It's advertisers that put sponsors in the beginning of the video and mid-rolls and blah blah blah. So that's the reason why they don't want that. Like, remember when the apocalypse, like, there was like the ISIS video with like Coca-Cola ad, like Coca-Cola doesn't want to sponsor ISIS. That was the main point of the apocalypse. That's what a lot of sponsors, a lot of advertisers did, because they don't want to be associated with that.
And that is the truth. And nobody died in the Holocaust. That's the truth.
Yeah.
It should happen. 6 million Jews should die right now because they cause all.
Okay, see, this is where she messes up. Like, this is not serious. Like, this is not a joke. Theo kind of tries to like make it into a joke, but it's obviously it's like too dark, and it's hard to get out of that position.
Jobs in the world, but it never happened.
Yeah.
Mandated.
You're part Jewish, right?
I'm all Jewish.
You're all Jewish.
100%.
And a lot of Hollywood is Jewish. Yeah, it's a lot of Hollywood is a Jewish business. Well, they started Hollywood.
Yeah.
Right. But so was it weird?
Just like rap, black people started rap.
Yeah.
Yeah. What does that mean? Yeah, black people started rock. Brazilians or whatever, Mexicans started soccer. Like, what?
So I wouldn't go over there and try to get rap and go, all these black people, go on Saturday Night Live or picture. No, I'm just saying a lot of black people are in control of rap.
Right.
Hello? Well, you went there, you tried to get in show business, of course it's Jewish. But, and people should be glad that it's Jewish too, because if Jews were not controlling Hollywood, all you'd have was fucking fishing shows.
Yeah. So that's the joke, right? Like,
but, and people should be glad that it's Jewish too, because if Jews were not controlling Hollywood, all you'd have was fucking fishing shows.
Yeah. Yeah, they don't like you because you're not Jewish, or in rapping, they don't like you because you're not black. Well, what's the joke? I don't understand it. I think she's just making a statement there, and for the people that are trying to defend it, it's like, yeah, it is what it is. Maybe next time, I don't know, Theo has to kind of cut that piece out if he doesn't want it to get flagged by YouTube. Because he could just put it out there, there's just no problem with it, still getting sponsored, and then boom, they rewatch it and they find that certain part of the clip and it gets entirely gets removed. I had my video of like the one with Mark Harley and his wife, and they're just like, oh, we're just gonna remove it, but they didn't give me a strike. So they're kind of like, okay, we know you didn't mean it. So based off the new rules that we did, like, we're gonna have to remove that video. So I would be like, okay, whatever, at least I didn't get a strike or whatever. For Theo, I feel like, okay, maybe giving him a strike was a little too rough, because it is like he is doing a comedy show, and if Roseanne, it's like, well, hopefully he's probably thinking like, hopefully it kind of slips right through, and they kind of see it as a joke, but they didn't see it. It was pretty tough. So I'm gonna give you a strike. You can't upload for a week or whatever. But look, it's gonna get taken off, and just hopefully he doesn't bring in like very much like controversial or sort of cancelable people that will just say something crazy and not expect for them to say something crazy, because they to be like, yeah, she was just being funny. And then if you guys want to watch the whole context, they put the whole context there. But to say that, oh, like it didn't happen, but they should be killed now, that's crazy, dude. That's not a joke.
Yeah.
It stuns me, man. It's a hard decision. It's just like so crazy that she did that, and now like they're like, oh well, it's censorship. You can't say anything nowadays. Respect your life. I don't know, guys. I'm gonna end this right here because it's such a deal, but it's no surprise that people did that. All right, guys. I'll see you guys. Bye bye.
Surprise, motherfucker! universe. Hopefully there's metal. Is it okay if I say my least favorite race? You've made fun of blacks, Latinos, the whites, the Indians, Asians, thank you. I'd imagine if I were sitting where you are right now, and I bought a ticket to a Tony Hinchcliffe show, I'd probably be thinking to myself, Tony, where are those Jew jokes? And now I'm the ambassador to Puerto Rico. For them, huh? Wee. Feels good in here tonight. You are at the #1 live podcast in the world, Kill Tony, brought to you this week. Kevin Hart is out now on Netflix, believe it or not. Isn't that incredible? There you go, right on cue. And Kill Tony Mania, shot live in Las Vegas on came out on April 20th, is also out. So go over to Netflix, check out all your favorite things. Shout out to Asphalt 3D, who makes a bunch of quirky, awesome 3D things. The initial thing, a little behind the scenes here that you guys don't know. When I take the names, I put them on a special thing with little magnets, and I know who was first and 6th and 7th all the way through to 9, and then I usually pick 10 or 11. Just for shits and giggles. There's little mic stands. There's the little 3D. So I have a hand for them, huh? And Netflix, you love Netflix. You all have money. You're here. Madison Square Garden, August 7th and August 8th. A lot of other fun things happening. Tickets at TonyHinchcliffe.com. Before we get started, here's a little bit more from the amazing sponsors that made tonight's episode possible for you right now. Starting something new is terrifying. I remember thinking, what if this fails? What if I put all this work in for nothing? Who's going to want to watch an open mic on YouTube hosted by a roast god and a sound effects guy? But taking that leap ended up being one of the best decisions I ever made. It also helps when you have a partner like Shopify on your side to help. Shopify is the commerce platform behind millions of businesses around the world and 10% of all e-commerce in the U.S. From household names like mine to brands just getting started.
Make it all too easy. With hundreds of ready-to-use templates, Shopify helps a store that matches your brand style. Need to accelerate efficiency? Shopify's AI tool can help you write product descriptions, page headlines, and enhance product images.
Wow, good job, Red Band. And did I mention that iconic purple Shop Pay button? It's why Shopify has the best converting checkout on the planet. From marketing to managing inventory to international shipping to processing returns and beyond, Shopify is your commerce expert with world-class expertise. It's time to turn those what-ifs into with Shopify today. Sign up for your $1 per month trial today at Shopify.com/GoTony. Go to Shopify.com/GoTony. That's Shopify.com/GoTony. You guys ready to start tonight's fucking show or what? Ladies and gentlemen, Every single two of the funniest in the world this week. No different. Well, one guest this week. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for him. He is a brand new special out on YouTube. You know him, you love him. Make some noise for the great. Well, my friend, come on in, have a seat there. This is special live on Short Street on youtube.com/Brad Williams Comedy. Welcome, Brad.
Yeah, that's right. I'm actually not Brad. I'm just a new character from Adam Ray. Very advanced costume. Very advanced.
Amazing. How does
this makeup is incredible.
How did he squeeze into that thing?
Thank you for putting the booster seat on the chair, Tony.
That's amazing. We're gonna have so much fun tonight. It's been a while since you've been on the show. And guess what? I mean, oh shit. We know what this